Okay, yes, I'm in. I'm on time. Ah, that was a headache and a half. But okay, is there anything that I've missed in my rush to get here? Yeah, I'm good. All right. So, hello, hi. If you're watching this live, if you're watching the VOD, thank you very much for coming through. Today we're working on the Summoners Nexus TCG. I was hoping to update there's a lot going on actually. There is some developments with the actual app. There's a commission to get more splash art done that needs to be sorted out, and there is some more rune stuff that needs to be done. We're waiting to hear back from Soluxus on some transparent art. Basically, lots of things to update on here today, and then I'd like to do a test run of the Wandering subset versus the Reaper subset, and get as much gameplay as we can into it. So we'll see how that goes as well. Let me move so that I'm actually wait. No, I don't have to move the chat. I have to move the camera. That's the easy way of doing this, is to just move this and zoom it in. Okay, so what the play is going to be is think what to do first. So basically what I've got to work on right now. Oh right, also I need to put music on. So basically what my intention is currently is to music, stream beats. Let's just get all of this and these three. Enter. That's way too loud. Okay, let's bring that down to 3. Get my earphones and we're good to go. All right, now I need to open up the YouTube app just in case anyone does come through while I'm working on this. Home, my channel. Nope, wrong button. Okay, so here's how this is going to work. I'll plug my earphones in. I think the first thing I want to try and do is get the new rune images done. That way the person working on them can get started. Because I'd like them to be able to get started is what I'd like. So, what I need to do on my end, let me put the volume of this up, right? What I need to do on my end is make sure that that's not too loud. Take the runes that are not done, copy them over to this. There should be 22. I think it's 20, it's 21, 22, or 23. It's one of those 3 options. Grab this. Yo, GearTube, I'm vibing. How you doing, bro? What's good with you? I am, well, I just got in, but I am doing all right. I'm what's it called? There's a lot going on. There's a lot happening. But things are going well with the app, so that's always good. Things going decent at work as well, so that's always good. And just trying to keep my head above water, right? I have been, let's call it, emotionally exhausted, which is never fun, but I will live, is the long and short of it, right? So how have you been, bro? Yo, Storm, how you doing, bro? So the new vid, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah. So what I'm hoping to do is post one of those videos every week. I actually forgot that came out today, because all 12 of them are already done, and it's just a guide series making the game very easily accessible. So if anyone wants to understand how it works or any of the mechanics, it's all right there. So yeah, thanks for taking a look at it, my friend. How have you been as well? Doing all right, working and vibing. You love to see it, right? That is, to be honest, you can't ask for more than that. Now let me take all of this off, and the end result should be, we'll do this until Neoshock comes through, at which point we'll probably play with the Reapers, because they need some work. So those should be blue, green. So these should be white, green, orange, red. I don't know what color this should be. What should gladiators be? I feel like gladiators should be... What colors used on gladiators a lot? What colors used on the gladiator subset? Card designs, card art. The gladiator subset is... I'm gonna guess gold. I feel like it's a lot. Okay, no, there's a lot of silver in there. A lot of silver in some of these, but yeah, silver and gold. I feel like I'm seeing more silver than I'm seeing gold, so we'll go with silver. Silver for this, right? I could always use a bit more money. Same. I want to. Well, see, here's the thing. That's something that could always be the case, but at the same time, it is nice to be comfortable for a change. Like, that is one thing. I do miss being able to stream every day and make content and play like Yu-Gi-Oh! And everything. But being able to be like stable, like comfortable, that is a nice feeling. More of that would also be nice though. So they need to pay me more. Teachers don't make enough, is just what I'm realizing. Asylum subset, yep, that's all gray, and I need to keep on taking out the info. Take this out, bang bang, take this out, pow pow, take this out, take this out. Oh, no, too much. Take out River Styx, take out this, take out this, take out this. Card exchange, diversion. All of this is going to be blue, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of this goes under blue. And if it's not up to 25, we'll just increase the amount being worked on to 25. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, oh, I've messed up. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, blue. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, gray. 16, silver. 17, red. 18, orange. 19, 20, green. 21, 22, white. Okay, so that's it. Yo, Zane, how you doing, bro? What's good with you? Right? Nat, hi. I'm trying my very best to trust that I've counted this correctly, but I think I've done it incorrectly again. I didn't think it was 22. I could have sworn it was 20. No. I think it is 22. 22, so that means we need 3 extra runes. This can all be made blue. I wish there was a faster way of doing this, but it's a system for a reason. This has been taken. All right. So this is sort of again some of the grunt work. Zane, if you're, because I know Neoshock is supposed to be playing Reapers against me today. But I know that you're also going to be present on the call. I wasn't able to update the Reaper subset with some of the changes that I had in mind for them. I want to say I've been busy, but also I've just kind of been going through it, so I just never got around to doing it. If I'm being completely transparent about it, because there has been time where I could have done it, but I just didn't feel up to it with how much else was on the plate. You get me? Almost done. That's all good. This is new. Change it. Strong arm. That's good. Nope, wrong color. Almost had it flawless. Hibernation, Forest Emergence. Journey's End and Wandering Animal. Okay, cool. So now I just need 3 other runes that I can pull on. What CCC? CCC is the Roman numeral for 300. It was suggested that we use that instead of the number 300, and I just really liked the idea, so I went with it. What runes need to be? Well, none of the runes are pressing. All of the runes that are in this group are now covered, right? And I don't like the idea of having just 3 random runes done unless it's like neatly sectioned. Oh, perfect. 1, 2, 3. Cool. So we'll take combination level 1. We'll take combination level 1, pushback, and memory cast. Those are 3 runes that aren't in the game yet. They aren't going in like the current build. But they will eventually be here, so we might as well get the art for them done. And pushback. Cool. That is the easy part. Now, when we start, I think what I'll do is I'll stop doing this whenever we're ready to do the Reaper subset matchup. And sort of just see how that goes, because I have a few changes for the Reaper subset already planned, like let's see here. Okay, yeah, I updated 3 of the cards. I updated Umbrage, Grimace, Sickle, and Cronus. Is that like a Spartan archetype of thing? Well, they're gladiators, but I got Spartans and gladiators confused, so yes, but no. Now let's see here. 1, 2. Okay, yeah, so we don't need that anymore. So what I need to now do is come up with symbols for each of these, right? Come up with symbols for each of these that will represent what the rune is or does. Now, up until now, I've been using old runic, right? Like actual, the actual runic alphabet has kind of dictated how I've gone about it. And while there's nothing wrong with that, I've also seen that it is kind of nice when certain cards just be out here, just be. Oh, wrong button. When certain cards just kind of do their own thing. Like Siphon is just a Japanese kanji for thief, and that looked really cool, so I want more of that, right? Hey, sorry for the wait on this transparent images. Should be able to deliver all or most tonight. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. How's the week been? How's the time off been? Right? But yeah, no, so that is that. So Journey's End, looking at what the Wandering subset looks like up until now. So that's what this is effectively going to be. Oh, I don't need this anymore. That was to give the app. Oh, the app is looking good, right? I was gonna say that was something that I used for the app notes. Has Bilal gotten back to me? No, he hasn't. Okay, I mean, to be fair, what's the time difference? I think it's what, like 11 p.m. in Pakistan, and he started late today because of me, so time, actually no, 4:30 p.m. for me is 9:30 p.m. for him, so that is a 5-hour time difference. Yeah, it's 11 p.m. It's 11 p.m. for him. I don't need to look it up, right? So it is pretty late for him, understandable. I wish he had let me know if he was planning on updating, but I can show you guys what the current build looks like. So you log into the current build, you see the loading screen. Obviously this is going to be expanded on. That's part of the notes. This background is going to be changed as well. You can log in with Apple or Google. I'll use Google to log in. It asks you to sign in. You go to accounts, link it to whatever you want to. It logs you in. Boom, puts you in the game. Now, all of this is getting changed. The story mode background is getting changed. The rank screen background is getting changed. And the dual room, they spelled dual room wrong. Language barrier, it is what it is. The dual room's also getting changed. The shop was updated, but it's nothing crazy. What's actually cool is the deck editor. This is what we've been spending the most time on the last week or so. The deck editor has come a long way. So you see it's broken up into 4 sections, right? You've got 4 different decks you can build. That's going to be expanded on later. But it gives you the first row, and it's got the slash on it. That's the icon for avatars, monster cards, basically. Put 5 monster slots. You've got 3 magic cards, runes, and relics, right? Not 3, 5 of those as well. You've got the 5 options for your resource deck, and then you've got the 5 options for the AX deck. Now, when you click on a monster card, it comes up here, and it gives you the data for that card. I want to tidy this UI up a little bit. Right, I want to, like, it's there, it works, it's serviceable, but I want to get it a bit nicer. Then you can add it to a monster slot or to a resource slot, so you can actually build your deck now. Only 30 cards are in the current build. The Wandering subset and the Forest Guard subset with some generic runes. I can put this in the magic slot, put this in the magic slot, and so on and so forth. It still needs to be worked on. Right, there's still a few kinks. Oh, I can make this longer so it's easier to like scroll and everything, right? Still needs to be worked on, still some kinks that need to be ironed out, but it's looking good, right? You got the information for all the individual cards showing up, so they've been doing good work. We ran into a big hiccup the other day. Like I got mad but then I realized it wasn't well, I mean, it was bad, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been, right? Now, okay, bring it back over. Yeah, right. So it's looking a lot. It's looking a lot cleaner. The design is taking longer than it should have, and that's because the designer doesn't speak English, which was really annoying because I spent like hours coming up with design notes and specific feedback, and when I got like the latest draft, none of what I had asked for had been done. And I was pissed. So what I ended up doing is just, you know what, I will, because it's difficult, obviously. You have to have artistic skill, but I was just like, you know what, instead of what you're coming up with, I used some images from art that we already had. This is going to be the new main menu screen. Easy. This is like the story mode screen. This is going to be the screen that we use for the duel rooms. It's going to be called the contest hall. That's what this is going to be. This is the new loading screen, because so this image wasn't long enough to actually fill the app. This is more like a book cover kind of thing, so added this background to help fill that out a bit more nicely, and then I'm commissioning a piece of art from my own artist to then be the ranked screen, because I'm just not it's not entirely their fault, because again, it's a language barrier, but also if you don't understand, tell me you don't understand, and then we'll take it from there, right? What's their native language? I don't know. What do they speak in Pakistan? I do not know, if I'm being completely honest with you. I've never had like a conversation with the designer. Bilal runs a team. He runs a studio in Pakistan. I could give my communication to him, and then they pass on that communication to the design team, either in spoken form or in. So usually Bilal will translate, but in the last meeting that we did, and this is why I was frustrated with Bilal as well, because he's supposed to translate it. He looked like he was taking notes. He looked like he was getting everything down. But then apparently the translator was just supposed to pick up on what I was saying, like just on their own, because he was focusing on the coding stuff. He was focusing on taking notes for coding and stuff, because the coding stuff is done, right? The deck editor's there, the card information's all in the game, the individual card effects, blah blah blah. That's all there. But none of the design stuff was. So we spent the last couple of days trying to fix that. Right, Reaper, I'm doing all right, friend. How are you, friend? That background is kind of bad. The star similar to that board, one board will be better. Which one do you mean? Which one do you mean? Which one do you mean? I know they speak Hindi there. I don't know if that's main language. I have no idea. I have no idea. The background is kind of bad. The stars, similar to that one board, will be better. Which, I don't know which one you're talking about of these three. I really like this one. I think Minos goes well with the color of the rune background. It just kind of blends. That was completely accidental. Different designers did these two things. This one, I do not like, right? It's just passable, in my opinion. Ideally, this would take up the entire screen, but when you try and do that, I spent ages trying to, as you can see, these were all the failed attempts. I spent ages trying to get this image to fit properly, but when you stretch it out, it looks like this, right? And you see a lot of the image gets cut out when you try and do it that way. When you warp the image, it doesn't look good either. So what I ended up having to do was remove this and just sort of place something behind and then use it as a cover, right? And that's just the best. That's just the best that we've got, honestly. I didn't mean to do that. Control Z, right? So that's that. The background you added to loading screen is bad. I thought about stars that you used in game board. No, that would be way too bland. It's not perfect, but it's passable. It's not perfect, but it's passable, right? That's my take. I appreciate the opinion though, because realistically speaking, feedback is good. But I'm gonna do, back when you showed us a training board. Do you mean game board? If you mean this, when I put the game board on, I actually tried this for one of them. It didn't slap the way it needed to, right? Like looking at this, I think I actually uploaded it to one of these. No, yeah, I tried that, and it just comes out looking too long. Have the background color extend along with the shining light things. Might make the empty light space to fill it, but would kind of work. So the problem with that, oh, thank you, yo, Kasai, I'm glad you're excited to play, right? Wait, so could you send me the loading screen picture later? Sure, no problem. The only issue is the dimensions that it needs to be. You have an idea that might make it look better? I'm down. I can send it to you right now. Here. So this is, so the dimensions that it needs to be, well, I hope, because they haven't gotten back to me, but I'm pretty sure it's a width of 739 and a height of 1600 on something like Canva, right? Now, right? Now, the, what's it called? And then I think it'll just be black. Yeah, it's black. Right? It's gonna be annoying. Do I have a compressed version? Nope, I'll have to get you a link. Okay, that's fine. Right? Because Sancho, I know you've actually got some skills when it comes to design as well. I know it's in the drive, so I'll check the drive. Right? But yeah, have the background color extend along. So the problem with that is I spoke to Lumiere. Lumiere is the person who designed that for us. And what he said is something along the lines of like, when we finished that order, he merged the file, so he can't actually properly edit it without redrawing all of it, which is a tall ask, to be honest. And I don't know that I'm willing to order a redo effectively. So it will be in branding, cover, here we go, share, okay, cool, copy, and then paste. There we go. So if you want to take a look at that, that could be cool. All right, so that's effectively it. So we're working with what we've got. I'm gonna have Lumiere design something for the battle screen, but what might end up happening is this cover, as much as I love this cover for the, it just feels like a waste, right? It feels like a waste to commission Lumiere freshly just to create the exact same image, one, and two, there's no way it's going to be the exact same, right? Like, you won't be able to get it to be exactly the same as this. It's going to be different. So at that point, you might as well just do something else. So I'm considering using this for, I don't know, a book cover instead. It wasn't intended necessarily as a book cover, but honestly, I can see it as one, right? Just use this as a book cover and then have him do something fresh for the game cover and then have something else for the battle screen. So 2 new commissions and leave this one the way it is. We'll see though, because nothing is set in stone, but effectively that is where we're at right now with the current build of the game. What I was thinking was color picker and also cutout tool, but I'm not good enough with Photoshop like tools to say how painstaking that would be. Yeah, to be honest, I don't have design skills whatsoever. I don't have a lot of the skills you would think would be necessary to create a game. I kind of just manage. I kind of just manage, right? But yeah, that's it effectively. So what I wanted to look at before all of that happened, I got sidetracked, was I wanted to showcase Wandering Subset runes. So currently the Journey's End rune is just a different rune upside down, and then this was just something that we picked off of Canva. You need another thing done in Photoshop? In some ways, yes, but the transparent stuff is way more pressing. Like, getting the transparent stuff is, I would say, top priority, because we can't make the new runes without the new backgrounds, and we're trying to use some monsters for different things, so that's way more pressing. If you've got more time after that's done, would be massively appreciated, bro. But yeah, that's it effectively. Now, I need to come up with what I did before when working with the rune guy is this, right? I would grab an image of a runic symbol, make some changes on Photoshop, and send it to him as what I wanted it to be, right? So line up the photo names to the stuff. And when using a symbol, use a symbol. Not all of this is opening up, which is, none of this is opening up. That's great. It wants me to download all of it. I'm not going to. But the question now just becomes picking out images for the runes. This is something that I would normally do on my ones, but because we're not ready to start actually playtesting, because I haven't heard from Neoshock, and Zane, I'm not sure if you're interested in playing Reapers. I don't know, because Neoshock specifically brushed up on his Reaper subset knowledge, whereas that wasn't asked of you as well, so I don't know where you'd be with Reapers, or anything along those lines. Now, that being said, it's okay because I can just work on this and just kind of vibe in the meantime. So, Journey's End. The Journey's End rune hasn't been anything up until now. The other Wandering subset runes are all these runic, they're all these runic symbols effectively. And the more I look at it, the more I wonder if that's what I want to do. Haven't read them, heard you updated them. Yeah, there's been an update, so it's fine. You know what's absolutely insane? Looking at this close up, I mean, when you look at it in a smaller fashion, I feel like it comes across a lot better. Okay, yeah, it comes across a lot better when it's not zoomed in, right? Because what I've just noticed, what I don't want to happen is a situation where the runes are too far behind the avatars in quality. The runes are made as 3D image. They're made as 3D models, and then an image of that 3D model is grabbed. They're low poly 3D models that are then just grabbed because I wanted to carry over as much as I could from when the game was initially going to be 3D. And you know what? In game, that actually looks pretty good. So I'm not going to second guess myself on that. That actually does look okay. So we'll carry on, right? We'll carry on. There was an update to Reapers. Yes, there was. It's not. So the problem is the update hasn't been implemented yet, but 4 cards were changed. Nothing massive, mind you. Chronos had the biggest change, I think. Let's just go to the Reaper subset. Reaper. So, Umbrage was changed. Carnage was changed just a little bit. No, it's not done yet. It will be done Monday. Sorry, the notes came in a bit late. Okay, yeah, that's fine. No problem. No problem. I'll expect it Monday then. I'll expect it Monday then. That's my fault. I'll expect it Monday then. Have a good weekend. Because I was about to say he should try and upload it, but it's about to be 12 p.m. his time. Not 12 p.m., 12 in the morning. 12 a.m. So it's fine. Because that is my own fault. I didn't get the notes to him in time. I was busy, right? But yeah, so Umbrage the Reaper. After each battle this card takes place and during this wave, reset its attack value to its original attack. That's what the card is known for. There was a secondary part of that ability that said this card is able to attack once every battle phase, which has now been removed, right? So rather than, because initially that just means it can clear through everything. So if you summon Umbrage and one other card in the assault zone, that second card in the assault zone has a guaranteed direct attack, because Umbrage will just destroy whatever's in the counter zone, destroy whatever's in the defense zone, and then you can go in for that damage, which you don't want to happen. So I took away that secondary ability. Catastrophe during the battle phase, after another card on the field with this was also changed. Before this was buffed, so Carnage was nerfed, Catastrophe was buffed. During the battle phase, after another card on the field concludes an attack, you can target that card, break its chain of momentum. Before, the card had to have equal or less attack than Umbrage, but it's just like, okay, what's the point of that requirement? It's got 300 attack, that's most cards anyway, and it just made the card longer. Yo, Neoshock, what's good? We are looking to start. If you're available to kick up TTS, I'd love to hop on, do Wandering versus Reapers, and take it from there. Ruin, if this card is destroyed by a card effect, you can okay, yeah, no, that Ruin is exactly the same. Imagine not being a gremlin and not staying up to 3 a.m. with work at 8. See, you know the thing, I've been doing that, and I've been showing up late to or missing work, and I've decided that that's not good for my employment. So as much as I enjoyed the nightlife, well, I say nightlife, I sit at my computer and I work, but it's not balancing out the way it needs to. So those are the changes to Umbrage that got made. All of these are ID card texts. Yeah, these are all ID card texts. So no actual like stat values got changed, just the abilities. Grimace got changed. Can activate the event to the end of the declaration phase, blah blah blah, target card on this field. Nope, that's the same. If this card is destroyed, but okay, so yeah, Echo of Morning does the exact same thing, but instead of removing itself from the game, it activates from the graveyard. Alright? It activates from the graveyard. It just was less complicated. I've been trying to uncomplicate the wording of the game. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. They saw me working on stuff at school. They weren't mad about it, but it's just like, hey, like, what's going on? I was invigilating for a kid, so it's fine. Right. So this is. I'm trying to simplify the game text as much as possible, right? I want a lay individual to pass by and read a card and be able to understand what it does. So if this card is destroyed by battle, you can activate this effect from the graveyard. Return this card to the field during the end phase and place it in your counter zone. When it battles after the resolution of this effect, apply its defense for damage calculation. This effect can only be activated once per contest. Before, it was like, when this card is destroyed, remove it from play. At the end phase of the turn, add it back onto the board, put it in the counter zone when it like it was too much. So I just tried to condense it. You're in TTS? Okay, beautiful. So Grimace is effectively the same. No real, so we can play this regularly. Umbrage, the change to Carnage is easy enough. And Catastrophe does the exact same thing basically, because again, no one had enough tack to be immune. After each battle this card takes place and during this wave, the only thing about this is that it can't do it it doesn't attack during every battle phase. I just want to see if we actually need to write. I don't think the changes to the cards need to be updated. Reaper Sickle got updated as well. Reaper Sickle. Once per wave, you can target one Reaper Avatar on the field. Increase your original attack. This was just changed to say original attack, so that's fine. Because that's a specific thing. Again, I don't want there to be too many specific things, but that's a specific thing. Original attack and current attack are two different things. And Chronos the Reaper, I think, got the biggest change. Chronos had an entire ability changed, right? Destroy one Reaper Avatar you control. The first time a Reaper Avatar's chain of momentum would be broken this turn, it is not broken. That's exactly the same. Prophecy Denier is what got changed. Break the chain of momentum of an attacking Reaper Avatar you control, and if you do, swap this card's current attack and defense, so it's meant to be comboed with Umbrage. This can be an offensive card or a defensive card, depending on how you want to play. Right? Were any of the runes changed? No. I don't believe any of the runes were changed. Nope, that's all for asylums. Yeah, no. The runes are the same. Runes are the same. Like I said, it's a very minor change. So the only thing, so effectively, in effect, the only things that are different are Umbrage can't attack during each battle phase. The Prophecy Denier ability was changed because it was useless before. And that is it. We can basically play the deck as is and see what it's like, just knowing what we know, right? So I think that won't be that shouldn't be too difficult to keep track of, I'm hoping. And I just want to see what it feels like. So you want to make the game foolproof and simple at the same time. It's hard. Look at Yu-Gi-Oh! Simple at start, but ton of erratas and card bans later on. Exactly. But see, here's the thing. It's difficult to do, I know, right? But at the same time, it's necessary, because if a game is too complicated, then sitting down with the design team has been enlightening, because they highlighted a very key thing, which is if there's a new card game on the market and it's too complicated for your average person to understand, your average person probably won't pick it up, right? It'll be too difficult. If they have no specific reason to try it, they probably won't. Now, that should be okay because you have veteran card game players, but veteran card game players already have a TCG that they're into, right? Your TCG has to have something boom like crazy to make them fully drop their TCG and pick yours up. Now, I'm hoping that our TCG does have that wow factor, which is why we're still leaning on the side of complex, but I do want to simplify things wherever we can, just to make it more inviting to pick up new card game players. Like Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap didn't really scoop up players from other card games, right? I mean, it did, obviously, but Marvel Snap, and we're never going to be as simple as Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap is literally, like, it's so simple. And that's not a bad thing. It works to its strength, but it was able to pick up so many non-card game players. Most people who play Marvel Snap wouldn't consider themselves card game players. They wouldn't then go and play like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Led or Runeterra or whatever card game it is. You know what I mean? But that's why, I mean, they got mobile game of the year after being out for like a month and a half, right? And I want that. Obviously, just based on how this game has been created, and I don't think I would want this game to be as simple as Marvel Snap. I just want to try and simplify our language to not be as that was loud, to not be as Yu-Gi-Oh! You get me, right? But yeah, that's it, right? I know it's necessary. Yeah, it's just one of the frustrating things in game design. You need the depth of a well, but keep the complexity from being as wide as lake. Exactly, right? Something that I noticed when I played, and it's the funniest thing. It's Pokemon. I've been getting into competitive Pokemon a little bit, Just because it's just been the wave lately. It's been the vibe. And what is insane about Pokemon is that as a surface level game, it's so basic and fun. And the type matchups is like, okay, yeah, obviously fire beats grass, and grass beats water, and water beats fire. But then when you actually get into it, the 18 types, EVs, IVs, abilities, hidden abilities, natures, friggin' priority moves, just everything, doubles, moves. It's the level of complexity you can. I have spent hours in recent time, just going into, and I need to invite Neoshock. That's an invite for you, friend. But yeah, so that's the goal, right? Is to have it be simple enough on the surface, like make it look like, yeah, if you want to just play it casually, you play it casual. But then if you want to get into it, you can, right? And that's the way. That's the way. Wait, what? What is this? Naming ceremony, Friday 7 to 8. I think there's a naming ceremony for my cousin who was born. They've just told. I knew nothing about this. Okay, Neoshock is in. Let me hop into the chat because that's probably where you're at. Oh, and Zane's here too. Perfect. You love to see it.
Oh wait, mute the stream.
Okay, I'm in here too. How you guys doing?
Hello, Sol.
What's good?
Can I have a? I'm here to ask for promotion. I've been working hard. I need a promotion.
Of course. There you go.
I've been chilling here 40 minutes when you ignored me and was focused on your dogs.
I didn't realize that you were in the chat. I apologize. Right? But yeah, no, that's where we're at. We'll figure out the docs later. It's fine. You never think about how deep mechanics really are until you actually sit down and think about it as it should be. Exactly, right? Inviting but deep. That's what we're going for. So, looking at it, I'd like us to do Wanderings versus Reapers. Let's get those generic runes here. I'll give you some too. Oh, never mind. I lied. Why can't I spawn these? Oh, there they are. Yeah. Yeah. And let me say this now. I fully expect Wanderings
To get obliterated.
Obliterated. I fully expect us to get absolutely destroyed, but that's the point. I want to see how much we get destroyed by, right? That's the golden question. Because if Reapers aren't that much stronger than Wanderings, then it's not that bad, right? Maybe we leave them alone for the time being. I don't expect that to be the case. I've already had to touch them a little bit, but fingers crossed, I guess. Right? Oh, and I can't tell you how excited I am about the Wandering subset nerfs. Like, looking at Wukong at 150 attack just feels right. It just feels right that he's at 150. So that is good. That is real good. Let's see here.
Okay, Sol?
Yes.
Do you remember, like, last week, Agrim mentioned an archetype that focuses on one card?
Yes.
Yeah, and I was there, and yeah, so I got it done.
Wait, what?
I mean, I made it. I had an idea, so I made it.
You made it?
Yeah. So
Okay.
you can look at it whenever. I can send you a link.
Okay, yeah, no,
Store it in the future ideas.
Okay, no, that's fine. Future ideas are always welcome, right? So this is that the genie idea or the deck centered around one card idea?
Center around one card.
Okay, all right, vibing.
He named it Double, the Blob.
Double the Blob.
I mean, Dao is Dao, so I
You know,
it was supposed to look like a blob, but I named it the Tyrannus cake.
You know what? Fair. Man. Now I'm and this is why testing is so, because if I'm building, I don't want to build a deck to counter Reapers. I want to build a deck that I would just build thinking that it was good, right?
I mean, you can try.
Because I mean, taking it from a player perspective, if I'm you said you can try.
Yeah, because if you try to build a deck that can withstand Reapers and you can't do it, then that's telling, isn't it not?
No, but then what I think that would be telling, of course. But I want to see what the difference is between a regular Reaper deck and a regular Wandering subset deck, right? Like if I'm playing on the ladder and I run up against a Reaper player, how adaptable are my tools? How outmatched do I feel? Obviously, it might just be a negative matchup, but then it shouldn't be based on the way the abilities of the game work. If I were to give this like a type triangle, it should be Wanderings beats Reapers, Reapers beats Forest Guard. Actually, that triangle doesn't work because there's 4 parts.
Yeah.
Forest Guard beats Ancient Beast, and Ancient Beast beats Wandering, was how I initially imagined it. Obviously, that's not how it's gone at all. But the whole idea about, because like in universe, the whole idea about, and it doesn't have to be this way, but why I expect the Wandering to be able to stand up to them is because of the Phoenix and because of Hui, where they can match the attack of the Reaper subset consistently. Now whether that will be enough is a whole different question, but we'll see, I guess.
I mean, when you say building it specifically, is there like any card that you would put in this that you wouldn't put in an average? Like, I'm pretty sure
I wouldn't usually put Hui in a deck that I was building. I don't like the card that much.
Always, the bias always exists.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if there's a card that you're like vehemently opposed to, but it would counter the Reapers, I'll say you don't need to add it. Okay. But if it's just a card that's like a decent card, but it's good against the Reapers, then I'll say like you should play it. Like, maybe don't play Hui, but play something like I don't know, bounce, something that can bounce or something.
Fuck that shit. Just do the decks knowing your matchups.
Sorry?
Right now, I would tell you to do decks knowing your matchups to counter each other as hard as you can.
I mean, if Soul doesn't want to use Hui, that's on him. But I'm coming for Wandering. That's all I'm saying.
But hold on. But with game testing, isn't it supposed to be a case of you take it from a player perspective, not like? Well, you know what? Fair enough. Because there's two ways of going about game testing. There's playing the matchup at like the most optimal level, and then like at the average player level.
But meta evolves. If players see that they can't win against Reapers, they will take cards to win against Reapers if Reapers are dominant. Right? I mean, and if you would take cards against Reapers because they are dominant and you still can't win, something is wrong.
But then if I were to take, what I'm trying to say is, if the gap gets closed because I've teched cards in that I wouldn't normally be playing, Reapers might be even further ahead than what we think they are, but we just don't know because we've teched cards in that help to counter them. So when you go against them at an average level, they just steamroll you completely, right? And then the game gets warped around Reapers, so everyone has to play the counters. Do you get what I mean? Like, you're also right, but that's what I mean. Like the two different approaches to managing, I guess, how the game develops. I say, yeah, let's go about it. If Wandering Avatar go, you don't have any targeting effects, do you?
I can target you and stop an attack. I think that's all I'm targeting.
And is that's on Umbrage, isn't it?
is on Umbridge and on Kronos, because they can also.
So the Kronos one was changed. It can only do it on Reaper avatar. So just remember that for your own personal use.
So it's me attacking you. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're so what Kronos now says is, and sorry, just try and keep track of it mentally. Kronos has 150 attack. And where's Kronos right now? Yeah, he's got 150 attack and 0 defense. For Prophecy Denier, if he breaks the chain of momentum for an attack,
he swaps.
Yeah, exactly. It swaps over. Because we had never used Prophecy Denier ability before, and I just didn't really like it, to be completely honest. So I feel like making it really a support monster where it can fit either assault or defense, depending on what you need, is better for is more in line with what I'm going for that card. All right.
One question.
Go for it.
Is Reaper's contract in this version of the game?
Reaper's contract. Yes, Reaper. What does Reaper's contract say again?
At the start of the wave, you can activate this target Reaper card on the field. Reduce your next gauge by its rank. Place the target card in another zone.
Yep. That's the attack boost where you pay your Nexus gauge. Yeah.
No, this allows you to move it. You pay you pay its rank into your Nexus gauge, and you can place it wherever you want.
So which one am I? Oh, I'm thinking of Death's Embrace. Okay, yeah, no, but Reaper's contract is in the game. It is.
Okay, cool.
Right.
I guess that goes kind of well with Kronos, I guess.
Yeah,
he swaps.
That's the idea behind it, right? Where it's like, okay, he can be offensive or defensive, but because Reapers aren't like about spatial manipulation, there's a cost attached. You Monster Man, at least for a few months to get a new job and advance your it's gotten really far, Black. It's good to see you, bro. It's been a minute. I stopped streaming for a while, so I got a job myself, teaching and whatnot. But yeah, we vibing. Gonna send you what I made in DMs. Don't show it on stream. You can show the thing on stream, but don't show DMs. Oh, sorry. You probably don't want DMs to be shown. My bad. Okay, no problem. I'll take a look at it on my phone. No problem. Thank you, Sancho. But yeah, no. So that is in the current build. Thinking about it, Reapers are okay. The more I actually, because the Reaper monsters are what I mainly looked at when touching things. The runes are the same, but because the runes all have costs attached to them, I didn't really think that they were too strong. But I'm very excited to see how they go and what they do. Don't need this. Ooh. See, because this card is such a good counter to Umbridge. Freeze. Target a card you control. If that card is destroyed by battle this turn, isolate the card that destroyed it. So it would completely counter Umbridge's ability for one turn. And I would almost never put that in a deck that I'm playing.
Wait, what part of that specifically counters Umbridge?
Well, counters is a strong word. It doesn't delete Umbridge off the field. It just nullifies its ability for a turn effectively.
I thought you said it can only attack once. So getting isolated after you attack, isn't that the same?
The idea of Umbridge is you attack, but then you destroy everything in front of you. So if I've got 3 cards in my defensive zone and you attack one of them, you're destroying all 3. Right? But this
because of the chain of momentum.
Exactly. So this card says isolate the card after it destroys the first card, meaning that it wouldn't get to destroy the other 2. You get what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I understand that.
It's like,
but it doesn't specifically stop Umbridge. It stops the chain of momentum.
So it stops Umbridge. I mean, if you have another card to reignite Umbridge,
it's not counter to Umbridge. It's just generally a card that stops chain of momentum.
Yeah,
but no matter what you're against.
I get what you mean. Like, it's a general chain of momentum counter, but it acts as a direct counter to what Umbridge does with the chain of momentum, right?
Yeah. as well as other cards.
Yeah. So I'm not seeing. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say is that I'm don't see how like Umbridge is specifically using the chain of momentum in any different way than any other card.
Well, no, Umbridge is a lot more dangerous with the chain of momentum because his attack gets reset. Like other cards, the chain of momentum is mostly there to avoid cards just getting to like destroy one card and then cheap out and hide on the board, right? The chain of momentum usually forces you to destroy your own cards. So letting your opponent resolve their chain of momentum usually isn't a bad thing for you. But because Umbridge resets its attack every single time, well, it's guaranteed to destroy everything you control, which is why this counters Umbridge. Obviously, it counters anything that uses a chain of momentum, like Zane said, but it acts as a specific counter to Umbridge because Umbridge's ability extends the utility of its chain of momentum, and this stops it. So if you activate Carnage, for example, and I activate this, I've basically negated your effect. Does that make sense?
I could see that, yeah.
Right? Like, I don't see myself... I wouldn't normally play a card like this because, like we said, when a card usually follows through with its chain of momentum, it gets weakened, so it's like, okay, well, I don't need to stop you because you're going to destroy yourself. But with Umbridge, you should stop him because he's not going to destroy himself. He's going to keep destroying you. So I wouldn't normally play this card, but I feel like it makes sense to play if I'm going up against Reapers.
Yeah, I could see that.
Right? I mean, I'm still not going to, but, you know.
I mean, yeah, that seems like a trash ass card. Like, play like I don't know, something else. Diversion.
See, here's the
Heartstopper.
Diversion wouldn't stop you because Diversion. Am I thinking which one is Diversion? I was thinking. No, I'm thinking the Smoke Grenade. Diversion. Diversion also wouldn't help me stop you. None of the other generic runes stop you. Because yeah. Smoke Grenade, you would just target the other card first. So this card, I think Freeze would be good if I'm playing a really defensive deck where I've got like 3 cards in my defense zone and I don't want them all taken out. Or if I've got 2 cards in my defense zone, Umbridge would destroy both and then you would attack directly. I can make it so that I don't get attacked directly that turn. But generally speaking, it doesn't fit into the kind of strategy that I would employ. So... Journey's End, probably gonna need that. There's something about this one, definitely gonna need that. Wait, am I stupid? Is Spear supposed to be here still? Oh no, it is. Okay, cool, that's fine. In that case, normally I wouldn't put that in my opening hand, but knowing the matchup, absolutely. And that makes 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I really like mind mapping. Oh. Okay, so I've seen what Santio sent. It's on my phone. I was thinking you put like tips on the bottom black part. That's an interesting idea, actually. That's a really interesting idea. Hold on. Let me reopen the app and see. I don't... So what Santio has proposed, and it's a good shout as well, is that you would take this. He added a symbol to the top, and then you would take this black space underneath and just be like tip and give some information about the game, which is a good idea. I just don't know how I feel about the space being black. Like, you could have art there and still include tips.
I'm pretty sure that's just like a way to like represent it to you, because he's not gonna like, he probably doesn't have access to the art and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's, of course it's just meant to be like an example piece.
You can move the art up and make more place for tips.
Ooh. We never talked about moving the art up. Hold on.
You can use bigger letters, make it readable actually.
Right.
And now we need to come out with like 15 tips for players.
Man. So if I upload.
So, wait, so Ward is just meant to be something to, I guess, make your opponent no one. But he's a support card, and he wants to be destroyed in the Nexus.
Yeah, you have multiple cards that say destroy a Reaper card you control.
Yeah, I guess that's true. So he can blow himself up.
Yeah.
He's just here to die. It's fine.
Yeah, basically.
I hope that skill is named Allah Akbar.
Hey. Yeah, maybe.
Don't demonetize us.
You guys, this has gotten a very good chain of thought going, right? You out here looking dapper. Hey, thank you very, very much. I've been trying to get more into that suit vibe, you know.
Wait, how did your tests go?
Which test?
I remember you saying like on Tuesday you had to mark some stuff.
Oh, yeah, I'm not the one who did that. I thought when you said test, I was like, wait, did I do a test? Yeah, no. We had a parents' night on Tuesday, and then also some marking that they had us do, and it was fine. No biggie really. Just standard standard teacher stuff, which you wouldn't think I'd be doing because I'm technically still not a teacher yet. But hey, I guess I should just accept it.
Did they get good grades? Did anyone like fail like spectacularly?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely some kids failed, and I shouldn't be laughing because it's not good. But some kids did really well. Like there's this girl that I teach. I'm obviously not going to say her name for like confidentially and all that, but she is such an impressive
that's
student.
obvious.
She's smarter than me. She's like, I'm not even. She comes for like when I do extra lessons. She comes to them, and I'm like, you could be teaching the lesson yourself, and she's out here trying to learn. Like it is astounding to me that she is so studious, right?
Oh, so wait. So how would I don't know if this. So is God of Harvest still the same?
God of the Harvest, yes. God of the Harvest is the same.
So how would that work with freeze? So it becomes isolated, but this stops the chain of momentum from being broken.
Yes, but the status effect overwrites that. So even if you restarted the chain of momentum, because it's isolated, it wouldn't be able to attack. So you could you could activate the effect, and it would resolve, but it wouldn't do anything.
Okay.
I mean, it would let you continue to attack if you chain a cleanse to it.
Well, yeah, if you chain a cleanse, then you could just keep on attacking after that. Yes, because that would get rid of isolation.
That's not possible in current build.
Wait, I remember something like if you activate an effect or something, like during like the chain of momentum thing, it can break or something, or is that?
I'm sorry.
Am I misremembering? If you activate an effect or something like while a chain of momentum is happening, it might break or something?
No. If the card that you're attacking leaves the field or gets moved somewhere else, that breaks a chain of momentum.
Okay, activating effects doesn't do anything to it. Okay.
No, it shouldn't, unless the effect specifically says that the chain gets broken, of course. But other than that, no, activating effects doesn't do anything. Right?
Since this doesn't do anything, so since effects like this doesn't really have like anything with attack modulation, they wouldn't be activatable in the battle step, would they?
Which ability?
Unless they're forced.
Cronus or like on Cronus, both his effects they don't really have.
The first time I read Avatar Chain of Momentum, we broken this turn. It is not broken. Actually, yeah, technically speaking, God of the Harvest wouldn't be activatable in the battle phase because it can be activated. It doesn't force you to activate it during the battle phase. That's an interesting one. So effects that affect the battle phase without influencing attack or defense, that makes the interpretation a lot wider. I think it's simpler to just be stingy. I know it would make sense for this to be activatable during the battle phase, but I want to be as stingy with that as possible and leave it to just attack defense manipulation.
You wanted the game clarity. That's why you need to use it at the end of movement phase, so your opponent knows
exactly
what to expect.
Right? I think that makes it a lot more transparent. So it's like, okay, I have to break the chain twice just in case anything happens. Yeah, I think that's a lot better. So yeah, you do have to activate that before the battle phase. Good catch. Also, this is the first time I'm really looking at the Reaper cards in game. They look clean. Hey yo, Lumiere did this up. This hound is terrifying. I love Cronus. Okay, yeah, no, I'm happy with this.
Yeah, so this is what else? So prophecy also be activated during the battle step because it's the same, similar to
destroy.
This was the one that's changed. So this was changed, so you have to look at the dock.
Right.
It swaps current attack and death, so it can be activated because it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that is activatable. Let's get rid of Underdog because I'm not using it. Probably not using this. Definitely no.
Was Malice changed?
Malice does the wording was changed, but it does the exact same thing. Instead of getting removed from play, it goes to the graveyard, but the effect overall is the same.
Activated.
Yeah, so just to make sure, so just like go to graveyard and the card was linked to gets destroyed as well?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
What does Umbrage say? Actually, hold on. After each battle, this card takes place, and during this wave, reset its attack value to its original attack. Jesus Christ! I was about to be like, oh, hey, maybe Assault Thief could be interesting because it would change its original attack. But then, oh wait, hold on. Take a step back. If Umbrage's original attack gets reduced, when Carnage resets it, does it reset to its original attack or its current original attack? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because like, if the original attack gets moved, which one does the card reset it?
Current original. That's why we have things that move original attack. So that's something to original attack. Okay.
You rewrote the original attack.
Oh my! But that means Assault Thief just completely ruins Umbrage. It just ruins it.
I mean, that sounds like you need to reevaluate Assault Thief.
No. I feel like it's good, but because this one card could take Reapers from being one of the best decks to quite literally being the worst. Because
I mean, it's up to you.
That is crazy. No, but then that means anything that manipulates original attack destroys Umbrage. Because bearing in mind, Forest Guard has Kalpa Banyan. Kalpa Banyan swaps Umbrage. Boom! It's got 100 original attack for the rest of the game.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I absolutely. You know what? I was scared for a second, but no, I love that. I absolutely love that. Okay, cool. So. That's going in the opening hand for sure. Yeah. I was trying to come up with this whole convoluted strategy, like, okay, I can use Zodiac Spear and combine that with Zodiac Barrier, use 2 runes in 1 turn to negate Umbrage's effect, and then no, just Assault Thief. Easy. Done.
You know what? I would love for you to set up that whole combo and for Neo to not summon Umbridge.
Yeah, exactly. That would be lit.
Well, no, I would
You
wait.
saw-
I would wait till it was on the field to do all that. Of course, come on. I made the game. I'm not that bad. I'm not that bad at the game.
Are you sure?
guys.
Okay, whatever you say.
Oh my days. Okay. I don't need. See, all this thinking I was doing. I don't need smoke grenade. I don't need freeze. I don't need Heartstopper or this, or this. Maybe this. Maybe this. Not this. Okay, this is interesting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm guessing you also simplified Echo of Montage?
Echo of Morning.
Morning. Okay.
I attempted to. I'm gonna have a clean go through of all the cards and just try and make them simpler. But yes, Echo of Morning was simplified in the dock because it had a lot of moving parts.
This card is destroyed by battle. You can activate this effect from the graveyard. Return. Why do you need a clause from the graveyard?
Just so not all cards can activate their effects from the graveyard, so cards that can activate from the graveyard say so. Like, for example, you don't have to activate that effect while it's on the field. That effect activates after it's been destroyed from the graveyard. You get what I mean?
I mean, if a card is destroyed, can it be anywhere other than the graveyard?
Yes. If I destroy a card, and then let's say there's a card in play that, like, I don't know, removes destroyed cards from play or sends them back to the hand or anything like that, then this wouldn't be activatable. But if it doesn't specify, then someone would think that it is activatable.
Okay, I can agree now that this is necessary.
Yeah.
Wait, so am I misinterpreting Scythe? So it says like once per wave. So wave is like the whole thing, right? So movement, all of battle, that's just a wave.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So it's basically another way of saying once per turn.
Yeah, exactly. Now, something that I'm actually very curious about, because I'm trying to mind map a Reaper game, you're going to have a lot of stuff in the Nexus. I guess you can only put one card in the Nexus per turn, but your Nexus becomes very dangerous very quickly. Because if you get Scythe in there, then I'm screwed.
Because also, what's the point of saying once per wave? Because isn't every effect basically already once per wave?
What if there is a second wave during the same turn because effect apply? Like that is
Wow.
Then that's a different wave. It's a second wave, bro.
Yeah, wait, hold on. He might have a point, actually. I think he has a point. Because once per wave, you can target one Reaper. I mean, I hate you. Okay.
I mean, once. Okay, so my question is, if this is once per wave, can I use it during declaration phase, before the wave start?
No.
Wave, literally, your own question, bro. Wave hasn't started yet, though.
Yeah.
You can't activate before wave start because the wave hasn't started.
Okay, so that's why there's once per wave, and not once per turn or nothing, because that would imply I can use it during declaration.
Oh well, yeah, no, there's that for sure, right? That's part.
Then you could say during the wave, like a lot of cards say during the wave.
I mean, this is just wording complexity.
But I would say like the
wave start, etc.
The most consistent thing that we've done is say like during the wave, or like most cards that you only want to add during the wave.
I think
say during the wave.
Unless there's a specific reason why it needs to say once per wave, I actually think he has a point. I know that these cards used to have a thing where when they activated their effects, they would go back to the hand. And I think in a situation where you got it back to the hand and replayed it, maybe there would be a way that you could do it again. I don't know if that wasn't possible before, but maybe that's what that was for. But as it currently is, It's saying once per wave doesn't do anything. Let's say you get a card that copies the ability of a card you control. I mean, even that is so niche. Why would we need to lock this to being once per wave? Like a harder lock than every other card that is only a once per turn. Because these effects aren't that insane. I mean, maybe Call of the Immortal if you find a way to copy it, but we don't have any copying cards for this deck, and if we get any, we can just errata it. Yeah, no, I think Neoshock has a point. It doesn't need to say once per wave.
Just during the wave.
Yeah, during the wave. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't even say during the wave. Even if you did this at declaration phase, it doesn't change anything, right? If you did it at the end of the declaration phase, what's the big difference? Right? All the cards are played. If anything, it would be a disadvantage to you to use it that early, because then your opponent will play with the knowledge that that boost has happened. Or is there a disadvantage that I'm not seeing?
So it's that once per wave is completely unnecessary.
Yeah. So Neoshock, really good catch.
Target one Reaper avatar on the field.
Yeah.
At the end.
Yeah. Good catch.
And I think I saw. Yeah, the sight and the sickle both have one wave clause.
Remove the once per wave clause on sight and sickle. Great catch, man. All right, cool. Yeah, that's simplifying card text. Yeah, it just makes it easier for people to read. Every time my commissions are done, you love to see it. Wouldn't once per wave signify the same effect can be activated multiple times in the same wave? Yes, it would, but every effect is once per turn. I think when I wrote the ability, I was thinking of it because continuous effects would need to maybe specify that something only happens once or something like that. I don't know, but no, every effect is once per turn anyway. So yeah, like in Yu-Gi-Oh, cards have to specify that they're once per turn, but not in this game because everything is once per turn. So yeah.
And every card is only one copy of in your draw and deck. So
yeah, and it's all
there's
one.
No need to specify hard ones because only one card exists.
Yeah. No soft ones for turn. Everything's just hard.
I see what you're trying to do, and I hate you for it.
What are you talking about?
Technically everything is soft ones per turn because if you manage to bounce your card and replay it, it's considered a different card.
Yeah, if you manage to bounce it and replay it during the same turn, you have to play it as well.
Yeah,
bounce it and play it.
Yeah, but no, all things considered, I don't think I need Hui.
And you also have an effect lock of only 6 per turn, so even if you bounce it, it might be over your 6 effects limit.
We can delete this. Okay, I think I'm ready. I'm not ready. I lied. That was stupid. God. I'm literally one card short and I just deleted the stack. Okay. Alright.
So we have 5 in the opening, 2 in the side. So I need 3 runes. Okay.
You know what I just realized is a strat? What if you just don't put 5 cards in your resource deck to guarantee you get what you want early? The only thing that's mandatory is 5 cards in the starting hand and 5 cards in the rune deck. So what if, to increase consistency, you only played 3 cards in the resource deck to guarantee you got what you wanted? It gives you less room for synergy, but it guarantees your draws.
And less fuel for the longer the game.
Well, that too. You have less fuel, so I guess there is a trade-off for that. There's a definite trade-off, right? I just realized that that's an interesting strategy. I was like, I've only got 4 cards, but there's nothing else that I actually want in this deck. So I think I might stay at 4, actually. I'm probably.
I mean, you can test it.
Yeah, let's test that out. Let's test that out. Right. Shuffle. Flip. Where's the flip button? Although the Wandering subset does get to draw 1 extra card.
So is the consistency worth the fuel?
Okay. Oh wait, this is over here. I did have 5 cards. Never mind. I'm stupid. Okay.
I just love how every time Sol realizes.
Listen, you have to be a man has to be able to admit his faults. All right, it just is what it is. Okay, I'm thinking like AA Zeus. Oh yeah, what is? Oh, people just call Zeus Zeus. I was about to be like, did we used to call Zeus AA Zeus? No, just Zeus. Where
yeah, he's always had the battery.
Oh my days, I hate you. Right. But yeah, no, that is solid. I think I've got. But yeah, Assault Thief is such a good counter. Although the counterplay that you have to Assault Thief is
dodge him, duck him, weave.
I was going to say sickle, but that too. How would you dodge Assault Thief though?
Let's see. I could
just
tribute it.
Tribute what?
I could destroy it and bring it back with another guy. I think one of these guys bring back.
I'm pretty sure you can only bring back your runes.
Call of the Dead. Pretty sure brings back.
Call of the Dead. Oh shoot! Yeah, return a Reaper or Asylum Avatar that was destroyed this turn from your graveyard to your hand. You do not draw a card during the next draw phase. I mean, yeah, I guess that is a way to get it back. So it's not necessarily counterplay, but you can return the cards at the end of the day, which is good, right?
Yeah. So you like target Assault Thief. I use one of my effects that tribute. Does it tribute or does it destroy? I'm pretty sure it destroys. Yeah, destroy one Reaper avatar you control. And just...
That's clever.
So if clever. I think that you're gonna Assault Thief me, I'm just gonna slap in Call of the Dead. Be like, okay, let's see who plays their hand first.
That's really cool. That's really cool. That's really cool. You gotta dodge Assault Thief by having a Pepper Giver. What's a Pepper Giver? I feel like I should know what that means.
I don't think anyone does, to be honest.
Okay, fair.
Like, what the heck?
But yeah, I'm just trying to imagine as best I can how these matchups go. Now, I want to walk into this with the knowledge that the Reapers
You're not getting clapped.
Oh no, I'm probably getting clapped. But that being said, the Reapers will most likely so the Wandering subset, in my opinion, still needs work. Which means the Reapers I'm looking for things that feel unfair. But if it feels fair all around, then I guess that won't really matter. Because yeah, just the base level power of the game was brought down by a little bit. Like the ancient beasts are all 150 attack and defense instead of 200. With the hope that they use their runes to sort of boost their strength. Instead of just being a guaranteed KO on one card. Now again, we'll see how that plays out. Because before, they were able to sort of hang in there with the stronger versions of other decks. Now that things are weaker, now that things are getting weaker, it just seems natural that they come down by a little bit to meet that. And then if they ever need a buff, we can just give them the 50 attack back, because that's such a simple change. I think their abilities were fine. It was just that attack value that came down. But the dog is staying down regardless, because the rank 1 cards have all sort of just been adjusted to be somewhere between 0 and 150. That one was the only outlier.
Yeah.
Or it was just a free 200 body on the field. Okay, that wasn't. I shouldn't have laughed, but that did make me chuckle. Assault Thief, as in Assault Thief. So salt and pepper.
Okay. Yeah. Assault Thief.
So having a Pepper Giver. That was okay. Fair enough. That was a dad joke, but it made me laugh, so I'll give it to you. Right.
Geartom proud father confirmed.
Right.
And I wonder how turn 1 is gonna go.
I think turn 1 is going to be so important. Runes are so scary to play, bro.
Yeah.
Like them being a finite, and I love what that does to the game. It makes every turn feel very like wow, but also it's scary.
Especially now that I've told you my plan for Soul Thief. You're gonna be like, ooh, do I play a Soul Thief as soon as I see Umbridge next turn?
True,
Do I
right?
wait a turn
Exactly.
to bait out
And
his counter to my counter?
no, but I don't mind that because, like what Zane said, that would eventually become the developed metagame. Like what you suggested, I think is a perfect metagame like strat of you kind of just have to time when you pop your Umbridge. And even actually, no, you don't, Neo, because let's say I Assault Thief you, I have to destroy you that turn. But if Umbridge is on the offensive, i.e. it's the first turn you summoned him, you don't have to attack, and Umbridge will always be on the offensive. So if I choose to Assault Thief you the very first turn, cool, just don't attack, you don't get destroyed. Then on the next turn, play the card, you're forced to attack, you know you're getting destroyed. So in reality, there's no gamble for you. You just always play it on the turn after you summon Umbridge.
Oh yeah, because we got rid of the recall mechanic, so everything that gets brought back is brought back fresh.
Yeah, exactly. So if I nerfed your original attack, then on the next turn, either you swing and destroy yourself, or you use an effect to destroy yourself, get Umbridge back guaranteed. So Umbridge has a guaranteed counter to that. It just costs you an extra 200 points of your Nexus gauge, and it costs you 1 draw phase.
Yeah.
Which I think is fair enough. That's a big investment. Right? Yeah, I have got, I think, a turn 1 play figured out. And we'll see how it goes. It's a different kind of turn 1 play than what I would normally go for from the Wandering subset. It's different from what you tend to go for as well. And I kind of just want to see, honestly, if this kind of play style works for them. Because in theory it should be good, but I have no way of knowing. It's sort of a way that I'm hoping to, like, you know what, let me just say it, because again, it's about testing. I want to hear what you guys' thoughts are. So what I'm considering doing, it makes sense.
I mean, I'm ready. So just explain as we go, because I'm ready to go.
Okay, all right. In that case, put the cards on the field. I'll explain it as soon as we start the turn. All right. Heads or tails?
Heads.
God damn it. Okay. All right. Well, that, to be honest, whether you went first or second, it wouldn't have changed my plan. So I'm assuming I'm going first.
Yeah.
Okay. I reveal the Wandering Ifrit in the Nexus.
I reveal Sickle in the Nexus.
All right. I reveal Boss Guardian for the defense zone.
I reveal Cronus in the assault.
Okay. And I reveal... Yeah, I'm gonna stick with my guns. Homeboy in the assault zone. Twersion.
Grimace in the defense.
Ah, I like it. Okay, cool.
So I have 2 runes. You have none.
Oh Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No runes on my end. Okay. Are we ready to go?
Let's see. So Malice is at the start of the wave when this is placed.
Okay. Yeah. United with effect at the end of the declaration phase. Yeah. If either. So, which card do you want to target with Malice?
So wait, I want to confirm. So Malice, does it stop me from attacking you directly the turn it activates?
No.
Because I remember like one of those things having a restriction or something.
Grimace.
No. Not that I...
I mean, if it doesn't, it's fine.
Right?
Okay, so...
Because...
What effect? What question?
So Grimace's Malice. So, for example, my plan is for Soul to come up I malice onto a Boss Guardian.
Right.
So since Soul has more attack than
I'm gonna
Kronos, Soul will attack me. Both Grimace and Torsion will be destroyed, and Boss Guardian will be destroyed, allowing me to attack directly with Kronos.
Oh, Santio, take care. Goodbye, friend. So that you make a very good point. Where should that be allowed? Because already looking at the state of the board, let's say you went with Umbridge instead of Rockboy.
Yeah, that's 3,000. No, because if I had more attack, then I would attack first.
Yeah.
True, actually. Okay, yeah. So the strategy only works if you use a weaker card.
I have less.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'll open the floor. What do you think? Because that means that once you've activated this, I know that I can't attack you with Twersion. But the turnaround to that is if you choose to attack with this. Yeah, so it kind of lets you stall a turn, but it's even, I think. So I think that's okay.
It's even.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with it either way. I just wanted to like make sure.
Yeah.
That I wasn't like gonna do anything that was already addressed or anything.
Nah. We good. All right, so
yeah. I target Boss Guardian with Malice then.
All right, sounds good. Let's move on to wave start. Anything to declare?
No.
All right, movement phase 1. Let's get her done. I head up. No battles, so we move to movement phase 2. Battle phase, obviously, I make the choice to not attack into Grimace because death. Do you attack?
Yeah, so I'm gonna clearly choose the incorrect move and attack. I'm gonna open up my. I just saw you coming up, and I'm just like, let me just open the door for you, bro.
All right. So we leave it. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, end phase. What were the runes? You went all in this turn. I was expecting like.
Oh yeah, wait.
Crazy.
So I actually did this. So this was meant to be. So I was going to use exchange to discard Assault Thief.
Why?
But I put down Assault Thief.
Why?
Because I want to draw my cards.
Just put the card in your hand instead of putting these two in your hand.
I had filler, so I was like,
oh, okay.
Might as well.
I mean, you know what? Fair enough, I guess.
Because I was in your position. I was in your position. I was like, I have, I have 2 cards I won. I need to add 3 cards, so I just added DC. But this was definitely meant to be in my hand.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm
so I just discard that,
okay.
and then
you just draw. Yeah.
Draw a card.
Yeah, because I mean, the less convoluted version of that is if you have filler, you could just have a smaller resource deck.
I mean, I still want I still want 5 cards.
But
in that way, I just get them quicker.
But so the thing is, what if your filler deck is all avatars and you want avatars and you traded 2 runes for an avatar?
Okay, no. That makes sense. That does make perfect sense. That's a strat. I'm here for it. Right? Because the 5 avatar limit, that makes perfect sense. All right, cool. So end of the turn. Turn 2. Let's draw.
Draw.
Okay. Oh, right. Also, our life points from last turn. I didn't do mine. I don't know if you did yours.
No. So I have Grimace 100. And some are 200.
Yep. Wait, huh? Oh, no, you lose. You scared me. I was like, wait a second, what? Okay, you lost 200. I lost 100.
I mean, if I lost 800 turn 1, then,
I would be confused.
You're doing something good, bro.
Technically, it's possible.
I mean, it was possible for Forest Guards like OTK before.
I mean, I guess.
I mean, it's possible for any deck. You just play 3 rank 3s in one turn and get something that costs life. I mean, okay, technically it will be hard to have 3 rank 3s in hand.
I mean, yeah. and you'll have to play 3 rank 3s. Your opponent not play any, and you can only place. So you can only place 2 cards in the assault. You need to find a way to get your 3rd rank 3 in there.
Oh, my head. My head.
Thinking is hard.
Wait, hold on, because there's a play and it's so cool. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna think it through with you guys. Now, at the start of the next turn, battle phase 1, I will be forced to attack into this guy, which means this guy will be destroyed, which means that you still get your guaranteed attack. So I have to play something in the defense zone, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, when that happens, Bound will activate. I will come back. This will come back to my hand, but this will go to the graveyard, enter your counter zone next turn. That's fine. Now, the things that I have to be aware of is that you will probably come with some attacking force this turn. Right?
Yeah.
Have to be aware of that fact. So, I'll full transparency, okay? Because even whether or not you know doesn't, well, I guess it changes the strategy a little bit, but I'm playing Ryu, right? Now I've got 2 options. I can play Ryu in the assault and then use Dragon Dance to move over to the defense and have boosted defense, putting me at 350. So even though this gets destroyed, this would also definitely get destroyed, but then I get worried about Ryu's survival, right? Or summon Ryu in the defense zone and switch with Tuertion to put myself in your defense zone. Tuertion only has 100 defense, but I've got Ifrit right here, which means that if I get attacked into, I can isolate the card attacking me, not to mention anything else I might summon for the turn. And it's just like, which is the most optimal play? I think the Dragon Dance play is the more optimal. I'm just considering the potential benefits of switch there. You get what I mean?
So if you play Ryu and switch, and then Ryu would destroy Grimace because he has a high attack.
Yes, that part would still stay the same.
But instead of having Ryu in your defensive and him getting destroyed, Toshin is destroyed and he goes back to your hand.
No. So what I'm thinking is switch these two. The battle phase happens. This is forced to attack. No, hold on, because since Ryu was summoned this turn, he wouldn't be forced to attack. So I don't have to destroy you, which means that the Boss Guardian would still be on the field. This would be forced to attack. He would probably attack Tuertion, destroy Tuertion. Tuertion comes back to my hand, and then he would be destroyed when he attacks into Boss Guardian, leaving me with the defender in my defense zone. And when you're forced to destroy Boss Guardian, this also gets destroyed. I'm starting to think switch actually might be the more optimal play. Zane, what do you think?
My counter to that is that you leave yourself open. So if you do that, you also need to play one more card because Cronus alone is clearing out your defense. So any offensive cards I play are getting a direct hit in this turn.
No. Wait, is he?
I mean...
No, wait, because, hold on. So, Ryu and Homeboy switch, right? If Kronos chooses to attack Boss Guardian at 150, they're both destroyed, right? Meaning that this is destroyed.
I would attack Tuertion first.
So you attack Tuertion first. Tuertion is destroyed. Then this would be destroyed attacking into Boss Guardian because it would have... Yeah, this would only have 50 attack left over. Tuertion has 100 defense.
I also have Sickle. Sickle boosts me by 100.
Oh, true. Okay, so I would be destroyed. My counter to that is Ifrit. I could yoink the card that's attacking.
Yeah, and I become void. So you'd have to. That's what I'm saying.
I'd have one body defending myself. I see your point. I mean, to be fair, that's all with just Ryu. I have 2 other cards I can summon this turn.
So that's what I'm saying. You'd have to play something else. That's what I was trying to say. Like,
Okay, excellent.
I wanted to say, sounds good if you play something in the counter, because you don't know how many cards Neo will summon in Assault.
True.
If you go to Assault,
yeah,
you might be cooked anyway.
No, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. It's just so interesting, right? It's interesting that, like, I have a strategy, but there's so much danger involved, and then that doesn't even begin to count to factor in, like, runes and stuff. But yeah, no, I'm
I mean, either play is like pretty good because you can potentially use Ifrit to protect Ryu, and if Ryu is bigger than Ryu, if you use Ryu and Dragonos to protect your defense, you're more likely to not take any damage.
Mm-hmm.
But you might lose Ryu, or you could put Ryu in the assault zone, and you probably won't lose Ryu, but you might take damage. So it depends. Do you want to risk taking damage, or do you want to risk losing Ryu?
I think. Well, we'll see, because
taking damage.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
I think taking damage is more optimal.
If you're gonna summon Ryu and pay 200, and he's only gonna give you how much defense value?
350. Because when I use Dragon Dance, he'll be boosted.
350.
Yeah, that's why it's kind of iffy, right? Actually, no, hold on. Dragon Dance.
I guess losing Ryu isn't that bad. That if he's at 350, that's value actually.
Right? Wait, because he's at 250 plus. No, is it 350 or 400? Did Dragon Dance get nerfed?
Dragon Dance 150.
Oh, it's 150. Okay, so yeah, it's 400 he'd be at. 250 plus 150, 400. Which seems
so. Wait, so is Ryu at 200 or 250?
Ryu is at 250.
He's 250, and Dragon Dance boosts him by 150.
So it goes to 400.
Question: does that seem absurd to go from? Because Dragon Dance isn't something that he can only do once. He switches between Dragon Dance and Kirin, so he goes assault, attack plus 150, defense. So basically, every turn, Ryu has the potential to generate an extra 150 attack.
Dragon Dance can only be activated at wave start.
Mm-hmm.
And
same with Kirin.
I mean, I don't see an issue with it at the moment. But if you think that's too high, then we can lower it down a bit.
We'll leave it for now. Because I'm just trying to temper. I'm trying to be cautious. You get me? But we can leave it for now. Because the idea with Ryu is that you use Kirin and Dragon Dance to swap between offensive and defensive each turn. But the caveat is that they don't add to its original attack, so it loses the boost at the end of the turn. So it's not a permanent buff, so he's still taking damage, just a little bit less each turn. Okay, so in that case,
this card becomes 150 card. If I hit you for 300, you have 0 defense, and you'll only be at 150 after swap, and you will die after that, right?
Wait, if you hit me with what?
Like, you have 400, I hit you for 250, you lose 150 at the end of the turn. Now you're at 0 defense, so the next time you use Dragon Dance, you're only at 150 defense, and that's easy to destroy.
You know what? Good point. Yep. That's fair enough.
We're ready to declare?
Sorry, I'm still thinking. Oh wait, I didn't see you put your cards down. I just assumed that you weren't ready.
Oh no. I'm ready. We were discussing.
Oh no, I hate this. I thought of another potential line of play. Oh, okay.
I mean,
do you guys mind if I run that one by you as well? Because again, I want to see what the most optimal play for a wandering player would be in this situation, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, all the players we've said, there's not really it just depends on the player.
Because
do you value Ryu? Do you value
because with
points?
With this next play, you wouldn't have to give up either. Journey's End. Mm-hmm. Activate this effect during movement phase 1 or movement phase 2. Target a wandering avatar you control. Place it in your assault, defense, or counter zone. Move this back to my assault zone. Movement phase 1 goes through, you're forced to destroy this, which means that this also gets destroyed, which means that whatever I also put in my assault zone this turn has a clear shot at your defense zone unless you play something else defensively.
Wait, so Journey's End, so it just swaps the position of
a wandering
Torsion
avatar. Yeah.
So you place Torsion from at my doorstep back at your house?
Yes.
So you place what? So this would have to attack that.
Yeah, so
this would destroy.
Yeah, so assume that I played Ryu and another card here. So I'd have 3 cards here moving up. Movement phase 1 would happen. You'd be forced to destroy this. This goes to the graveyard, which also destroys this card. Movement phase 2 happens, and I have 3 cards at your doorstep.
Yeah, I mean that seems like the better play.
Okay, so I think that is the optimal way of going about that turn. Again, I don't like that I just told you the entire strategy, but that's the point of playtesting, is to see like what you guys think is more.
I would say I believe Neo, because by moving, I put this here, and the stream being delayed by 15 seconds. No idea what you just discussed. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
okay,
so
fair.
It's pretty simple. It's just instead of him being forced to destroy my card and setting off malicious, he's removing his card and forcing me to activate malicious. So instead of me clearing his defense, I'm clearing my defense. Yeah. So it just reverses the situation.
Effectively, yeah. The only problem with that... Oh, God. I love this game. The problem with that strategy, because of course there's a problem with that strategy, is if I then play another card in my defensive zone and you choose to attack that card instead without destroying the Boss Guardian, that strategy falls apart.
Yeah, so you have to...
So I have to leave myself open to get a free shot at you.
Mm-hmm.
I love this game. Okay, cool. What to do? What was that sound? I don't know what my notifications are anymore. Oh, crowd control patrol. I don't know why I couldn't speak for a second. Thanks for the follow on Twitch. Now, let's see here. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking through all the potential options. There's a lot happening right now in my head. Okay.
I mean, yeah.
I could try that.
So yeah, so the risk of your final play is that you have to risk it all on Boss Guardian.
Basically.
You have to so the final play is the most risk reward.
Yeah.
You get to attack me, I get to attack you.
Exactly.
The second one is risk Ryu, and the first one is risk
sort of in the middle.
Risk a bit less of your Nexus gauge for potentially saving Ryu.
This game is fun. Okay, yeah, let's go. I'm enjoying this matchup. So far, I mean, it's literally only turn 2. I was about to say, so far things seem relatively even, but it's literally turn 2. So let's keep going. All right, I'm ready to declare. Heads or tails?
We won last round, so we'll swap it up. We'll go with tails. See how the other side's feeling.
All right. You've got to be kidding. Okay, good.
Okay, now
all right.
Should have stick with it.
Yeah, should have stuck with your guns. All right, so you go ahead and reveal first.
Okay. So you heard I've heard a lot about your plans, but you haven't heard a lot about mine.
I have not. No, I have not. All right. I reveal the Wandering Ryu in the Assault Zone.
So the big boys are coming to play. Okay.
It's like we both just knew we were going all out this turn. Scythe in the Nexus. I reveal Wukong in the Assault Zone. That is a rune.
Just 2 runes, yeah.
I bet. Wait, 2 runes, are you sure?
Okay, no. Yeah, Hound, yeah.
Hound.
Wait, how much attack does Hound? Oh, only 50, yeah.
Wait, hold on, but didn't you just put a card in the Nexus?
Oh, yeah, you can only place 1 in the Nexus. So, let's see, is Hound support type?
Hound
Yeah,
is
his
support. Yeah.
We'll put him in the actually no. We'll put him in the counter.
In the counter. Okay. All right.
Soak up an attack, because then he'll just get body slammed in the defensive zone.
Fair enough. Okay, in 2 runes, I reveal the Wandering Phoenix in the assault zone, and I have 3 runes.
3, damn,
Yeah.
Homies, we're going
prepared.
hard this time.
Yeah, this is it. All right, so that is minus 300 for me. I am at 600.
Oh yeah, minus 200. I only summoned 1 big guy.
Yeah. Okay, so wait, are we tied?
I'm at 600. How much are you?
Yeah, 600. So it even our summoning costs seem to have evened out a little bit.
I mean, we're all going pretty ham this turn after pretty tame. We all went like, okay.
Yeah, we just sort of felt each other out turn 1.
No, normally I would go like ham.
Yeah.
Summon my big guys turn 1, but let's see.
Strategize.
Soul's planning something, little sign.
No, your
and
turn
on
1
turn
was,
2.
yeah.
On turn 2, we decided to go ham, and it's like this is make or break.
No, your turn 1 was really good.
Whoever's up on this turn is gonna win.
Yeah.
I would say it looked like Neo was Soul's cooking. Let's see what he's cooking. And after 2 months, nah, Soul is not cooking.
Yeah,
Why was I afraid? What's going on?
Nah, I was always planning on going like tame, run, hard 2, and then Soul play like assault thief or something, turn 3, and then we just like make sure he knows what's up.
I bet. Let's do it. All right, so wave start. Anything to declare on your end?
So let's see. Yeah, seems fine. So I don't need to activate anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
I declare the activation of Monkey King, boosting Wukong and Ryu both by 50 attack. Wukong plus 50, Ryu plus 50. All right, so end of wave start. Anything you want to declare, or can we move to movement phase 1?
Yeah, we can. Let me just.
Cool.
Yes, I'll need to do this at the end of movement phase. Yeah.
Okay.
So
cool.
we can go to movement phase 1.
All right, movement phase 1. Anything to declare?
Yeah. I'll declare Siphon Sickle.
Okay.
So do you have anything to activate?
Wait, but who are you targeting?
So Call of the Immortal on Grimace.
Okay.
And we'll do the attack base. Where do we want this attack? Yeah, we'll place on Cronus.
Oh, okay. So 100 attack on Kronos and Call of the Immortal on Grimace. Sounds good. I respond with. So wait, hold on. Yeah, no, I don't respond with anything. Neoshock, what are you doing? Oh wait, no. I see what you've done. Okay, might be. Because I was about to say, if you have higher attack than me now, so when everything's being calculated, you would swing before me, but this is now protected, so that's fine. In that case, honestly, this is so much thinking. I might as well stick with my guns. it doesn't really make a difference at this stage. Thanks, Saul. Damn it. Okay, so you're at what? You're at 250. This can't be destroyed. Okay. Okay, yeah. Nothing to declare. Nothing to declare. We can move to battle phase 1.
We'll do Virtue of Thanatos.
Every other you control is remove every card currently inside of the Nexus. Damn! Damn! Damn!
Yeah, so that's why I shotgunned my effects.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, I'll put this here, and I'll put this. Actually, no. Hold on. What are your stat values? I'll put this here, and I'll put this here. Okay, where are you putting yours?
So they just bust out. So let's see the attack values. Yeah, we'll put them both in the assault.
Damn. Okay. Okay, I bet that was unexpected. I would not. Oh, you know what? That was actually a really good play. I've been thinking to myself, damn, this is a very niche use card. It's not usually going to be all that useful, but no, that's a really good play. I mean, it puts you at risk as well, mind you, but that's some damage for you this turn. Damn. Okay.
Yeah, actually, wait, because Underworld Contractor only works in the Nexus, so I would chain Underworld Contractor. Yeah, probably Phoenix is more useful.
What does Underworld Contractor say?
Is this one here?
Oh, thank you. Destroy this card. Target one, a rank 1 or 2 avatar on the Nexus. Destroy it. Okay, who are you targeting? Phoenix?
So let's see. So
I had these two on Nexus.
So it's actually, it was like, yeah, actually, in hindsight, yeah, there's no point in destroying them because I have to destroy myself as well.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, so it's fine. You can keep your bozos.
Okay. I mean, thanks, I guess.
Because I'm just gonna soak up a bigger hit by not destroying them.
You've already used Call of the Immortal, so you can't tank another hit. So yeah, that's a good shout for you. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. So battle phase 1, I am the big. No, we are.
Yeah,
tied.
You have.
Oh, no, I'm the
biggest. I have 250.
I have 300. Yeah, I have 300. So I attack into Reaper's Hound with Ryu, destroying that. That's fine.
Oh yeah, you're also bigger because you're at 300 because of Wukong.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ryu's at 300 right now.
Yeah, so remember when you said that I had more attacks, so I would attack first. But you would attack first because you have 300.
How? What? Who?
So Torsion has 300 attack. So you said that I have 250, so I would attack first, destroying I would destroy Iron Boss Garden and thing, but no, you would attack first and destroy.
Where did Torsion get the extra 100 attack?
Oh no, because it's Wukong staff's only 50. Yeah, I keep forgetting that.
Oh no. So Wukong staff wouldn't boost Torsion.
Is in everything in the
assault encounter zone. This is in your defense zone.
Oh, I assumed it's still like in the same like line.
No, that was the. Oh, bye. Have a good shift. Bye. All right. Love you too. All right. No, that was a very intentional wording thing because then that's like 50 attack to everything on the field, whereas if it's only in the zone, then it only boosts cards that are summoned on the same turn as it, which now that it only boosts by 50, maybe it can actually be like a wider buff, but I'm comfortable leaving it where it is. So yeah, no, Wukong doesn't boost Torsion in that situation.
Oh, okay. Right, I assumed it did.
Yeah, no, it's fine. But yeah, it's significantly weaker than it used to be. So yeah, Torsion takes out Homeboy. Not Torsion, Ryu. And then I'm just going to put it at -50 because by the time the turn ends, it'll be at -50. And then the next battle to take place is Kronos. So who does Kronos choose to attack?
Yeah, I can just clear I'll clear it. So I'll attack into. Oh shit! It has 100 defense. Hey, yo.
Yeah, he's eating. He's eating. If you swing, you're done, my guy. Done.
Yeah, I have to cook the whole field. Yeah.
All right.
I'll take the trade.
Okay, who are you swinging into first?
We'll swing into Ifrit. Otherwise, he can like try to change sides. I'm ready to switch sides.
Okay, yeah, I'm here for that. So you destroy me. You are set to 100 attack.
150.
Sorry, 150 attack. Your chain of momentum carries you into Boss Guardian. I activate the effect of the Wandering Phoenix. Tribute this card. Target one Wandering Avatar on the field. Targeted card cannot attack directly, but its attack or defense becomes equal to double its current attack or defense until the end of the turn. So I set the Boss Guardian to 300 defense.
I mean, I don't even have to destroy him. So if I don't destroy him, you destroy him for me. No, and then I still attack you.
You Call of the Immortal onto Grimace. So when I attack you, I will die, but you will live.
I mean, you also have Wukong.
Who says
I guess Wukong does. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Wukong doesn't have to attack.
Yeah. I'm not doing that.
So if I destroy him, Wukong could attack me directly. If I don't,
then we're all just hanging out, chilling, smiling at each other.
So I'm.
All right, what's the play?
And there's also runes to consider.
There are runes to consider. What are my runes again? Shit.
I'm not looking, so if you wanna look, you can look.
No,
my mouse is on the side.
I remember my runes.
Okay, cool.
I won't look at yours, so I won't look at yours. All right.
So, what am I up to?
Yeah, this is an interesting.
How am I feeling?
Yeah. I mean, this part isn't optional. This swing, because you've got the chain of momentum. Homeboy is dead. He died. He's deceased.
Yeah, so what I'm debating if I should activate my rune.
Oh, that's you got a rune in the mix. Okay, I bet.
Yeah, because if I do... So we have the same... So after this turn, how am I going to deal with your bozos coming out?
Actually, you know what's interesting? So I don't know what you're planning with the rune, but you have the option of using Prophecy Denier. You could destroy one of your Reaper avatars and break your own chain of momentum so you don't kill yourself. I don't know if that's an optimal play, but if you hadn't considered that, that is something that you can do. Even with the updated Prophecy Denier text, I think that's allowed. Yeah, break the chain of momentum of an attacking Reaper avatar you control. But if you do that, you will swap this card's current attack and defense. So next turn, it'll die anyway when it's forced to attack, unless you manage to swap it back. So that's an option for you to consider. I don't know. Complex Reaper thoughts.
So you're coming up with... And Ryu. How am I going to deal with Ryu? Actually, yeah, I can...
Ryu's already attacked this turn, so we can't attack you again.
No, I'm thinking of if I should, like, try to smack you this turn or wait for a better opportunity in the next turn. But I don't know if I'm going to have a better opportunity. Yeah, we'll activate the rune.
All right, what says it?
Is
Death's
Embrace.
I love it. I love it. If you control a rank 2 or higher Reaper avatar, activate this card. Reduce your Nexus gauge by up to 200 points in multiples of 50. Okay, so how much are you reducing by? You are at 100. 50.
Yeah,
I'm at
we'll go for
300.
300.
So you would have to go up by 150 to tie, to the full 200 to kill me.
Yeah, we'll go with actually, yeah, because if he survives, then next turn he'll probably attack because Umbra's coming up. Yeah, we'll go for the full 200.
Full 200. Damn, all right. Minus 200 to your life points. This goes up to 350. That is an interesting turn of events.
The buff lasts is permanent or lasts until the end of the turn?
I think it's till the end of the turn. Yeah, it's until the end of the turn.
So what's the point? If you're gonna be at 0 attack next turn?
I guess it makes it so that Umbridge can attack directly with 300, and then he's got 250 attack cards coming up, so he would get 400 points of guaranteed damage if he can take out the Boss Guardian in this swing. If the Boss Guardian lives, then...
Yeah, but my thing is...
Yeah.
If you go at 200, you'll be left at 0 attack next turn, so you might as well go at 150 to crash.
Oh, yeah, no, Zane makes a good point. You can save 50 life points.
Unless you want to cancel, swap its stats somehow.
Yeah. No, I would give him 150 to crash, and I'll give Umbridge 50. I can split it, right?
I don't think it can be split. Hold on.
I don't think
you can activate this card. Reduce your Nexus gauge in multiples of. Increase the attack of a Reaper avatar. So no, it can't be split.
Oh, A. Okay. Yes. Because it was worded like it's kind of weird to see.
It says A. Increase the attack.
No, as in like on the card reading it, it was weird to see, not to like read it.
Oh, okay. No, that makes sense.
He's a Yu-Gi-Oh player. He don't read. So.
I mean, have you seen the card?
That's fair enough.
Yeah, okay. I'll save myself 50 then.
Okay, cool. So you save yourself 50. You're down by 150. We currently tie. Now. This is interesting. I will. You will? Is this stupid or omega brained? Am I an idiot or a genius?
Omega brain.
I believe you're a genius.
Okay. I just need to choose the right way of going about this. You're going to attack this, tie, both get destroyed. Cool. This won't be destroyed, but then I attack into this, it gets destroyed. Cool. I get 200 attack into you directly. You just took 150 damage. That's 350 total. And you're at 600. Cool. Okay. Oh, I might be an idiot. I'm gonna do it. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. We tie. I get destroyed. Actually, wait a second. Oh, God, no! Oh, I'm so dumb. I can't do it now. Okay, I'll save it for later. Yeah, we tie. I get destroyed. Cool. Boss Guardian's effect activates. I draw 1. Ooh. Piece of candy. All right, cool. That's the end of battle phase 1 on... Oh, wait, no, sorry. And then these two crash and they both die. Torsion returns to my hand at the start of the next turn with the bound ability, so that's fine. And then, yeah,
this goes to the counter in the next turn.
Yeah, you know what? We'll just put them both off to the side so we don't forget. All right, yeah, movement phase 2 comes around. These guys move up. Now, movement phase 1 had ended by the time you activated the eject button card, right? Okay, good. So I don't have to worry about those guys yet.
In hindsight, I should have looked that you had 0 attack and defense, and you had 100 defense. So I should have probably done it before.
And to be honest,
but it's fine.
No, but realistically, that doesn't really make a change to anything gameplay wise. Let's just go with the optimal play. Let's just pretend the optimal play happened, right? Because gameplay wise, everything else would have still been the same. So that doesn't change anything. right? It just means that I have to fend off against more attack, which fair enough. That's what the optimal play would have been.
Yeah, because like I assumed that you also had attack, but you just had 100 defense for some reason, like some chunk. Ifrit been eating good. He's been snacking on that flame.
Okay, so end of the movement phase. I activate Incinerate. I target Umbrage the Reaper to reduce Umbrage's attack by 50, putting you at a healthy 250. Nom nom nom. That's delicious. This goes to the graveyard. I then follow that up with Journey's End to reposition Ryu, who is already attacked, to my defense zone. So you're at 250, I'm at 250. And that is the end of my... Is that the end of my play? That is the end of my play, yes. Okay. So, battle phase, anyone? Are we attacking? Are we doing this? So, you have the option to attack me, but we would tie and you would die.
Yeah, I won't attack.
All right. Oh, you won't? Oh, thank God. All right, I attack you directly for 200. Boom. Easy.
Okay.
So that is 350 damage taken for you total this turn, and I survived. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, now, think, Saul. This is the important part. Ignite at the start of next turn will make you lose another 50 attack, so you'll be at 200, which means that you won't be strong enough to swing over me. That being said, you will be able to use Scythe again to boost yourself by 100.
Let me make sure I still get a draw, because I want to make sure none of these stop me from... Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so it's only Call of the End that stops me from drawing.
Okay, cool.
So... so we both draw?
Before I draw for turn, actually, before the turn actually ends...
yeah, you have one rune, yeah.
I hope this isn't dumb. I will activate Assault Thief, removing Wukong from play and reducing Grimace's original attack by 200. Not Grimace, Homeboy, this guy, dude. Alright, reducing his attack by 200, which means that you will be at 50 attack at the start of next turn. And then Incinerate will take you to 0. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. All right, so this gets removed from play. And that is the end of my turn. Neoshock.
Yeah, I'm just reading Assault Thief. I'm just reading Assault Thief to see if it's like current attack. Yeah, so it is 200 by the looks of it.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And yeah, that is turn. Wait, hold on. How did you... So I did 200 to you direct. Oh, you already deducted the 150. I was so confused. Yeah, you're at 250 life points. Jeez. Okay, cool. All right, I've drawn for turn. It is your play. Also, this guy comes back this turn, so goody for you.
Okay, let me draw as well then.
And I get this guy back. Goody for me. Actually, no. With the current text of the card, I wouldn't get Torsion back until the start of the next wave. With the specific wording of the card, which means that I couldn't play him this turn. I don't know if we've been in this situation before or if that was intentional, but
I think that was meant to be like that. So yeah, let's put that you don't get side. So if it gets destroyed turn 1, you don't get it to 2, you get it in 3.
Yeah.
And then if it's destroyed turn 3, you don't get it back, because otherwise Torsion comes back 3 times instead of twice.
No. So remember, a change was made. Bound only works once per contest now. And so I'm trying to remember if when making that change, the wave restriction was intended to be removed. I'm trying to put myself in the frame of mind that I was when I made the change. Because if you can only do it once, getting it back the next turn isn't that big a deal because you get it back and then it's gone forever, right? We'll play it as it reads right now just in case, but I think this will be a deciding factor in the game when I get that card back. Okay, let's keep going. So we've drawn for turn. I've got, and everything in your defense zone has to attack. Yeah.
Yeah. So Umbridge hasn't attacked, and neither has Sickle or Scythe.
Okay. Cool. So thanks, Saul. I attacked you. Oh yeah, I'm missing 50 attack. I forgot about that. Okay. Cool. That's fine. That might actually be better. Ooh.
So I'm burnt, and my original attack is
Yeah, you're.
So they're stacking, right?
Yeah.
So they're stacking.
Yeah. So you're.
So I was at 250 minus. So am I at 100, or am I at 150?
So I ignited you. You were at 300. I ignited minus 50. Then I reduce your original by 200, minus 200. At the start of this turn, you lose 50. So you're at minus 300, so you'd be at 0.
Damn.
Okay. Okay, because I wanted to... Because... Actually... So how does Carnage work? So if he's not destroyed... So let's say I attack, I'm not destroyed. I go back to my original attack.
Let's see here.
Does that stop the chain of momentum?
So your chain of momentum would be stopped.
Okay.
That being said, your original attack would be reset because you took... Wait, hold on. Yeah, you took part in a battle, but you weren't destroyed. Your chain of momentum would break, but your attack would be reset to its original value. But your current original attack value is 100.
It's 200.
Because I reduced your original attack by 200. The other 100 that you lost is from Ignite. So your original attack is 100.
Oh, it reduces it by 200. It doesn't set it to 200. Oh, okay.
What's the difference?
Oh, because like if it sets to 200, then it's 200. If it reduces by 200, then it's 100.
Why would I used Assault Thief. Why would I do that?
I don't know. It's just asking like the differentiation of how Assault Thief is worded.
Fair. That makes sense. Honestly speaking,
yeah, so Assault Thief is actually like better than I expected it.
Think, Saul. Think. Don't be dumb. Be smart. You can do this. Come on, man. Okay. Yes.
I mean, why is Wukong still over here?
Because Assault Thief returns him to the field, but he's got 0 attack, 0 defense, and all of his effects are negated.
Oh, it returns him to the original place.
Yeah. I mean, I can't do
I thought
there.
I thought it would return him to like whatever place you wanted him to be.
I mean, that would be a buff to me because as is, if you put a light breeze in your defense zone, Wukong has to swing and he dies. It would be too nice because if I got to put him like here, for example, that's just a free body, which that's too much. It goes back to the same place.
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
Yeah.
So Assault Thief is actually like better than expected.
Yeah, I mean, again, it takes a card of yours out of the game, but it's good. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
Think. Do I need... Oh. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've got a strat. Oh, shoot, are you ready to go? My bad.
Yeah, I have stuff down.
Does this matter? You know what? We'll see if it matters. This is... I'm starting to run very low on resources, but turn 3, I'm ready. Okay. You picked last time, so I'll pick this time. I choose heads. Has won consistently. It has been consistently heads, so I'm gonna go heads.
Let's see if it's the end.
Let's go.
No, it's not.
Right. Also, I wasn't looking at the chat. Right. Good. A good drink. That does sound nice. Wait, Zane, you have work tomorrow? That sucks.
Yeah, I do.
Man, it's a Saturday. Relax. Also, Reaper and Brandon, what's good? Welcome, guys. Doing a playtest. No, I boycott work. Something. I don't know. But Neo, go ahead and reveal.
I have a rune.
Okay.
And a rune.
Okay, cool. I reveal the Wandering Reyes and the Wandering Mocus in the Assault Zone and 2 runes. Okay.
So let's see, how much attack is that?
150 over here.
Okay.
All right. Wait a second. Hold on. I might have just made a huge mistake. I need to try and understand something. No. Oh, okay. This is I'm gonna tell you my strategy, but it's for the purposes of understanding whether or not this is how the game would work, right?
I mean, that's fine.
So, Grimace of the Reaper says, Echo of Morning. If this card is destroyed by battle, remove it from play, return it to the field during the end phase, and place it in your counter zone. When it battles after the resolution of this effect, apply its defense for damage calculation. If this card leaves the field after this effect resolves, remove it from play. So, the first part of that effect is conditional. If this card is destroyed by battle, remove it from play, return it to the field during the end phase, place it in the counter zone. The second part of that effect reads like it's continuous. When it battles after the resolution of this effect, apply its defense for damage calculation, right? It's a when. It's just a broad thing, not something that you have to activate again, and then if it leaves, blah, blah, blah. So if I activated a rune that negated the effect of the card that I'm battling, would you be able to apply your defense for damage calculation? That's the question.
I would say yes, because the effect is just explaining to you that you're using his defense for damage calculation.
So you don't think it reads continuous?
I mean, the way that I don't think it should be continuous. The way it's worded right now, it feels like it is continuous.
It's an effect.
Yeah.
Battles after the resolution of this effect, apply this its defense for the damage calculation for the rest of the contest.
I would say to that is that you can't have like one part of the effect be continuous and the other part be activated. So it being
I'm making the rules of the game. Why not?
Actually, because it's the same effect. If it's kind of like setting a weird precedent where an effect can be 2 parts of the effects can be both activated and continuous at the same time.
Yeah, you activate an effect and then it has a lingering effect on the game.
But is it lingering effect on the game or is it lingering effect on the card? Because if it's
because
then you can negate it. If it's lingering effect on the game, then negation will not remove
it. That is a good distinction. I like that distinction.
Because that's what I was trying to say. Because like the effect is telling you what you use for the card. It's not saying that this card uses his defense for damage calculation.
But it's worded the way that I agree with Sol that negation should stop it. But I don't agree that it should work that way. It's just worded that way. I think if it's a claw at the end, like so it uses its defense until the end of the contest. Or this, like that clarification that this effects last the whole contest.
Now here's my question for you, because I hear both of you. Now I want to ask what makes sense taking the card itself into consideration. Now, from my perspective, Malice is in this contest was probably the MVP on that side. It prevented me from attacking. right? Held the whole battle thing with its first ability, maintained the order of the board that way. Then when it was destroyed, ate 200 to destroy Torsion, and then now comes back with another body of 200, so a 400 body with the ability to manipulate the flow of the game. Should we be doing this card favors? Right? Because I hear what you mean. Like, the way it's written now...
What I would say is that we're not really doing this card specifically favors. We're just setting the precedent for lingering effects working a certain way. I'll say maybe...
we are not setting the precedence for lingering effect. I think they should work one way or another depending on card and wording.
Yeah. I think cards should be individual. I don't think they would be like, for example, even if this card isn't active, because, like, for example, you have conditional continuous effects, so an activated continuous could also be, like, I'm fine with mixing and matching. It's just, should this specific card mix and match is what I'm asking. Wait, what? Where did Neoshock go?
Where did it go?
Did his internet die? It says that his Steam session failed. Neo, are you there? Oh, shoot. I think Neo's internet died. Jesus.
Neo died, yeah.
Well, I guess I win.
Okay. Reapers have no problems. Yeah. They can stay as they are. You won.
Yeah. No, that is so far. I mean, this game has been great. There's been lots of back and forth. I've really, really loved it. Yeah, yo, Hydro, how you doing? What's good, friend? It's been a minute. I was also dead for a while, but I'm back now. Hope you've been doing good, friend. No, yeah, we're just playtesting, and yeah, from this playtest, honestly, I do have thoughts on the Reaper subset. They were able to keep pace. I think Neo played a great game. I think Wanderings were also piloted well. So going back and forth, they seem to be kind of tied almost. If not, Wandering with a little bit of potential. Like, turn one really decided the flow of the game. And while I have the edge in this game, I mean, we're about to see. This is at 0 attack. If I can negate this, then we steamroll and I can start dealing 50 attack at a time. I think his internet is back. It says he's coming back in, so I'll send him an invite. Right?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I was just trying to take a look at, like, Reapers as a whole and how they did, because obviously I still want to touch Wandering a little bit, but it seemed like Wandering and Reaper so far in this game have been more or less tied for, like, how well they did. At least in terms of, like, the options and the gameplay, like how the decks were both played. I think we both made optimal decisions. The only thing that might have been different is both of our turn ones, and I don't know how much that changes. Obviously, each game is going to be different, but it felt sort of like a balance. It felt like a balance back and forth this time around.
Yeah, actually, we're already at like 8:30 basically.
Yeah, right.
And you usually want to stop end at like 8 o'clock. So it's just hilarious.
Yeah, no, this
we blasted past. We blasted past the end. It's so did if you notice.
Right, I genuinely
like,
did.
Damn,
I genuinely did.
It's already 8, man.
Right.
I want to get to bed.
But no, so that is one thing. I feel like this is going to be a very important effect, because if Grimace does not get to keep that attack, then yes, we steamroll in the situation. And that makes one of the deck's stronger cards weaker. Now, and again, this isn't about this one game. I'm speaking in general. The only card in the game with effect negation currently in any form is the Zodiac Spear, right? Is the one rune. So generally speaking, Reapers will not run into this situation very often, but eventually... So I'm trying to be very light with effect negation, but eventually some of that might end up being sprinkled in there, right? Now, Zodiac Spear being able to negate Grimace means that whenever you run into the Wandering subset, Grimace only has half of an effect, basically, because they just know to save their spear for Grimace, right? Unless they want to use it for Umbrage, which could also be a strat, but that's a good card. So, okay, there's a lot of things.
Could you invite me again?
Oh, sorry, yeah. I'm thinking of a lot of things at the same time, right? Wanderings...
Yeah. And there's not much negation, and there's... those are early subsets, so I think it should just be lingering card effect.
Okay.
So if it's negated, it just doesn't work.
Now...
You apply attack for battle calculation in counter zone.
Now, you would think I would be satisfied with that conclusion, but hold on. Hold on.
I mean,
Hold on.
if that wouldn't work that way, you would need to specifically negate its effect once it activates in the graveyard, and that's even harder.
Yeah.
And that gives you 400 value for a rank 2.
But what if we
That
brought down
Your
its
Ryu
stats?
gives you 400 value for a rank 3.
What if we brought down its stats to 150? So it gives you 150 in the defense and then 150 in the counter when it comes
so
back.
I was thinking that. So I also thought that, and it was like, it can be a lingering contest effect, not card effect. But then we would probably need to drop its defense down to 150.
Right.
But
yeah, I feel like that's a better conclusion.
Match,
Sorry?
that defense wasn't as oppressive, in my opinion.
Yeah, the defense doesn't feel like it was the issue. Like 200 seemed like a solid body. It was able to stop Tuition. They tied. I mean, Tuition is a 200. So Tuition is a rank 2 for 300 stats on the board. It goes 200 attack, 100 defense. So bringing that card down to 150 would make it tie with Tuition overall because of its effect. But then when you consider the fact that if you summon the card and it's destroyed the turn that it's summoned and it used the Soul Link ability, it doesn't get to come back.
Right? And you have attack boosting effects, not defense boosting effects.
Yeah. Reaper. I was struggling out here to survive.
And you can use Monkey King to buff Tertian and just swing over it anyway.
Yeah, I think we have to leave it at 200. I feel like 200 was...
That's why I was leaning towards leaving it at 200, but make it card.
And can just duck him when he...
Leave it at 200, but make it what?
Leave it as card lingering effect. Yeah. So if you negate it, it's just negated. And
Fair
it's
enough.
Good the way it's worded, because it's worded like it's a card lingering effect.
Yeah.
Right.
So I guess, because the other thing that I was thinking was taking... Because again, it feels awkward having the only negation in the game be for one deck, right? The Wandering Subset is the only deck that can negate cards. And I mean, I tried to make it as specific as possible. It's like, okay, you have to battle them to negate the effect. And normally, you would probably still die in that battle, but in this specific situation, negating the effect means you win the battle. So it sort of takes away the balance that was intended with the card. Sorry?
It's a good usage of a rule.
Yeah, it is. You know what? Fair enough. We leave it as is. I was on the edge, because I'm always on the edge of taking the negate away, even though it's very specific use case. I'm always on the edge of taking the negate away. But I think for now, because I'm sorry.
Negates aren't that bad because most of the time negates are interaction. It's not Yu-Gi-Oh where you can't play because negated. You still get to declare up to 6 cards during your turn, no matter the gates.
True.
The floodgates are the bad stuff that we don't want.
True. You know what? Fair enough. Okay, so we'll leave it as is. Eventually, so that means the hardest counter to the Reapers is Wandering, but I think that's okay for them to have a hard counter. So yeah, we proceed. We proceed with the turn. Wait, Neoshock, you're still not in here.
Yeah, for some reason, like the invite wasn't showing up, but
Saul cut off his Wi-Fi for the win. I sent a new invite just now. I did no such thing, right?
So DDoSing me,
right? Yo, Hydra, I'm glad you like the concept of the TCG. Yes, I am quite proud of the game anyway. Not necessarily of how we won, but looking at how the turn was going to play out. So we might as well just say, Neo, what were your 2 face down runes? Do you mind if I look?
You can look at them, yeah.
Right.
So my plan was to let Umbridge die. Move Sickle back so Sickle wouldn't die, and use Scythe to protect himself.
Wait, hold on. Move Sickle back. You didn't set the rune that lets you do that.
Isn't there the rune where
if
you control a Reaper, you can move a card?
You set Call of the Dead. What you needed was Reaper's Contract, but we'll just assume that you set the third rune. You said Ignite.
Yeah,
you said Incinerate rather.
Oh yeah, Incinerate. Okay.
Right. So
I'm guessing Contract was somewhere in my deck. Yeah.
Yeah, it was in your hand. So let's just assume that those are the 3 runes on the field, right?
Actually, to be fair, incinerate would actually like.
Yeah, it might
Wait,
be useful, yeah.
so how we're doing it is when you negate it, it has 0, right?
When I negate, yeah,
No.
yeah. When it gets
When it negates, it does not use its defense for battle calculation. It uses its attack, and it's at 0 attack default.
Yeah. So 0. So yeah. So I guess.
Attack.
So. So yeah, that would just like, so I wouldn't take any damage this turn.
So let me ask you this question though, right? So I'll narrate the state of the board to you, and you let me know, right? So I use Zodiac Spear, I negate this guy, but before that happens, actually no, not before, because Umbridge is at 0 attack. Would you have used Death's Embrace to boost your attack at any point?
Yeah, I would use Death's Embrace to boost up to 150.
On
I mean, not 151.
100 on Umbridge, yeah. Okay, so Ryu would lose 100.
Actually,
defense.
yeah, because it makes more sense. Because now because I'm gonna have 0, so I boost by 100.
Okay.
And I'll incinerate you. So I'll incinerate the first one.
The first one that I'm attacking with, yeah?
So yeah, so that would go to 50. You would be destroyed.
Okay.
And you'd have to choose if you want to like attack or not.
So if you've boosted by 100, we'd both be... So, Umbridge is at 100. I'm at 100.
No, I wouldn't boost Umbridge. I would boost...
Oh,
what's it called?
you
the
would
guy...
boost Grimace. Okay.
Yeah, I would boost Grimace to 100.
Then you would incinerate the Wandering Mocus, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, I would have responded with Zodiac Barrier. Target a wandering avatar you control. The first time it battles this turn, reduce the attack or defense of another card you control by the amount the battling card would have lost from the battle. So if you're incinerating me, that means you have to do it before the battle phase starts. So in the order of battle priority, it would be 100, 50, 50, 0, and then 50-50 on these two, so I can attack with either. I would attack you. I would use Zodiac Barrier to avoid losing any attack when I attack into you with the Wandering Reyes. Reyes brings this down to 50, while staying at 50 herself. Then you would get a chance to attack with Reaper's Sickle and Scythe. Are you using... Because you said you wanted to use Reaper's Contract to bring one of them back.
Yeah, I'll just use to keep one of them from being destroyed. Okay. So I would keep the attack boost.
Keep the attack boost from being destroyed. That's fine. Now, this is another question, but I think we do leave it, at least for the time being, whereby... The way this rune reads is, at the start of the wave, you can activate this effect, target a Reaper card on the field, reduce your Nexus gauge by its rank cost, place a targeted card in another zone. Now, because it says reduce by its rank cost, do you have to reduce your Nexus gauge by something, i.e. can rank ones be moved by this effect? When penning it, that's not what I was exactly expecting, but I can see how it reads that way in a sense, because it's saying reduce, but rank 1 cards cost 0. So it can't reduce, but technically, because like, basically the question is, can you reduce by 0? I remember when we were doing this with Assault Thief, we said that a 0 attack card can't be used for Assault Thief. Can a 0 rank cost card be used for a card like this? Genuine open question.
I would say we're set a precedent already.
You can't reduce 0 to 0. That's why Assault Thief doesn't work.
Okay.
Because you cannot reduce from 0 to 0. That's not a reduction. But reducing by 0 is always okay.
No, but what we said was that if a card has 0 attack, you can't use Assault Thief because you can't reduce. Yep. Let's say the opponent card has 250 attack. You can't reduce 250 by 0. So Assault Thief wouldn't work in that situation.
Assault Thief does not reduce by. It reduces to 0. And you can't reduce from 0 to 0. It stays the same value.
That is so
because Assault Thief, you banish it, reduce, and you set your attack to 0. And the difference between your attack and like
Wait, but it says
your attack.
Reduce the original attack of another card on the field by the amount that the removed card by. Hold on, because where are we getting 2 from?
Yeah, last thing. Literally last 3 things reduced to 0. The card that you're gonna bring back is reduced to 0, but can't be reduced from 0 to 0.
Okay.
So you can't. It's not a valid target because on the second part of the effect, it cannot be reduced to 0. It's already at 0.
So it's the second part of the effect that makes it impossible. Okay,
yes.
Fair enough. That's very specific. And I feel like I would like to change
our conclusion last time.
Yeah, I feel like I want to change some wording somewhere to make it less convoluted. Either change the wording on Assault Thief or change the wording on this to make it less of a nightmare, because I can already see people getting confused by that. But you are right. I think that does make sense. So because that card can't be reduced from 0 to 0, it doesn't work. So the reduction would have worked, is what we're saying. The reduction would have worked, but the return effect doesn't, so Assault Thief doesn't work in that situation. Fair enough. So in this situation, yes, you can reduce 0 by 0. You can reduce a value by 0. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Brandon, have a good one. Sorry, I missed that. Take care. We were so focused on that breakdown that I didn't even see it. Right? Does it count as a reduction if nothing changes? That's still the part that I'm struggling with.
Count as a reduction. You're reducing by a center number. If you go something minus 0, it equals something. You still can go that minus 0. That's valid. But if you go 0 minus 0, and that's supposed to be higher than 0, that's not higher than 0.
But I mean, by that, if you can reduce something by 0, isn't every card technically just with an asterisk this value minus 0 if it doesn't change anything? That's
we're talking about an effect. We're talking about an effect.
No, I'm talking about the concept of 0 in general, right? Where it's like, can something actually be reduced by 0? And that's what I'm finding awkward, right? Like in real life.
Okay, so game rules. When 2 avatars battle, you should decrease the attack of the surviving card by the attack of the destroyed card, right?
Yes.
So if the destroyed card has 0 attack, how are you doing that? If you can't reduce by 0.
You don't reduce anything. Okay. I'm seeing where I'm seeing. Oh no. I'm okay. That's fair. That's fair. Huh. I don't know. I get what you mean. I get what I'm just annoyed by the use of the word reduce. I'm not trying to change the mechanic. I think so. My aim isn't to stop you from moving that there. My aim is to get the wording right. I feel like I want to change it from reduce. Either I want to change it from reduce or make it so that like there's an additional cost to the rank cost, so that you would always pay. There would always be an actual reduction. One of the two, right? Where it's like, okay, move, pay a cost, or do you get that? That's kind of what I'm thinking about. We'll leave it for now, but that's something that I'm gonna think on more for later.
For reducing, can't you say pay its cost? I don't know if paying cost is a part of the rules, so if you can say that, I'm not sure.
Pay its rank cost. I mean, yeah, pay rank cost summoning is part of the rules, where it's like, okay, the problem is the rank. Well, actually, damn it. Okay. Because yeah, the rank cost of a card is 0. So technically speaking, when you summon the card, you reduce your Nexus gauge by 0. I have created a problem. I never thought about this. God, I hate this. I hate this. I'm tempted to make rank 1 cards cost 50 now, just so that this doesn't have to exist. I hate this. But that ruins so many strategies. It wouldn't work. So many strategies revolve around the rank 1s being free.
I mean, I would be dead.
Oh.
True, you would.
Okay, yeah, so we can't do that. We can't. I just have to ignore it. I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that.
If you're so bothered about reducing by 0, make the rank 1 cards cost 1. We'll be just reducing.
But then we have weird numbers. You'll have like 299. That's gross. That's gross.
If you do it 50 times, you would have a nice number.
Oh my days. Okay.
I know, right?
The Reapers.
We could get 69.
Contract needs to be reworded. We're just gonna pretend that none of this conversation happens. We'll reword Reaper's contract. I think I'm leaning towards the side of whatever the rank cost is plus 50. That way it's an actual reduction. But let's not do it like that. For the assumed.
I mean, that's kind of hefty for 250 to move Umbridge.
I thought about doing it by 50 times its rank.
50 times.
So 50 for rank 1s, but only 150 for
yeah.
And
love that.
Would make moving Umbridge a little less costly, but I don't think that's a huge deal.
Yeah, because I mean, Umbridge in the defense zone is garbage. Umbridge in the counter zone, maybe, but then it's stuck in the counter zone, so I don't mind that at all. Yeah. Pay 50. So it's cheaper for. It's literally exactly the same for rank 2s, more expensive for rank 1s, cheaper for rank 3s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good solution. God, I hated all of that. Okay.
You overthink a lot of
I felt yeah, it was gross. I didn't like that. Okay, so the assumption will be that you used Reaper's contract. Your gauge got reduced by 50. By 50, so you would be at 200, that's fine. You move this into your defense zone. I moved up. Battle phase 1 would take place. We're already in battle phase 1, so yeah, let's pick up where.
I think the issue is that it says that you're offline, so maybe that's why it did.
Your internet went off.
No, it says.
I am here. I am here. No, I'm joking.
I'm not saying that you're actually offline. I'm saying like it's Steam saying you're.
Yeah. I mean,
it says you were lost online like a year ago.
Steam or something.
That's
maybe Neo. Maybe it's your Steam issue.
Try resetting. Right. I mean, we're almost done. I can.
Yeah, I've closed and opened Steam a few times.
Right. Okay, so moving 1 or 2 steps along, you're at 200. You're at 200 in your Nexus. You would have moved the attack booster to your defense zone. In my chain of attacks, I would have attacked into this, but survived because of the rune that I used.
I thought you said I only had Ignite and Call of the Dead or something.
No, but you had set Ignite and Call of the Dead, but then you had said you wanted to set Reaper's contract, so I just put it on the field for you. Did you?
Oh, was it in my hand or something?
Yeah, it was in your hand.
Oh, okay. So I was like, oh, okay.
So I just
because I was wondering like where, because I was wondering like where it went.
Yeah, no, I just assumed you had meant to set all 3, so I put it on the field for you. So that would have happened. 50 into this, I survive. Ryu loses 50 attack. Then
wait, first, how much Nexus do I have? Because I'm planning on resummoning Umbridge. So if moving him stops me from summoning Umbridge,
yeah, it would, because you're at 250. So if you move him, you'd be at 200. So you'd be locked out of Umbridge. So do you not want to move?
No, I won't move.
Okay, so you stay at 250. That's fine. He's back up here now. With where everything is on the field. So yeah, carrying on. I attacked at 50. So now you would have to attack at 50 as well. Because it's a back and forth type of thing. So which one do you attack with? Either one gets destroyed.
Yeah, so I used the first one to protect the attack boosting one.
Okay, that's fine.
So the attack boosting one isn't destroyed.
You survive.
And
I
attack.
I Mocus ties with this thing. This goes to the graveyard. This goes to the graveyard. Then the attack boosting one would have. Then the defending one would have to attack into Ryu. Ryu loses another 50, so it's at 150. This goes to the graveyard. This stays on the field. Umbridge is forced to attack into Ryu. It's currently at 0 attack. Umbridge gets destroyed, goes to the graveyard. And Sickle is still on the field. This moves up. And that would be the end of the turn. Why is Ryu at minus? Was Ryu at 250 or 200 at the start of this turn? I don't remember.
It was at 200 because it lost 50 attack from the previous battle.
Wait, hold on.
So it should be at...
Wait. Hold on. Because I attacked you and I lost... No. I attacked you and I lost 50. Then I switched Ryu into the defense zone. You chose not to attack. So Ryu was at the full 250, no?
No. Yeah, so I'm saying like 200 attack and 250 defense.
Oh,
so it lost 100 defense.
Yeah. So this
so it's at 200 attack, 150 defense.
Perfect. So now it would actually be 150 attack minus 150 attack total. No, minus 100 attack. Yeah. Okay, cool. Sorry, I confused myself for no reason.
Why did his attack decrease?
He had lost 50 when he attacked himself. He swapped over here, then he lost 50 by helping out Reyes.
Yeah.
So
you moved Ryu as well.
Yeah, Ryu was in the assault zone. You had a 50. You used the dog for a 50 attack wall. I destroyed the dog with Ryu, put me at 200. Moved Ryu over here, 250 defense, 200 attack. I just saved Reyes from being destroyed by giving up 50 attack from Ryu. So Ryu's at minus 100 on both fronts. It's at minus 100 attack. It's at minus 100 defense because of the 2 attacks that just happened.
Yeah, actually, since TTS isn't really working right now, I can just pull up the stream.
Yeah, go for it.
But you did it already.
Right? So the next, I'm assuming you would use Call of the Dead to get Umbridge back in your hand.
Yeah.
The next card in your draw deck would have been Reaper's Ward. So I'm assuming Umbridge in Assault, Reaper's Ward in Defense. Okay, cool. You would be at 50 points in your gauge. Minus 200 equals 50. So 50 points in your gauge. Umbridge up here. I would have drawn into garbage. Okay, cool. For Wandering Avatar was tributed and sent to the graveyard this wave. Return. Oh, that's so useless right now. Okay. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Never mind. Okay, so movement phase 1 happens. Umbridge moves up. Reyes attacks into Ward, destroys it at 0 defense. That's Reyes' attack for the turn. I would have set this rune on the field. Attack booster is forced to attack into Ryu. Do you boost attack booster's attack or do you boost Umbridge's attack?
I'll boost. So if attack booster boosts himself, he should be able to clear Ryu.
He would tie with Ryu, yes.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, but let me double check. Once per wave, target 1 Reaper Avatar on the field. Increase. Yep, you are allowed to do that. So you go up to that. So what I would then be forced to do is tribute Reyes to the graveyard. Oh wait, and I never gave myself back Buddy. I never gave myself back Tuition. I never give myself back. So
you get Tuition.
So I would have summoned Tuition. That's minus 100 to me. Equals this. Get Tuition back. So Tuition would be here. Reyes gets tributed to the graveyard. Its effect says tribute this card.
Reyes would be dead.
How?
Because they both have 50 and you use Reyes to destroy Ward.
Ward has 0 attack and 0 defense.
Oh, he has 0 damn, yes. I thought he had at least 50, bro. Damn. No. Dog is useless for real.
No.
Okay, I guess not. Damn.
Tribute this card, target a Wandering Avatar.
I mean, at least Wukong. Get rid of Wukong, bro. He's been chilling there for too long.
I mean, I wish I could.
Actually, yeah, because Reyes has more attacks, so Reyes attacks first.
So this card becomes isolated.
Would really not be doing anything for real. Like,
I mean, he didn't get to shine. This guy gets isolated. He's at 150 attack. Movement phase 2 happens. Umbrage moves up. Tuition moves up. Umbrage takes out Ryu, which fair enough. I would have activated Wandering Anim to get a card back from my graveyard. So I would get Ryu back in my hand, but it doesn't matter because Tuition attacks for game, and the turn ends on turn 4. The game ends on turn 4. So all things considered, that was a pretty solid. Oh, sorry, Gear Team said, just curious, will there be a Tuesday stream coming up? Because I'm trying to get in on this properly. Yes, Tuesday stream didn't happen this week because I had some stuff at school. It dragged. Tuesday's not supposed to drag like that. And also just, I didn't feel there was a lot happening. But yes, Tuesdays, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. and then Friday, 6 to 8 as well. That's when this is happening. Okay, so game over, GG's. Let's review, because that was close. That wasn't outright domination. I would have gotten Ryu back, but after one turn of having Ryu on the field, Umbrage would be able to take Ryu out of commission, right? Because what would actually, wait a second, no, that's not true. Assuming you didn't lose that turn, and we made it to the next turn.
Yeah, so
and I summoned Ryu.
I would have to not lose that turn. I would have had to use
the attack
boost. So in hindsight, maybe keeping the attack boost wasn't all that necessary.
I was considering, should you have kept the one that protects you from destruction, or should you have kept the one that boosts attack? Now, all things considered, it would have been... Actually, no, it wouldn't have been the same. If you kept the one that protected you from destruction, I wouldn't have... Well, actually, no, Reaper's Ward would have still died. Reyes would have tried to hit it. It wouldn't have died, but then Wukong would have tied with it, and they would have both died. So, no, all things considered...
Wait, it's because I remember us having this conversation. Do 2 zeros kill each other?
Yes.
And I think because it's the same thing as 0, right? Isn't it the same concept?
I know what you're talking. So 0 attack, because I remember the conversation that we had about this. So just to be 100% sure, because we made an amendment to the rule book just for this.
Yeah, because if you type in 0, you're gonna find hella searches.
Yeah, so let me...
I'm just seeing you trying to control F, looking for 0. I'm like, you're gonna be looking for a lot of zeros, my guy.
It should be in battle mechanics, I think. That's other rules. It should be in battle mechanics. That's formats. Where's battle mechanics? No, that's the glossary. Where I can just search it. What am I doing? Battle mechanics. Priority, card effects, effect activation to the battle phase, defensive priority, tokens. Card with 0 attack or defense. Card with 0 attack or defense can destroy each other by battle. If 2 cards with 0 attack or defense battle each other, both are destroyed. If a card has 0 attack or defense, those values cannot be reduced further by card effects. So that because I remember we took some time to think about that one. So it would have ended up in the same place. But that being said, this is probably the more optimal route, because if Tuition...
Yeah, I guess he would have just protected himself.
Exactly, right? Because I would have jumped over here, been at 400. Hey. Yeah, and then
actually,
even if you
the only way I would survive is... So I would boost Ward by 100. Ward destroys everything and takes a hit from Tuition.
But so either... No, because Ward's using its defense for bat damage calculation. That card only boosts attack.
Oh yeah. Right? This is a huge predicament.
Yeah, so I think you played the best game you could have. I don't think that there was a more optimal play than what you did. And it seems like Wandering...
I guess I'm just goated for real.
No, you played an amazing game. I mean... But it's insane to me that after being nerfed so much, the Wandering subset still won. Reapers were practically buffed, okay? Reapers were practically buffed. because Prophecy Denier was given actual utility. Like, you weren't using Prophecy Denier before. So they got a slight buff, and they still lost by, I would say, 1 full turn, right? You would have needed 1 full turn to come back, because you would have drawn Homeboy over here, which would have just been a free 200, so you could have summoned it, come up here. On this turn, I would be at 400.
How much Nexus do you have? So
that's the thing. I'm at 500 currently. If I summoned Ryu again, I'd be at 300. So I would...
No, but you summoned Torsion, so you'd be at 400, or have you already taken Torsion?
I took Torsion out, I think. Yeah, I took Torsion out. I put it in an extra 100. Yeah.
Damn. So even like,
right? So I
Umbridge hitting you in the face is still survive and summon Ryu.
Because Ryu would Dragon Dance over here, 400, 400. We would tie, both die. You would hit me for 250. I would live on 50 and then direct attack. So even with another turn, I still live by 50. The Wandering subset is just... I hope you guys can see that I'm not doing this on purpose. I don't want Wanderings to be the best deck, at least not by this margin, right? They shouldn't have been able to keep up this well, but they were. And honestly speaking...
Yeah, the critical turn was negating my effect.
Yeah, that changed everything.
Yeah, because you putting that pressure on me, like, no bueno.
Right?
Because I would have survived. And I would have been able to, like, press up with Torsion and stuff.
Let's see here. Let's mentally go back to that point. So I have Reyes and Mokus in the assault zone. At 150, you incinerate 1. So Mokus is...
Yeah, because because you've been streaming this, so we can actually literally go back.
No, yeah, 100%. No, but so just mind mapping it. So 50 and 50, you have 200 attack. I would not have been able to get through you that turn. It wouldn't have been physically possible, right?
Yeah. So you have Mokus, both of them are 50. I'm at 200.
See, here's the thing. With both of them at 50, you being at 200, I would still use the Wandering effect to keep Reyes alive. Mokus would still crash, bring you down to 350, so you'd be at 150 when your effect ended. And everything in that turn would have still gone the same unless you opted to boost someone else in that situation, which changes quite a few of the variables, to be fair. But then if I don't negate that card, then that means I negate one of the other cards that I'm battling, namely Umbridge. So Umbridge doesn't get reset.
Are you battling or am I battling? Because
if 2 cards are fighting each other, they are both battling. You're attacking, but we're both battling.
Oh, so Wandering Spear can be used
defensively
on the...
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter if you... Because it doesn't matter if you negate Umbridge, because I'm using Call of the Immortal to bring Umbridge back, and you would lose your rune.
Call of the Immortal to bring Umbridge back. You didn't have Call of the Immortal to bring him back. What do you mean? Do you mean
Call of the Immortal. No, because if the runes I had,
at that point in time, you didn't have the card that brings him back from the graveyard set. You only set that card the turn after. So if Umbridge had died there, he's not coming back.
Oh yeah, because it was next turn.
Right.
I'm trying to see if that's the one I had. Oh no, because I had it this turn.
Yeah, you had it this turn.
Yeah, so I get so I would have to. Yeah, so I'd have to. I mean, I can just protect him. So wait, what did I use both of the effects? Oh yeah, because I used the effects to protect them.
You use the effect to protect the one that attacks, right? The one that boosts your attack. So if you use that effect to protect Umbridge instead, Umbridge survives at 0 attack, but both the attacker and the defender, Sickle and Scythe, would have been forced to destroy themselves. Umbridge at 0 attack would have been destroyed the next turn. So the only card that survives in that version of events is the one that boosts, that is the one in your counter zone. Now, that card would have been at 150 attack, Reyes would have still been on the field. Mokus would have been dead. Reyes would swing Tuertian would come in, swing for 50. Reyes would get through, also have 50 attack. Ryu is still alive, and the only offensive card that you have left in your deck is the Ancient Beast at 200 attack and 0 defense. So I have a clear line of sight to your defense for the rest of the game, and I've still got Ryu in my defensive zone. You drew that card on the final turn, so either way, the game wouldn't have gone great.
Yeah, it's unlikely that I would have made a comeback. Probably been like a better position.
I disagree.
So
I genuinely feel like that's the worst play. You would have lost basically all your offensive momentum there. At least here you had a shot. I genuinely think you played the best you could have.
So if that's not really changing my play. That's just Scythe Spear non-negating.
Oh yeah, so Spear hadn't negated. I mean, yeah, so if Spear hadn't negated, I think you would have been worse off, all things considered, because where you ended up with Spear negating and the cards you chose to protect and the cards you chose to boost, I think was a better setup for you. It just would have made it take I would say one more turn for me to chip at your defense, but I've still got Wandering Ryu and what's it called?
I mean, actually, wait, how did Umbridge survive the first time then? Because if I protected them, shouldn't Umbridge have died?
So you protected one of the attackers. Umbridge... Oh my god, I think Umbridge should have died. Why did Umbridge survive? No, I isolated... No, that was the next turn, wasn't it? I isolated Ryu on the turn after that. Yeah, I think Umbridge should have died. I think you cheated.
No, because that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm sure it made sense. I'm sure.
And looking at what I have, because if you go, I think it was like 26 minutes back on stream. Like I can see that. I'm pretty sure. I think because I'm looking at Incinerate, Call of the Immortal, and I guess maybe that's. So because it seems like this was all one turn.
Yeah, so you boosted the attack of... You used Call of... What's it called? So, let's actually...
Yeah, so I'm saying like...
Wait, no.
Yeah, so...
No, you used...
They're all on the field.
No. You mean Call of the Dead?
Yeah.
No, Call of the Dead was... like, when we flipped the cards over, Call of the Dead was 100% still in your hand on the turn we just played. So you didn't have Call of the Dead at the time. Right?
Yeah.
But if you used Death's Embrace to boost the dog, not the dog, to boost Grimace, and you used Sickle to protect, Scythe. No, you used Scythe to protect Sickle, rather. So those have both used their effects. Umbridge attacking into Ryu at 250 defense would have attacked... Why weren't you destroyed? He had been incinerated. That doesn't change anything.
I mean, Zane, you can help me like look back. I think it was the same turn,
because if that is the case, and that means Reaper should have lost by more, which is even more glaring. So that's why I want to find out. It's not for nothing, right? Reducing in the multiple 50
why was Umbridge not destroyed turn 3? That's the question.
Yeah. So on turn 3, I have 2 runes down.
Oh, Burden high. Sorry, I was focused. Right, sorry, carry on. Right? So
and you had Mokus, Selenis, and I had all of these guys ready to that. So we're basically trying to establish if because it looks like I had the runes on turn 3. Because on turn 2 I summon Umbridge. I bounced everything back, so everything went back to the start, and I chose not to attack because all of them were summoned that turn.
Yep. Then on turn
And then
3, hold on, pause. I think I see it. I think I see it. On turn 3,
and on turn 3,
you have
I set the 2 runes.
You used Incinerate, and you used Death's Embrace was on the field on the same turn because you said you wanted to summon Umbrage back on the next turn. So Death's Embrace must have been on the field. Incinerate must have been on the field because you used it. How many cards did you say you had face down that turn?
I started with 2 and then I DC'd and you looked at my hand.
No, I mean for turn 3.
Yeah, so turn 3 I set in those 2 runes.
Two runes set, and he had the Death Embrace in hand.
Death Embrace in hand.
So I had Call of the Immortal and Incinerate.
Do you mean
on turn 3?
You're saying Call of the Immortal? Do you mean Call of the Dead? Because there's a lot of death.
Yeah,
things.
the one that brings you back when you die.
But that's how.
What do you mean how?
Hold on.
Because the plan was
wait. Yeah, Umbridge did Umbridge even survive? I'm pretty sure Umbridge died, and then you brought him back with the rune.
Yes.
No, Umbridge would have died turn 3.
Yeah, so Umbridge died turn 3, and you used the rune to bring him back. Yes. That's what I was trying to figure out. So Umbridge died, and he came back, and that's how we ended up where we did. So that answers the question, because that's what I was confused about. That's my bad, because I was forgetting how.
Someone turn 2, and he died turn 3, and you're asking me why did he die?
Okay. Yeah. So he did die. He did die. That's why I was concerned. I was like, wait a second.
That's why he couldn't move the rank 1 after the change that you made.
Yeah.
Brought back.
Okay, so yeah, that is solid. So I feel like that was a good back and forth. I just want to make sure that we played like a good game to base like decisions off of. Honestly, Malice is insane. Malice is great, but I think we leave it because it's the only real defensive card this deck has. So I think it's supposed to be as strong as it is.
Yeah, I think even its second effect to being able to be negated by Wandering made it like an even bigger I still think I would be in a better position if it didn't negate.
See, now let me ask you guys this, right? What do we do? Because I've been trying to bring down the power level of the game, and I feel like with Forest Guard, power successfully brought down. Cool, good, we're eating healthy, right? They were brought down. Wandering were brought down, but clearly they're still eating, right? It takes some strategizing. You can't just throw everything at the wind, but you can do stuff. I never felt like I was in danger that game, right?
Yeah, I feel like Assault Thief took a lot of the
wind out of
bite
sails, right? On paper, Reaper sounds so powerful, but when you think of the actual in-game counters like Assault Thief, Umbrage does not actually do that much in the face of that, right? In the face of his original attack being reduced. And the fact that Wandering, so when it comes to the negate, Wandering is the only one that can do that, but when it comes to that reduction, I mean, Forest Guard has Kalpa Banyan, right? So even if
you can swap original attack and defense.
Exactly. So even if you don't
and every deck can play Assault Thief.
So it's like, all right, so Reapers aren't that strong. And I think, hey, that's tough titties. I'm sorry.
I'll say the biggest thing that's separating Wandering from the other decks is how consistent the offensive presence is. Because we saw turn 1.
I had Tuertian.
Let's see, what did you play?
I played Tuertian, Ifrit, and Boss Guardian. My turn 1 wasn't very offensive. I played a very subtle turn 1, anticipating a lot of pressure from you.
Yeah, so turn 1, you played Torsion as your offensive card.
Yeah.
Turn 2, you supplied that up with
Wukong
and Ryu.
Not Ryu. Yeah, Wukong, Ryu, and that was it.
And then turn 3, you placed your 2 little guys, which gave you 150 attack also.
Yeah.
And on turn 4, Wukong, Torsion is coming back. And at every single one of those points, you could have activated Dragon Dance and put in a stack.
Oh no! If I activated Dragon Dance at any point in that duel, I would have lost. I would have lost. Ryu is the only thing keeping my defense alive in that game, right? Like Ryu was supplying the bulk of it. Without Ryu in the defensive zone, I lose.
But the point Neo is making, you could do that for even more offensive presence.
Oh, okay, fair.
Yeah.
What's his argument of consistent offensive presence?
Yeah, I'm just saying how consistent the Wandering's attack pressure is.
Because I must.
Because I was like just like taken aback by how statted your like tribute guys. My babies have like 50 attack, and your babies have 100 defense.
Now I hear you, and because it's game battle. Oh, yo, Kofa, how you doing, bro? And Frost is here too. How you doing? Either you buff all the other subsets, or you nerf the heck out of Wandering. Yeah, it's Neoshock and Zane out here. It's good to see you guys. It's good to see you. But yeah, no. So what I was about to say is, I agree with you, right? My little guy. So your little guys had 50, 50, 50. And then,
I feel like the Wandering just has more stats overall.
Wait. Pause. You guys had 50, 50, 50, 0. We had 50, 100. Lots of runes.
Okay, wait. What are Mokus stats?
Mokus is
100.
100. Although, is that correct?
Yeah.
No. Like
to
the game files.
Because
remember, because we said 150-50, and then you're like, no, I prefer it to be the same. So we go 100 to 100.
100. Okay, yeah, that's correct. So
yes.
So we have 0.
Oh yeah.
We have 0.
You're saying how
0.
You're saying
100.
how I have 400 because I have 400 defense, and then when I come back to the assault zone, I always have 400. But Torsion literally has 400 as well because he has 400, and when he dies, he comes back with another 400.
You make a good point, but I have to pay for the second 400, the second 200. Yours is free. And you get yours the next turn, whereas I have to wait a turn.
And you have 2 effects. I have to wait a turn. I can't activate Malice. The turn I'm summoned, I can't bring him back. Well, you can bring him back the turn he summoned.
If we're talking about... So, it depends on what we're talking about. If you're using your first effect, the Malice one, I mean, we saw how strong that was, right? I think that is probably one of the strongest effects the deck has because it lets you set the pace at the start of the game and weaken my defenses. Then when I take you out the next turn, when I take you out, if I don't take you out the first turn, which I probably won't because I don't want to die, if I take you out the next turn, I also lose a card. So you go -1, I go -1, and then the -1 that you went, you get back.
Wait. Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
How much did you pay on this contest? 500?
In total, I paid 500. Yes.
How much Neo paid?
So a lot more. I summoned.
Well, hold on. So Neo paid 200.
3 rank 2s.
So let's take a look at this. Neo lost 200 off of why is there this random? Okay, yeah, you resummoned Umbrage this duel. You paid 200 off of the activation of a rune. So you paid 750. Did I? No, and I hit you directly for 200.
Yeah.
With Wukong. So 400 damage of that wasn't cost. So in total...
Yeah, so I summoned...
About 550.
200, and I summoned 2 rank 2s. I summoned Cronus and Grimace
So Cronus, Grimace 200, Umbridge 200, Umbridge again
twice,
600. So you paid 600. I
and
paid
the
500.
rune was 150.
The rune was 150. You are correct. So where did that extra 50? Oh wait, no, yeah, you have 50 life points in the thing there, so that's where that comes from. So yeah, 600 total as summoning cost, as rank cost summon specifically, not factoring in the runes.
By rune.
And the rune, I have to pay 50 to move a rune. I feel like the numbers. I feel like we were right in the beginning because moving rank ones costing 50 is just applying too much pressure on the gauge.
On the other hand, Saul mentioned that when he was creating that rune, he does not have intention of you moving rank ones.
Yeah, that was never really the intention. The point was to restrat. Yeah.
What I would say to that is,
but
defensively,
you paid 150 for which one?
If to
boost
I paid
attack.
150 to boost, so I could kill Boss Guardian.
Because realistically speaking, with the rune that you used to move the rank 1, the reason that rune was created was to move Grimace. When Grimace comes back in the counter zone, you can put it in the assault zone instead. Now, that probably would have ended up with you taking more damage, but that's why the rune exists. Just for context.
Okay.
That rune that moves is okay with the cost.
Right? So, in terms of pure summon... Yeah?
I think the thing that boosts attack and makes you pay for that boost is not... It's too hefty cost.
But why I put the cost on that is because in addition to that, they have a card that says for free plus 100 every turn. And bearing in mind, actually no, I have something to take back. I think I've changed my mind as well. I don't know how much it would have affected the game, but Neo ejected all of his rank 1s from the Nexus when he ejected mine. And I saw what you were going for with that play, but that made your rank 1s vulnerable, whereas normally I wouldn't have been able to get to them. So you would have just consistently had 100 damage plus 1 indestructible card per turn, which I mean you still had, but then I would have never been able to threaten them with destruction. So you would have just consistently had both, right? I think that's something that we're ignoring because those two cards would normally be in the Nexus. Which I saw the play. I saw the rationale for the play, and I think it made sense at the time that you made it. But in terms of how the Reaper subset plays, the reason why that rune costs 50 per thing is because each turn. I mean, Wukong on summon gives other cards 50, so a maximum of what? 150 on the turn it's summoned, whereas that rank 1 card you played that on turn 1 and you used it every turn, so that gave you plus 400 for free off of a rank 1, which is why all of their other attack boosting stuff is limited, because they have that. And Umbridge naturally resets his own attack, but he never got to do that because Assault Thief just destroys.
You played around,
right? I'm trying to think, because I don't think I would remove the life point cost on the attack boost that they have, because even though it's more spread out, but they have more attack generation than I think anyone. Well, actually no, because there's a spread out.
I didn't mean to remove the cost.
Sorry?
I was thinking about. I did not mean to remove the cost from.
Oh, okay.
Thinking about making gain. You can remove reduce your Nexus glitch by 50 or 100, right?
Yeah.
And gain double the amount you reduced.
Double.
So you pay 100 for 200 attack or 50 for 100 attack.
So so you pay 100, you get 200. You pay 50, you get 100.
Yeah. That's better balance because it's better value, and now I will consider playing that card.
But then I don't know.
Rank 1 can give me like 150, even 200 attack for free. Without even effects. Some rank 1s can give 200 value and reduce my Nexus Squash by 0. And I'm about to boost some attack and reduce my Nexus Squash, but by the amount I boosted it, that's a bad trade.
I hear you. But I'm not sure I want to change it. And the reason why, because I agree, it's not a good trade, but my counter offer is that the Reapers on attack don't need a good trade, right? Because in terms of their attacking presence, I feel like the Reapers are actually okay. Specifically because
I was about to say,
right, like
if you try to gas them up, I would have been like,
right,
hey yo, clearly they're not all that. So
it's not actually gassing their attacking presence; it's gassing their defensive capability.
Yeah, again, I think that,
Next,
defensively, especially against Wandering with the negate, they get getting the ass cheeks clapped.
Yeah, because your only real defensive card is Grimace. And so once Grimace was taken out the first time, the point of Grimace is that when he comes back, he gives you another wall, but you never got the second wall. Now, based on what we saw, it wouldn't have changed too much if you had, so we still need to bring
even if you get the second wall, you're cooked.
I mean, I would have survived. I would have survived one extra turn.
You don't have enough life to survive extra turn to push, because your costs are expensive. That was my argument.
I agree. So, so yeah, I agree with what Zane is saying. So because you spent so much of your life points on the offense, you're left over with very little. So yeah, it is because I didn't understand it at first either. When you were talking about reducing the cost, it wasn't to help their offense. It was to reduce the Nexus drain that the deck suffers from. Oh, yo, when Nexus Bandless dropping, we're still trying to figure out the initial balance of the things, man.
Exactly, what the heck?
Right?
Day one Bandless.
Also, Ragnar, hey, I hope you're still enjoying Sky Strikers. What's good, man? Okay, so with that being said, then, if anything, okay, so here's what I'm starting to feel like, because that game felt really good when we did Wandering subset versus Forest Guard. It didn't feel good because even though Forest Guard had all that strategizing, Wandering was just so far above. Now this felt good. I'm just not. I'm struggling, you guys, honestly, because like every day when I talk to the design team and everything, the people who are doing the coding and all that kind of stuff, and also just trying to learn more about the baseline for a card game, it's like, okay, where do you want to start? And I thought that the Forest Guard level of power is where I wanted to start. If I want to start at that level, then that means both Wandering and Reapers need to be nerfed a little bit. But with how Reapers look right now, honestly, I feel like they feel good to play right now, right?
I mean, should we test Reapers versus Forest Guard? Because I don't think they're that much above them. If
these guys like destroy, I mean, with Assault Thief coming into play, Forest Guard would be okay, right?
Yeah, because like I feel like it was the same thing. Like initially, I thought, after these nerfs, Reaper finna eat Wandering, and then time to get clapped. So see, because in the because like it'll get rid of Spear, because that was like that was a turn that took one thing away. They don't have Ryu to attack and then like swap back to the defense.
Yes, we should test Reapers against Wandering.
I mean,
or Forest Guards.
Forest Guard.
Yeah, I think once we establish that, because like from the way I see it, it's closer than you probably think. So once we test it and we see that, maybe it's closer than Soul thinks, or actually Soul was right, it's kind of crazy, going crazy. And then we could like reestablish, like, because then after we balance Reapers against Forest Guard, then we'll have a more like stable like precedent from where
Reapers
you want.
No, Reapers can't beat Forest Guard. Reapers can't beat Forest Guard. So, looking at the matchup, just the cards that would be in play, you've got Selenis, probably Kalpa Banyan, which deals with Umbrage, setting its original attack to 100. But assuming you didn't even have that, you've also got Minos, which can remove a Forest Guard counter from a card on the field and prevent it. You negate attacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means that Umbrage, even if it was at 300, would never be able to get through. It would just be able to stall you out. What does Minos say? The first time another Forest Guard avatar you control is targeted for an attack, you can activate this effect. Remove a Forest counter from your side of the field and negate the attack. It's not breaking the chain of momentum, so Chronos can't fix it. It's just negating Umbrage every time it tries to hit you. And since Umbrage is the only attacker, the way around that card is to have multiple attackers. Umbrage is the only proper attacker of the deck. So you just would never get through.
I mean, not even proper. Like, the next highest attack is 150.
And you
just have like you have like hefty defenders.
Oh my goodness, yeah, they can't win. I feel like maybe I've been underestimating them because of how they fare against the Wandering subset. But just reading the card abilities, these abilities hard counter Reapers. Encore allows you to reapply a rune that was used this turn. So I could Assault Thief twice in one turn.
Mm-hmm.
I could.
Does it work on any rune or only Forest Guard runes?
Nope. Remove a Forest counter from your side of the field. Select a rune that has been used during this wave. Immediately apply its effect. Treat it as the effect of an avatar at activation and resolution. It's got a synergy rating of 8, so it can't be splashed. But that just lets you reapply runes.
Also, entity.
We haven't even factored in entity.
Yeah, entity can boost pretty big. Minus can boost pretty big.
Right, entity. If entity gets 50 for every rune in play, so if I play 3 runes, I'm already bigger. I'm already the same size as Umbrage. If you played any runes, I'm bigger than Umbrage. Which means that the only real hope that deck has is Grimace, hopefully protecting it on defense and destroying an important card like Selenis to limit the destruction of Forest Guard counters. But to counter that, Selenis can be resummoned. Selenis can be brought back on the next turn by destroying a different card they control. So you can get rid of Selenis for 1 turn, but Reapers doesn't OTK.
Yeah, and also, you also have the rune boosts. So you can technically even get entity over 400, which is where, like, he caps out.
Oh my god, Reapers suck.
So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I don't think Reapers are eating as good as you think they are.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, because that's... I had it confused. Forest Guard isn't control. Forest Guard is very good at stall. And Reapers would hate that. Reapers would hate... why is there an alarm? What is this? Stop. Yeah. Okay.
It's your alarm, so you tell us. Why do you have an alarm?
I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, no. I was about to say, I was thinking that Reapers needed to be tweaked, but honestly, Forest Guard...
They might even need a redeclare, to be honest.
Yeah, Forest Guard is eating. Like, they are fine when it comes to Reapers right now. Just if you're smart, because from what I can see, because obviously we haven't seen it in play, but just reading these effects, it's almost like every effect in the deck was built to counter Reapers. Just play Assault Thief, play Kalpa Banyan to screw up Umbrage, because you were able to reset your attack after I Assault Thiefed. These guys can do it again. These guys just have to do it again.
Like,
so they're a better
I'm gonna
counter.
do it again.
They're a better counter than Wandering is. Hell, Kalpa Banyan even counters the card that uses its defense for damage calculation because it'll just swap the two. Right? Because
make his defense 0.
Make his defense 0, make his attack bigger, and then destroy it. This, just reading it depends on how you apply them, but on paper, this deck eats them alive.
Yeah, you don't even need... You don't even need Spear to negate. You just Kalpa Banyan cooks.
And I know what's been changed. I know what's so different about Reapers. They don't have Yatagarasu anymore. That's why they've lost so much offensively. Right? Do you guys remember Yatagarasu, Reaper's Crow? It had 250 attack.
Yeah.
And then it could make 2 Yatagarasu tokens, both with also 250 attack and 250 defense. So it provided for you defensively and offensively for a big push if you needed it, right? But getting 250 plus 250 on one card, 250 plus 250 on another card, so 500 stats, plus it's the card's own stats at 200, so 900 points off of a rank 2 was way too much, which is why it was removed. But that is why they seem so much weaker. Yeah, removing just one card removes so much offense because Yatagarasu was doing a lot.
I mean, that's something I was saying with like the difference in stats between Wandering and Reapers, and also now they mentioned Wandering and Forest Guard. Seems like they have a lot more like stats than Reapers. Reapers, yeah, it can reset the 300, but there's so many like targeted things you can do to Umbrage.
But see, my counter to that though is when it comes to Reapers, and why I'm so scared of Reapers is because quick question. Is there floodgates in this game? No, there have not been any floodgates created yet. I hate floodgates. I hope I never introduce them. And it's not really a problem. It's the fact that once per turn, if they should be destroyed, they're not. Right? They can just do that every single turn of the game. So no matter how big your stats are, you have to hit them twice as many times. You know that defensive card? You know that? Oh my days! You know that subset? That minor subset, the Valiants, where
Valiants, yeah.
Oh yeah, they can stop an attack, so you have to attack it again. That's inbuilt into this deck, and they can do it every turn from the Nexus where it's safe, right? So I feel like yes, they have less offense, but they are sturdier than almost. I would say that they're not sturdy. Actually, well, no, because
Can I?
Oh, please feel free.
You said Nexus is safe. Can't you go into the Nexus and destroy the supports for the cost of your own card?
You can, but Reapers have a card inbuilt to prevent that from happening. That's how the Hound is supposed to be used. Neo chose to eject all the cards, but normally, if you've got those 2 cards in the Nexus, and because most people aren't going to send a rank 3 into the Nexus because you'd pay 200 just for it to get destroyed. Yeah. Most people send a rank 1 or rank 2, and that card can destroy itself to destroy a rank 1 or rank 2 card in the Nexus. So you can use it offensively to destroy your opponent's cards in the Nexus, or defensively to protect your cards in the Nexus when your opponent tries to send a card in to destroy them. So your cards in the Nexus are safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, but like that's what we're talking about, because like that plays into what I was saying about the stat differential, because if you have, because all of those cards have 50 attack, so if you place those 3 cards in the Nexus, that's 3 cards in your opening hand that like not contributing defensively or offensively.
I wouldn't say they're not contributing. One of them, because
I mean,
so take a step back, right? Umbrage in the assault zone, you have. Let's say you put the card that protects you from destruction in the Nexus, and you put Grimace in the defense zone. Grimace tethers itself to another card on the field. Your opponent tries to attack into your defense. Your Umbrage should be fun, unless they have Assault Thief, but it's turn 1. Most people aren't going to play Assault Thief turn 1. Umbrage is fine to eat whatever's in front of him. Then they attack into you. If you want to let them destroy you, cool. You destroy yourself. You let them destroy you. You destroy your opponent's card. If you choose not to be destroyed, you just hang on with the Call of the Immortal, force them to lose 200 points of attack for free. Well, not for free. You have to use Call of the Immortal, and then they have to have another thing to attack you with. So I wouldn't say that card isn't adding anything defensively. Then on the next turn, you add the offense to it. You can put the attacker in the Nexus. You could put Kronos on the field for extra attack, and then whatever else you have has to be drawn from your deck because you've only got 5 monster cards in the starting hand, and that's all without factoring in the runes, right? So while their stats aren't as spread out, they don't have like 50 here, 100 here, 200 there. They do have solid points of offense and defense that kind of just hold the fort. You get me?
What I would say is, so you have 400. So it'd have at any given point you'd have the 200 defense.
Yes.
So the most you can like play is the 400 defense, Umbridge with 300, and Cronus with 150. And then you could have, and then in your next you have Hound, you have the 100 attack boost, and the death that basically the attack protection that basically can serve to help you.
Yeah.
But so the 200 is linked to something. So when you say it needs to be attacked twice, it can be attacked twice because once it's destroyed whatever it's linked to and it being attacked, that's it being attacked twice.
I mean, you don't have to link it. It's an optional effect. If you feel like you need the extra defense once you see the state of the board, just don't link it. Let it get hit once for the 200, it survives. Let it block another attack for you, it dies, and then immediately comes back on turn 1, or rather on turn 2, with an extra 200 defense for you. So it reduced an opponent by 200, it blocked an attack, and now it's also defending you. But I do see the point that you're making, because it'll be hard for anything else to get through, but they need more defensively. I'm hesitant to give them more defensive cards specifically because of Call of the Immortal. Am I using the right? I'm confused. Specifically because of the one that protects.
We all know what you're.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah. Call of the Immortal, right? Where it's like, okay, well, if we give them more defensive cards, that makes them that gives them the potential to really stall. And that was sort of the idea behind it, where it's like, okay, you just don't have to risk destruction on a card once per turn. What I'm trying to say is basically they got outpaced here, but I don't think it's because necessarily they're too weak. I think Wanderings are still too strong, right? With a few tweaks, I feel like they would have had a more balanced matchup. I get that they don't have a lot defensively, and I get honestly, Forest Guard will probably eat them alive. Probably.
Exactly. So that's what. So I'm saying, like, what do you mean they're not too weak? We've clearly established that the baseline for the game, Forest Guard would cook, sizzle them up.
What I don't want is for them to become just annoying to play against, where it's just like, oh, these guys, I have to hit them so many times, because Forest Guard has a counter to them in that they just stop them from attacking, which means they stop them from playing the game. The Wandering subset just has enough offense to be able to rip through them. What about the other decks, right? Ancient Beasts don't do squat against Reapers. Am I lying?
I mean,
is that a lie?
What does I swear Leonidas
Leonidas
does something.
Leonidas can bounce once per turn. No, actually, hold on. I didn't lie. They don't. So Leonidas can bounce a card once per turn, but you have to have a token on the field. They can only generate one token for free the entire course of the game. So let's say they summon Leonidas turn 1. Basically, it depends on when you summon the Umbridge, but that's their only out. Now,
can you attack? Wait. Can you attack directly the turn you bounce?
No,
because I remember us doing something.
No,
so you can't attack.
You can't attack directly the turn you bounce. So, because the whole point of the Ancient Beast subset is they have to destroy you by battle to get their tokens. If Call of the Immortal stops you from being destroyed by battle in the places where it matters, they never get to generate tokens, so they never get to use their other effects.
What I would say is that they could use the bounce, and they could bounce Hound, and they'll have like basically able to send like the rank 1 or something to eat up the Nexus, and they're basically.
But that's
I'll say like
so. That assumes a few things. If we're talking turn 1, that assumes that turn 1 I didn't play the Hound, I didn't play the rank 1. That assumes that turn 2, we're sending something into the Nexus to destroy the things going on in the Nexus. But also, you've got the thing that protects you from destruction even inside of the Nexus, plus your own Hound that can destroy things that are going into the Nexus for combat. I feel like that's a lot more of a balanced matchup, especially, and now I'm second guessing because I reduced the Ancient Beast subset from 200 attack each to 150 each. Now I'm thinking about putting them back, seeing the power level of everything else. Because
I mean, I don't know why you did that. They need 200.
I was trying to bring everything down to roughly where I felt
Wait.
I feel like you just underestimated Forest Guard a lot. Just because they were again.
Zane was wait, hold on. What were you about to say?
We're talking about Ancient Beasts.
Yes, Ancient Beasts.
Are they not updated in the doc?
Let me double check.
Oh yeah, because also like Ancient Beasts is meant to
attack on those bitches.
No, yeah, the attack hasn't been updated yet. The attack hasn't been right. It's 250
because
currently.
I was like,
yeah,
4 cards,
yeah.
3 250s, 1 200 attack card. You use Ozolt, and this is a synergy rating 4 archetype.
Yeah.
So you use another archetype around.
Yeah, exactly.
To help you deal with Reapers. And
okay.
so
let's take a step back. Everybody take a step back.
What do you mean?
Okay, so I confused myself. Everything went down by 50, so the only card at 150 is the Ancient Beast dog. Everything else in the Ancient Beast subset I wanted to be at 200 because it's so splashable, right? Instead of 250.
Yeah, you have a lot of attackers with 200 attack. There's no issue using Assault Thief on Umbridge to help you deal with it. You have a lot of targets for Assault Thief, no worries, and it's a low synergy rating archetype, so you can splash supers that can help you deal with Reapers if there will be a problem.
You know the thing, and
yeah, actually, like I had this at the back of my head. I was like, why is he saying acting like one Ancient Beast is like this main archetype that would get bullied by Reapers? Like they would cook.
No. So here's the thing. I don't think so. I was thinking about Ancient Beasts on their own. Once you bring Assault Thief into any conversation, the Reaper subset falls apart. Okay. Once you bring Assault Thief
and,
into anything,
Wyvern and stuff apart. Wyvern can also. That's like 2 bounces per turn.
But
they're cooking.
Necessarily falls apart.
Sorry.
I wouldn't say it necessarily falls apart.
Well, it becomes quite a bit harder depending on how much they reduce you by with the Assault Thief.
Yes.
And here's the I think Assault Thief is a balanced card. Honestly, it just sucks that it hard counters Umbridge. But I do think it is a balanced because you lose the card for a turn. It comes back with no effects. It comes back with no stats. Like you lose a lot for that, but you get to use its original attack.
You need to wait for Umbridge to be on the field first, so
exactly
get 1 turn of free Umbridge Rampage.
Right?
Or you're risking wasting your Assault Thief.
I think Assault Thief just became a staple, and it's become the first staple that we have that I'm really happy with. Like I do feel like it's balanced. Like when Siphon was a staple, that shit it sucked.
Yeah,
because it didn't feel like we did anything. I siphon you, lose 100. You siphon me, lose 100, and we both just have 9 cards to play with instead of 10. Whereas with Assault Thief, it feels a lot more tactical. I really like this as a staple. So that's fine.
And they also have Goranson.
No. Oh, I was just happy that we got our first staple. I was noting it's birthdays in my calendar, so we can bake a cake.
27th of January, the first official staple was born. 2024. Man, but I'm happy
with stuff like Wyvern as well, like 2 bounces per turn, or Valiants can like negate attack as well. I feel like you're underestimating like how weak Reapers actually.
How much? We still do have a control aspect in almost every archetype, and Reapers heavily fall to controls.
Oh, absolutely.
Like swapping attack and defense.
Like
bouncing, stopping attack.
Bouncing and
wait, hold on. Who bounces in Wyverns? Can only be activated.
Oh yeah, no, because it was sent, so it'll be returning them to the start now. Yeah, so I'm still thinking of the old Wyvern.
That's not so bad. They can't do that often.
So let's see, what else are you gonna be mixing? So I guess Valiance is all.
Wait a second. Wait. Wait. Oh, damn it. Okay.
I swear swamp dwellers bounce. Is it swamp dwellers or like ogres or like one of these iron kappas or like one of these
iron kappas do bounce, but they can only bounce rank 1 and 2s. So they can't bounce Umbrage.
What about
Swamp dwellers?
Swamp dwellers. I said they do something.
Umbrage is not the only issue as long as you can boost something to the Umbrage values or above, Umbrage becomes dead. And it's your only attacking card.
Wait, hold on. If you boost something to Umbrage values and you Call of the Immortal Umbrage, Umbrage will reduce the attack of whatever has the Umbrage level value, and then after that battle, regain its original attack. I think
unless it's original.
Unless its original attack has been reduced by a lot. If anything, if these guys were to get support, it would probably be something that boosts original attack, right? Because right now none of their effects boost original attack. It's just a turn by turn kind of thing, which I think is healthy because Umbrage does that on his own. But once you introduce Assault Thief into the mix, that's where things get messy.
I think not necessarily increasing original attack, but something that's, let's say, sets original attack to 300. That way you can make any card your attacking card if you wish so, or you can somewhat cleanse.
Okay, so in that, so how about this? How about this? What about just in the future, not Reaper support, just a rune that resets a card to its original attack? Easy. Right, so Umbrage has some counterplay, and if that doesn't work, then I'm tough. I don't know. But right now,
your wording is bad. Resetting cards to its original attack after that original attack was changed wouldn't do shit. You need something that sets original attack to a not broken value. Let's say it's rank times 100.
Set a card's original attack to. Ooh, hold on. Think. Set a card's attack value. No, because if you can set a card's. No, hold on. Wait. Pause. I think we're jumping the gun here a little bit. Because a rune like that, in other decks as well, would be kind of insane. Why I say reset a card to its original attack, because let's say a card battles and isn't destroyed, activate that rune, boom, it's full again, right? It's full up again, it's back at its original attack. That's the kind of purpose I want a rune like this to have. And then like also if you've been Assault Thiefed or if your original attack has been changed, let's say you got Companion, that lets you put your attack back at what it originally would have been. If your opponent is boosted really high, you activate that rune, it resets them to their original. That's kind of what I'm going for.
Okay. So, it's bad to be a generic rune, but you can make it work only on Reaper avatars. You can make it as a Reaper avatar effect instead of a rune.
An effect is too strong. An effect means that so that's the other end of the thing where it's like Assault Thief.
So what if it's a conditional effect that triggers when this card is destroyed?
Yeah, maybe
that way your opponent may force it if he wants to, or you can combo it with your own Reapers. Like, there's a lot of things that can balance this, and it doesn't need to be in the game right away.
No, of course. I think you make a very good point. If this card is destroyed, target Reaper avatar, set its attack to its original attack. Is this an actual card game? It's a card game that I'm making. Is there enough boosting for a reset card to be good? I kind of explained with the reset where it's like, okay, if I've done an attack, I can reset to original. If my opponent's boosted, I can reset them. Neo, you were about to say something?
Yeah, how do you feel about that being Ward's effect?
No.
Because it being in the Nexus and being destroyed, it's kind of... It doesn't really like fit in too well, I'd say, to like
with the strategy.
The Reaper. Yeah, but having something that when destroyed reduces something to its original attack is more like it's more in line with the archetype.
No,
and
why I don't want them to have it yet, right? Because we've just discovered that Assault Thief counters Reapers. Cool. With Hound plus a card like that, where if it's destroyed, it resets attack, you can just erase the effects of Assault Thief anytime, which at some point might be good for them, but I don't want them to have that right now. Right? I agree
Yeah.
that it should be a monster effect.
That
Wha-
being said,
yes.
my first mention of reducing the
You could destroy Hound, then activate Assault Thief as well. It's not
What?
like you could destroy Hound, then activate Assault Thief.
What if Hound is in the
Like-
Nexus?
Then you'd have to. Then Hound being destroyed, it creates a lot of like. You have to like get rid of Hound, off. I guess with like another effect, which like let's say Grimace, so it would increase like the Reaper's like counterplay. Like they would be more involved in the game, I'd say.
I feel like currently they're pretty involved, right? I define more because again, also Zane, you were about to say something before I get started. What were you saying?
I say setting original attack to a certain value that we just discussed is a cool concept, but it's too early. We don't have to discuss it any further, I think.
Okay.
I think Reapers are kinda weak
Mhm.
in terms that Assault Thief hard counters them and most of the archetypes have something for them.
Mhm.
And that being said, my original idea to reduce its Nexus gauge costs, an example, that room, is a good idea to help them survive a little bit longer. And the third thing I wanted to say,
Mhm.
Neo mentioned that wandering offensive presence is too high, and we haven't talked about that.
Yeah, I want to touch on that next. That's a good shout.
Yeah, I would say you're probably right about if that becomes Ward's effect, maybe Reapers become better, and maybe them being at that level would become like a bit too good. Maybe I don't think it will, but maybe it's higher. It makes them better than you want them to be right now, I guess.
Mhm.
So I can agree. I can agree with that. I still think it would make them better to a level which is more acceptable with the current game, because I still think they're like them being like dog stomped by a generic rune as a major archetype is that it's gonna sit like maybe like pretty like it might not sit well with like most people, because like
Okay.
this is a cool archetype in my major
So,
again, like because that's not a problem that like most of like major decks have.
Here's what I'm thinking. What does Underworld Contractor say? Destroy this card. Target a rank 1 or 2 avatar on the Nexus. Destroy it. Damn it. Okay, so that doesn't work. What I was going to suggest was increasing Reaper's Hound by 100 defense. Now, what I was trying to achieve with that is it can be a slight defensive buff to the deck, and then in a situation where you were attacked, I was hoping that you could destroy Hound to destroy a card in the Nexus, and in doing so, break a chain of momentum, but it's not an attack or defense manipulating effect, so that wouldn't work. Ward's effect. If this card in the Nexus is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, add a Reaper rune in your graveyard back to your hand. Maybe just if this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard rather than in the Nexus, so you could use it as a wall and get a rune back, give them a little bit of recovery. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a solid change to Ward.
Shouldn't it say activate this effect in the grave?
The card in the Nexus is destroyed and sent to the graveyard. Yes, it should. Yes, it should. Yes, it should. That one was done before I actually started making those changes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ward,
We know there's shitloads of changes in wordings that we have to go through at some point.
Ward should activate from anywhere, plus activates from the graveyard. Okay, so Ward is activatable from anywhere. In which case, I think Ward should have 200. Ward should have 100 defense.
Yeah.
That
I
way,
feel like
yeah.
that would just make it so much better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that way it's like, okay, it's a defense. It's kind of like Boss Guardian, but for runes, where it's like, okay, there's a defensive wall. You kind of want this to be destroyed, so you play Grimace one turn, you play this another turn, and then you get a rune back when this is intentionally destroyed. That gives you a bit more defensive play and a little bit of added recovery. Which hopefully makes a sizable enough difference. So yeah, 0-100, it ties with Ifrit. And hopefully that's not too crazy. The reason why I wanted to do it for this card is because hopefully the players don't have as much of an incentive to Call of the Immortal this and just like stall on it because you want it dead anyway for the rune. But it gives you the option to choose if that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
All right, so with that being
does Call of the Immortal has cost?
Nope, you can just, the first time a Reaper would be destroyed, it's not destroyed, right? That's why, that's a really strong effect. Like, if any other deck had that, they would be, that's why I'm shocked that the Reapers are getting
Dog stomped.
Like, honestly, because, like, if any other deck said, once per turn, a card isn't destroyed, like, bro... Like, I'm telling you, bro, which is why I don't know what it is that's making them suck, but I'm trying to be so careful because I feel like
the thing that's making them suck is being top heavy by having only one defender and one attacker.
That is, I mean, that is, no, but see, that's fair, but technically speaking, they don't have one. I mean, now they've got this guy to also defend a little bit, but he's not really a defender. You've got this defender, and then Kronos is supposed to be multi-purpose at 150, 150. Now that doesn't seem like a lot, but
Kronos has 150-0.
Well, he can switch.
Doesn't Kronos have 150-0?
He can switch.
Okay.
Yeah.
He can switch after destroying one of your cards.
No, he switches after breaking your chain of momentum. So just swing with
yeah,
Umbrage.
he breaks your momentum.
Yeah, swing with Umbrage, end the chain of momentum, and then you're good to go.
It's not 150-50, is the same 150.
Okay, fine. It's 150 in both places. Whatever. It can attack and it can defend. That's the point that I'm making. And with these guys, able to boost anything by 100, that is a potential 250. I do agree. I think the deck is weak right now. Reapers might well be the weakest deck. And just a touch more of support could make them the strongest, I think. The card that resets original attack and another attacker, I think, could make this deck insane. But for now, with this extra little bump in defense, I am quite a bit...
Yeah, Hound and Ward at 100 makes it a bit more... Because I was getting... I put Ward aside. I thought he had something. I thought he had 50 attack. I thought he was doing a little bit. I thought doing a little something. But Dog was there like, nah, I'm not in the Nexus. I'm doing nothing for you.
You know what? You had said
it's kind of funny to me.
I hadn't actually written it down, but I think the Hound should actually have 100 attack. Because
stream crashed?
Stream crashed? Did it?
Okay.
Oh.
You're lagging.
We're here.
Okay,
I think it just lagged out for a second, maybe.
The stream froze.
Okay. No problem. Because for Hound to use its one ability, it has to destroy itself. So it having 100 attack isn't that crazy, I would say. It just gives you an option to use it in a different way if you need to. So that's not so bad. So we've got attack. RIP the Reapers, their support will carry eventually. Exactly. Reapers is a deck where it's not going to be difficult to make them good. Right now, they're not the greatest. Like, and you know what? No, I'm okay with that because you know what? This creates the need for counterplay as well. We're going to move to the Wandering subset in a second, but does this remove one? Reduce? Okay, so this is one change that needs to happen. Assault Thief needs to target, right? It is too early to have a non-targeted effect that's that like on point. Which means that if you're able to read your opponent and know when they're going to Assault Thief, play Diversion and make the Assault Thief target a different card. right? That adds some tech to the game. They're not helpless.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that definitely does something.
So
especially if Assault Thief becomes meta, then
exactly that makes diversion
something so dog water
right
actually becomes semi-usable.
Assault Thief, and then it's up to the player to determine when their opponent is going to Assault Thief.
Yeah, because it gives them 2 runes, because it gives them like it gives them diversion, and it also gives you the rune that brings it back after it's destroyed.
Exactly.
So you can like kind of protect against this rune that stomps you, basically.
Exactly. So I think honestly, with Assault Thief now, with Assault Thief having diversion as a counter, with them having 50 extra defense, 100 extra defense, and then 50 extra attack on one of the cards, I think that they are fine. So let's talk about
we can test them against like Ancient Beast next, but I feel like they're capable.
I think they should be. It's better off testing them against the Forest Guard subset, because out of all the decks, the one deck that I don't see us touching again is Forest Guard. I feel like they make me happy when I look at them. Right? So let's talk about Wandering, because Wandering overperformed once again. Wandering once again has proven to just be too strong. The option, because I remember having so many options, right? I could switch, or I could Dragon Dance, or I could use Journey's End to reposition. I had too many options, I think.
Literally on turn 3, you came up with 3 different strategies that probably would have been like goated. Well, I'm here just like, Umbrage time. Let's go. Bug. Umbrage.
Right? They're too versatile right now. So let's take a look. I personally feel like Twersion was balanced that game. Bound only working once is good. You have to pay the cost again. Leap never gets used. So
it's still strong.
Oh no, it's not bad. It's still strong, but what I'm trying to say is I don't think it's broken. So I don't think this card is what's making the deck feel broken, right? Migra is definitely not what's making the deck feel broken, because we never use it. That's not to say that it's good, it's just we never use it. Maybe if the deck gets nerfed, we'll have to use Migra. It's crazy that they have a card dedicated to defense and they just never need to use. Right? Isn't that kind of insane? Like they just
because Ryu's pulling triple duty.
Honestly.
Nerf Boss Guardian defense.
Yeah.
Oh, I had a feeling you might say that.
I mean, it's
he's drawing, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
And he's drawing a card.
So,
like
from 150 to 100?
Yeah.
Oh, the 150 feels good, but I agree with you. They have too much defense right now.
I'm wondering about Moku's versatility also.
Okay, hit me.
I have no idea how to hit you. I think the problem is in the small cards now.
Yeah, because
let's take a look at that in a second.
Normally the Snake Lady isn't like clutch or anything. Yeah. Like I was about to destroy, because because in that situation Ward had 0, so Ward was actually doing nothing. The dog was useless.
Okay.
So if Ward had actually any defense, then I actually would have been able to kill Ryu in that situation.
Oh wait, Jojo, Jojo doing all right. Hope you're doing good. And Dino, it's good to see you, bro.
I guess I'm fine with Snake Lady, because if Ward was doing anything at all, then Snake Lady wouldn't have been a problem.
Honestly, because again, I want us to focus in, because now you've got a defender that has 100 defense. Meanwhile, and this is what's frustrating, because I'm trying to itemize, because you've got a defender with 100 defense now, which means that your deck's total defensive power amounts to 500 now, right? Reapers have 500 total defense for a total of 100 life points, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you say it like that, it doesn't sound good. But then I'm trying to take a second, because Ryu can act and give you defense consistently, but Ryu gives you 250, 400 if you Dragon Dance, but you can only Dragon Dance every other turn. Plus, it goes down consistently and costs you 200 for just him. Which means that if Ryu gets removed somehow, I don't know, like Soul Link.
Are you taking into account that Ryu can swap with Turk?
Yeah, exactly. And Phoenix can double.
Or can swap with...
No, you know what? True.
Mokus can match your...
Yeah, Mokus is also...
Your... So here's one bad thing about Wandering, and he starts defending them.
No. I'm still listen. Let me tell you why I'm saying this, right? Because no matter what happens here, Wandering needs to get brought down. I'm just trying to avoid a situation where, because in that game, what I felt like was, on defense, I never felt threatened. On offense, I feel like I struggled more than I struggled on defense because I had to hit you twice to destroy anything, right? So it's not so much about the Wandering subset itself, it's about the experience of the gameplay against Reapers, right? Regardless of that, Wanderings do still need to be nerfed 100%. So you mentioned Mokus, it says tribute Mokus and target a Wandering avatar on the field, and then you basically do a swap. Now, we haven't used it for that, but that is a powerful effect. It's at 100, body of 200 total. Do you think that that's a problem?
I would say
I think it's
the 100 came up. It came up this game.
Yeah.
100 was meaningful because like such a weakened game state.
Yeah.
Maybe we do like another matchup, see if the 100 comes up again, and if so, we can drop it down to maybe 50.
Okay.
Because these little guys that are meant to tribute themselves, if they're like pressing people, like maybe that's an issue. But
we'll
see.
So take a step back, and again, I have to play devil's advocate. I'm gonna do this regardless, right?
That's fine.
Rank ones that press. Forest Guard doesn't play that way, so they don't have rank ones that press. Ancient Beasts have a rank one that presses. And your guys now have a rank one that presses at 100, right? Now, these guys having 50 isn't really pressing. I would say Mokus, yes, but Reyes has 50. Boss Guardian has 0. We're reducing the deck to the defense to 100. Ifrit has 0, defense at 100.
Yeah.
Huyi is 0-0, Phoenix is 0-0.
I mean, honestly, I think if Mokus was like 100 attack, 0 defense, it would still press but be a lot more balanced because of lack of versatility. I'm scared of Mokus' versatility from back when I was playing Wandering.
Okay.
Like, I knew I could put this card anywhere and it will be useful even without activating anything.
Okay, so they've got a 0-100, a 0-100, a 100-100, a 50-50. So if it's 0-100, 0-100, 100-0. Okay. Yeah, I back it. Honestly, I don't like the way it feels because the reason why I wanted... Actually, hold on. What if we did this? Because the reason why I wanted him to be 100-100 was specifically because of the theme of his effect where attack and defense combine with each other. So I wanted them to be equal. Nope, wrong card. So what if we make... So right now it's 100-0 and Reyes is 50-50. What if we make Mokus 50-50 and make Reyes 100-0?
Reyes 100-0.
Wait, just so I can visualize it, who's Reyes?
Reyes is Snake Lady.
Snake Lady.
She's 50-50.
Wait, she has 50 defense?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, she was 50-50.
Yeah, she needs to be 50-0. Actually, yeah, 100 is...
100, because the highest problem I have is versatility. Yeah, so Mokus 50-50 looks better. Tribute this card and target a Wandering avatar you control. Yeah, okay, so you can block with this for 100, or you can decide to tribute itself to isolate one card for a turn. Yeah, that seems okay.
right?
That's okay enough.
Yeah, I'm
Alright.
fine with it.
Okay, 100, 0, 50, 50, we changed that. 0, 100, we changed that. I wrote that down. Hui is 0, 0 anyway. Phoenix is 0, 0 anyway because they modify stats. Because what else can we bring down?
You know what we can bring down in theory?
What?
You can bring Turshan or Wukong defense.
That's what I was thinking tuition attack, but tuition defense.
No, I think his attack is okay. I think the defensive option of both of these cards when compared with Ryu switches is strong.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to have tuition at 250. Wukong is 150, 100. I feel like a base stat total of 250 is okay because now they're both at 250. Yeah. Because why tuition? I'm happy about that is because tuition comes back, so you can redeploy it, and 100 in the defense could make a big difference. Whereas if you put Wukong in the defense, you don't get most of his utility.
Yeah. Where's Wukong? Kicking. Okay, you still can use Monkey King if you so.
Right? Yeah, you get the Monkey King boost, but you can't use staff, and then that's basically it. That's all he does.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. It makes sense.
Thinking about
because you can. Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm still scared, right? But I think I just need to take the plunge. Them not having board presence clearly is not holding them back that much because Ryu is everywhere, right? Ryu is everywhere.
You can say that again.
Right? Tuition comes back, Ryu is everywhere, so they will have consistent offense and consistent defense. Which means that personally, I now think Ifrit should have 0 defense. Because Ifrit steals a card for a turn. Who else? Boss Guardian is a defensive card, so let's leave it at 100 defense. It wouldn't be much of a defensive card without that. Those two are support type. Mokus is a dual type. And as much as I don't like it, maybe just make all of the support types 0 attack and 0 defense. Honestly.
I think we're good for now. Let's check.
Yeah, I would say all of them 0. We can keep them on like the naughty list. Like keep Ifrit and Snake Lady like your 100 looking kind of sus. And right. if it comes up, then we can like.
No, hold on, because the reason
then like the shopping block.
The reason why I say it is because yes, they all have to tribute themselves to use their effects, but they don't have to use their effects, and they're posing. It stops me from having to make choices, right? Like me having 3 solid choices for what to do on a turn because Ryu is an option, Boss Guardian is an option. I have never felt the need to play Mrigra because I know that between Boss Guardian and Ryu, my defense is sorted. There's no need for these other cards to also have defense, right? Ifrit doesn't need to have that defense. It's just an added buff. Take that away. Right, so put Ifrit at 0. Huey and Phoenix were already at 0. The only support type then that has any stats is Reyes. At that point,
I mean, it's okay because her effect is to isolate attacking cards. So you're choosing: do I want to reduce opponent's card attack by 100 by fighting with this card, or does the opponent card have so high presence I need to activate this effect?
That's a good point. That's a good
point. I liked it as an attacker, like attack with some attack and 0 defense.
My question is, do you want to force people to play Mrigra? Is that something that you want the Wandering players to do?
I want to play anything. Don't worry.
I'm gonna change. So sorry. Before we move on, I'm gonna change Reyes to an assault type and agree with what you said. I want the support types to be at 0, so they've got 1 rank 1 assault, 1 rank 1 defense, 1 dual type, and all the rest are supports, and all the supports are 0. Because I wanted to have that consistency of the supports being at 0. So yeah, I agree.
Phoenix is support type. Hugh is sub type. Ifrit is also a sub type.
right? So Reyes is 100-0 and an assault height. Boss Guardian is 100. Tuition should be at 250-50. Ifrit is at 0-0. Is at 0-0. And those were all the changes that we made, right? Yep, got that. Mocus got that. Boss got that. Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay.
So, what else can we think
Boss
of?
Guardian should have 100 defense, not attack.
Huh?
You said Boss Guardian at 100 attack.
Did I?
In your doc.
Oh, thank you. Even when I'm trying to nerf him, I'm trying to buff him. You hate to see it.
He's trying to sneak one past us. Good catch, Zane. Good catch.
Right? Good stuff. Good stuff. Now, I think stats-wise, they look a lot better. Right? Stats-wise, they look good. Now, also, just because I know it's going to come up at some point, I'm going to take away the attack of the Wandering Mygra, because all of the other rank 2s have been set to 250 base power. Even though no one's really playing it, Mygra having the 50 attack isn't doing anything.
Yeah.
So
it's fine.
Right? Mygra, I mean, no one's playing it, but still.
I was playing it.
Shut up, Zane, you don't matter.
I mean, if anyone's playing them, they're not playing in the assault anyway.
Yeah.
No one's out here sweating 50 assault.
Exactly. Now,
I mean, technically, a smart swap with Rio, with Mygra,
I mean,
should do a nice job.
You make a good point.
The attack.
Now,
Cowboy full game.
The next thing that I am going to reluctantly change is I am going to... Let's change Switch. You can only swap with other wandering avatars on the field. Even with just that, Ryu was really good. It gave us a really solid option in the last game. Moving anything... I mean, swapping anything with Ryu is crazy, right? Just Ryu being able to say, hey, I'm over here, you're over there, let's switch. The disruption that offers to any strategy. Like, for example, let's say you put yourself in the Nexus and you put, I don't know, you put yourself in the Nexus and I put Ryu in the defense zone. I swap us out, now your card in the Nexus has to attack me directly and get destroyed, right? Because Ryu can put itself in the Nexus, but it can't put other cards in the Nexus. You can just do so much. Let's say you're trying to attack with Umbridge. Boom, I just put Umbridge the Reaper in your defense zone. I don't know why I didn't think to try that. Put Ryu in your assault zone, Umbridge in my defense zone, swap them out. How are you getting Umbridge out of there? Right?
That's literally like game over.
Yeah, like it's just too versatile. It's too many options. So we're going to go with Zane's version of Switch where you can only swap with... You put Ryu somewhere else. Wait, no, sorry. Zane's version was where you send a card to the graveyard and swap in there. That'll be the next step. If it still proves to be too strong, the next step will be swap a card somewhere and then send the card you swap with to the graveyard. We'll start by saying you can only swap between wandering cards. Yeah. So that is... the first, this is like the third attempt to make Switch balanced.
Wait, can you attack yourself?
What?
Because if you place, what's it called, Umbridge in my own defensive zone, am I attacking myself?
No, that would turn Umbridge into a defender, so it would be using its defense value of what, like 0? I don't even know.
Okay. So if you swap him to my defensive zone, I would instead of place him on your side of the field, I'll place him on my side of the field.
He'd be on your side. He'd be on your side.
Okay, cool. So he'll become defensive.
So you can only switch with wandering avatars. That still leaves you with a lot of options on the game board without letting you apply too much disruption to your opponent. Not to mention you've got Kieran and Dragon Dance at your disposal. Is that enough?
We can test it, but it sounds okay. What I would say is maybe reduce it from 150 attack bonus to 50 attack bonus.
My man said leave the buff. Wait, what?
So, Dragon Dance and Kieran, maybe the next step is to reduce them from 150 boost to 100 boost.
Wait.
I think the next step would be to reduce it to 100, not 50.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Reduce it by 50. Reduce it by 50.
Reduce it by... Okay. You scared me. Yeah, same.
We all saying the same thing, but thinking it differently.
So that means Ryu can jump to... So the early in the game, that sounds good because that means Ryu would be jumping up to 350. But then as the game goes on, Ryu progressively... Because it's only until the end of the turn. So it will progressively still get weaker over time. Maybe that's not a bad thing because it can still use...
Yeah, like...
You know what? Yeah.
Like, what the heck?
Yeah.
What do you mean progress? Oh, Ryu's getting weaker as the game goes on. It's almost like the game is meant to be more than just a Ryu simulator.
No. Because like, as it currently exists, Ryu still gets weaker. It starts at 400. And then if you hit it, because you're not going to hit it for nothing. You're probably hitting it with like, I don't know,
the average is like 150. The average is like 150
I would
to
say
100.
The average is 200 to 150.
Average, you can say it, but most cards have like 100 defense.
Most cards that you're actually attacking with. Most cards that you act like, for example, if I think 2 Reapers, you've got Kronos with 150 but a potential 250, Umbridge at 300 with potential 400. If we move over to Forest Guard, yes, they all start at 150, but most of them end at 300 to 400 if we're talking either Minos, which is an attacker, or what's his name? Entity, which is an attacker. All of the Ancient Beasts are currently at 200. They were at 250 before. So I think it's fair to say that 200 is the baseline. If anything, that's being generous. Because, like, yeah, most cards that exist in the game have less than that, but you're not attacking with most cards in the game.
Yeah. I was more thinking of, like, Ryu attacking into a defensive card. Because Ryu attacking into an offensive card isn't usually what happens, but you do you so.
No, you weren't talking about the same thing then. That's fair enough.
Yeah, right? I guess so.
350... You know what? It forces you to make more choices, and that's what I'm trying to do. So yeah, reduce both Kieran and Dragon Dance. They boost by 100. And you kind of just have to firm that. Kieran and Dragon Dance boost by 100 each.
Yeah. Nice conversation in the comments.
Right. Oh, sorry, what happened? Consider the following. Maybe the game is called Maybe the game is called Ryu's Nexus. Okay. I'm trying to think, right? And it's difficult. That sentence made me sound like an idiot. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to think, and it's difficult. No. Right?
Don't worry.
Oh. Hello.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I thought my stream cut out. No. So what I'm trying to
we're just waiting for you to finish your sentence.
I'm looking at Ancient Beasts don't have any rank 3s. Boys, Forest Guard don't have rank 3s. Reapers are the first deck to have a rank 3. Carnage gives consistent presence, but not with Assault Thief. During Catastrophe never comes into play. Like I buffed it thinking it might make it more useful, but realistically speaking, you will always use Carnage over Catastrophe. Catastrophe might be good in the mirror match though. In the mirror match, that could actually kind of slap.
Okay.
There aren't any card effects yet. Ruin will only become good once card effects actually exist. If this card is destroyed by a card effect, you can activate this effect from the graveyard, destroy one card on the field. but we don't really have card effects yet, which begs the question: should it have?
If I can see, wait, if I can see right, Umbrage is a synergy rating 6 card.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it can be played with another synergy rank 4 archetype.
Yeah, you can.
And
You can.
I think the catastrophe is, even if mirror match wouldn't be used, because you don't swarm the board enough for it to be good.
Okay.
But if you play it with a supporting archetype of synergy rank 4 that can swarm pretty well to defend, for example, catastrophe will be really
Reapers
support.
What's it called?
Reapers,
Gladiators.
We went different directions, but fair enough. We went different directions, but fair enough. You know, there's again the only synergy rating 7 card is Grimace. So with Grimace in the deck, you wouldn't be able to mix and match as much. But that being said, yeah, they have a flexible-ish synergy rating because Grimace is the only synergy rating 7 card because of how strong it is. Thinking do be hard, it do. Now, I'm considering changing Ruin because it's like, okay, I get it, in the future this ability will become decent, but like, no one wants to wait for the future. It doesn't feel good having a card that feels like it just has a dead ability, because it's not even like it's never going to come. It is physically impossible in the current state of the game for Ruin to be activated. Actually, no, that's a lie, because you can destroy it yourself. I take it back. You can destroy... So technically, Ruin is the first card effect in the game that lets you destroy other cards on the field. Which... hold on, wait, hold on a second. Hold on.
You should destroy your own Umbrage with your support cards to pop Ryu.
Yes!
And then bring Umbrage back.
You could have brought... Oh my goodness! What? Have we just been sleeping on one of the best effects in the game? Because I remember this, because it used to say it had to be destroyed by an opponent's effect, and I took it out because I was like, oh no, that's tedious. No one can destroy. But no, you can destroy it. It can destroy itself. No, you can destroy it with Malice. You can destroy it with Malice. You can destroy it, not Malice. You can destroy it with God of the Harvest, or you can destroy it. The most easy way to destroy it is to use Reaper's Hound. Right. Oh my days! Wait! You could, on turn 2, after you've used a rune, put the Reaper's Ward.
So yes, you could. Okay, Neo died.
What happened? Wait, did his internet die?
Neo just died. Yeah. Neo just disconnected and
died. Oh no! Oh
no!
I thought he was being quiet because of the realization. No. Okay. But no, this is crazy, because like you could Underworld Contractor onto
that combo. Yeah, so that combo could turn the game against Wandering, I guess. Welcome back, Neo. So I don't think we should put changes into Reapers yet. And
let's maybe hold off on buffing them, because I mean, again, it's a big investment. It costs you 200. You have to destroy your Umbrage in order to pop a card on the field, but you can pop anything. Right, that's fair.
I still stay behind my one thing to reduce the cost on the.
Hey, Gear Tomb. What do you mean replace?
Replace Neo.
And Neo become a raptor.
Oh my days.
I think the Death Embrace should cost less.
I mean,
like pay 50 for 100 attack or pay 100 for 200 attack.
I was on the edge of agreeing with you. Like, I was, honestly, you had me sold. But they can destroy anything. There's nothing in the game with protection. I am not giving them more.
Wait a second. Umbrage.
I mean, you could make it target, and then there'll be like.
Make it target. It should target.
I mean, again, the only card that can protect from that is Diversion, and I guess Wandering Gaze if you have the tech to play it on the right turn. Those are the only two, and they don't stop the effect. They just shift the target somewhere else. One of my cards still gets destroyed, so I go -2. Yeah. So I'm good with that.
How are you going -2?
I lose
the rune.
No. The rune and the card, but then you obviously have to go -2 for the play as well, to be fair. But if you're doing it right, you're probably getting your Umbrage back.
Make it target.
Yeah.
Target one.
I mean, even if you're getting your Umbridge back, you have to use the rune.
Field, destroy it. Because what I was gonna say,
Because you have to take into consideration that this effect is contesting, is working with like the other ones as well, like Catastrophe and
Yeah, so if you use
Carnage.
Carnage, you cannot activate Ruin. But if I were you, if you were in that spot, Leo, when you get
assault
death,
thief, literally.
yeah, you should just go.
And then you not only
Yeah,
do you
but
reset the
I
assault
lost
thief.
I lost Cronus before I
Yeah,
had.
you do. So that was a good play on Soul Heart.
So don't use Chronos for that. Use the dog. You didn't have to lose the dog. That was your choice. Put it in the
I didn't
Nexus.
have the dog, bro. The
Yes,
dog
you
was
did.
50.
Yeah, the dog was 50,
No,
and you
I-
put it in the
turn
counter
one.
zone. You put it in the counter
Turn
zone.
one. Yeah, because you were coming up to me. Like, I was getting cooked.
It had 50 attack.
Like,
Okay. Soul was coming for you, which somewhat fixed the oppression
yes,
of Wandering
yes.
again. So maybe it
Yeah,
was
so turn one.
oppressive enough for you to play Hound in the counter. Now you can play Hound
Yeah,
in the safer spot.
play
Mhm.
Hound in the Nexus.
Yeah, because turn one, I put Cronus in the assault because he's the only other attacker. So turn one, I put Cronus in the attack, and turn two, but Umbridge came up and Cronus died.
No, but I'm saying forget Cronus, because Cronus isn't a consistent way to activate that effect. The dog is. Hound can be activated at any point in time. You just pop Hound, pop a card in the Nexus, case in point, the Ward. So you pop Hound, pop Ward, pop Umbridge, destroy a card on the field, get a rune back from
Wait,
the
how does-
graveyard.
Wait, go to Hound, just scroll down to Hound.
Says Cantic on the Nexus straight.
Hound,
And
destroy.
you destroy.
Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of its old effect.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's my bad. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, I thought I had a great combo figured out. Its old effect did something different. Apologies.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're going really negative just to activate a pop, my guy.
I mean, in a game where nothing else can pop cards on the field, I feel like that makes sense.
I mean, you're losing your free cards and your big boss guy. Like, you're getting your back blown out.
I disagree completely. What? Let's say we're in a situation where you've assault thiefed my... So I would only do it after you've assault thiefed me, because at that point, Umbridge is basically useless. So get rid of it while popping one of your cards and getting the Umbridge back in my hand. So I pop your boss monster, lose mine, but the difference is I get my boss monster back. The other card that I popped in that situation... Well, Hound doesn't work because its ability's been changed. So I think that's what the deck needs, honestly. Fix Hound. What's the way of talking? Because right now...
So like 0.5 seconds ago, you're like, bro, a pop? We're not giving that to them. And just like,
what if instead of destroying this card, it says destroy
a Reaper card? That's what I was thinking. Destroy a Reaper avatar you control.
Rank 1 or 2 avatar in the Nexus destroyed. So that way, if Hound is the only card in the Nexus, you can still activate it.
I think that makes...
You pop one of yours and you target Hound. So you trade 2 for 1 with your boss monster.
That is a sizable buff, though.
Etc.
That is a sizable buff. If we're giving Hound this, I want to take away the stat buffs that we were giving it, because that is sizable. Because that means up until now, Hound says, okay, you can destroy one card in the Nexus, but if you can destroy another card you control, that means each turn you're popping a card in the Nexus, which is a lot of value.
That's a trade for one because you're also popping your own card. And what cards have effects when you pop them in the Reapers?
Not that they have effects when you pop them, but you got Call of
no, not only on Umbridge with Ruin can pop
and Ward.
You can pop your own Grimace to trigger Malice. Technically, you can go combo Malice with opponent defense, play Umbridge, pop Grimace to activate Malice, destroy defense, and then pop it first because there's no other cards in the Nexus.
That's a nasty combo. That's a nasty combo. Summon, oh my goodness, Malice, pop your own thing. Okay, so let's take a step back. Because that is nasty what you just said. That is massive. I didn't realize how easy it was to shift the balance of. Well, I did realize it, but I didn't think just that
That's
one thing.
Yeah, like, let's look at cards that benefit from you popping them. Let's look at them. Okay, 2. Is there another? God of Harvest? No.
I think it's those 3. I think it's just those 3.
Yeah.
And also, the thing is, with Reaper's Scythe, what I was actually getting at before wasn't even the disgusting combo. I was getting at the fact that you could protect your own card that you're trying to pop, and then destroy the other card. Now, the only way the caveat to that would be to say, destroy a Reaper card you control, and if you do, that way
But
you
on
can
the other
use
hand,
something.
so wait. But on the
Yes.
other hand, if you use that combo with Malice,
Mhm.
you use Malice this turn, so you cannot use Echo of Morning. So
That is
you
true.
have no defense at all for that combo.
But-
You went full on aggression. If this is turn 1, you're losing Hound because this is the only card in the Nexus.
That's
pop.
true.
Unless your opponent plays a card in the Nexus, but you cannot guarantee it. And you're using your defense and your counter for that one direct attack. If your opponent has nothing to stop it. Because they might play something in the counter and now you don't get your direct attack anyway.
That is true. That is true. So that means we would both get a guaranteed hit on our opponent's life points that turn. Effectively.
Yeah.
Right? He would get...
Okay. So what about that? Destroy this card, target a rank 1 or rank 2 avatar in the Nexus, or 1 Reaper avatar. Destroy it. So Hound is forced to pop itself. It's a one-time thing. And you lose your Nexus protection.
So you destroy this
just
card.
to pop your other...
This isn't safe. Okay, yeah. Destroy a card. Destroy this card. Pop that. Or a Reaper avatar. You can trigger Ruin if you want to. You can protect the Nexus. The Hound is extremely versatile. I like this. I think it should be a 0/0 because that is insane potential that gives you. You can either activate Ruin, pop a card on the field, pop Malice, activate that, destroy a card your opponent controls, or protect your Nexus with another card. That's a lot of versatility in one card, which is a rank 1. I like it. We'll put it at 0/0 and see how that works. Oh, yeah. That was some good workshopping. Damn. That was some good workshopping.
Sounds...
Okay.
All it takes is to look in one on his ability, like, ooh.
Do we want to talk about anything else, or do you want to take a look at the cake, the dough subset?
Give me 1 second. Let me make this change. I'll have a quick look over, and then I think we can take a look at that thing. If I notice anything, I'll let you know as I'm doing it. Destroy this card, avatar on the Nexus, or a Reaper card you control. Or a Reaper card you control, destroy it. So let me just make sure that this is translated properly. Umbrage is the Reaper, Grimace, Cronus is the Reaper. Remove once return clause on site. Yep, that's fine. Reaper contract needs to be rewarded 50 times its rank cost. Yep. Ward should activate from anywhere, plus activates in the graveyard. Ward should have 100 defense. Hound should have 0 attack, 0/0, and has its ability updated. Were there any other updated abilities? I need this so I know what to change. We updated this. I already mentioned that. I mentioned the buff to its defense. Yep, mentioned that. It's not a once per turn, not a once per turn. Cronus is already fixed.
My question is,
yep.
So is Ward still has this specifically destroyed in the Nexus, or
no, are we changing that from anywhere?
Oh, okay.
Once.
Oh yeah, so you haven't updated in the dock yet, right?
No, not in the dock. I've updated it in my notes because again, it's a system. The notes are important because once I update the notes, I update the dock, and then based on what's in the notes, I can then update the cards.
Yeah, also.
Yeah.
Once per wave close. removed from Sight and Sickle?
Yeah,
Do you have that note?
Yeah, I've got that in the notes. Got that in the notes. Thank you. I'm okay. I'm gonna stop myself. I'm getting so.
Ruin targets.
Thank you. I would have missed that.
Are we still reducing Ancient Beast by 50?
I'm gonna say yes for the time being. 200 a 200 body that's splashable into any subset. That seems good enough. I don't think they need 250 around the board. Although looking at how everyone else is doing, I mean, Ancient Beasts do have a rune that boosts attack as well. They're splashable. They've got runes.
They were never like reaching the numbers that everyone else is reaching, and even though they're splashable, they're not splashable with anything that like boosts his attack. Like,
I mean, at 250, they're just a great assaultive target, if anything.
I feel like they're already kind of struggling putting up numbers, and reducing them will just make them struggle even more.
I don't think so.
I don't know, because again,
it's Netherite 4.
Yeah.
One, splashability. Second, paying 100 for 250 attacker is a good value in my opinion, and I would just play them without their effects for that value. Paying 100 for assaultive for 250 and a champ blocker with 0 attack defense just to stop one attack, that's still a great value, a great assaultive target. Like going down to 200, they still a great value and great target in my opinion.
Yeah. Plus, not to mention, if you choose to play them pure, if you control 3 Ancient Beast avatars, you get a free rider token, which means that you have a free bounce, basically, right? Turn 1.
4th body. You have 4 summons on 1 turn.
Exactly. You either have a 4th body, or you have it's just a lot of value. This one says target an Ancient Beast avatar you control. Its attack and defense are reset to their original values. So basically, what we were thinking for Reapers, they already have. Which they're probably not going to be able to use this as much with their attack being reduced, because they were surviving basically all their fights before.
I mean, not necessarily so, but because as you saw during the 4th, 5th, 6th turn, a lot of fuel is out of the game. So having that one Ancient Beast avatar saved for turn 4 can bring a lot of value. Yeah. Like you can take 2 rank 1 champ blockers, then reset its stat and threaten the Nexus Gauge.
Yeah, I back it. Okay, so I think that's everything for Reapers. I was so tempted to put Umbrage at 0 defense once I realized it could use Ruin whenever it wanted, but I'm gonna restrain myself. We'll see how it is in action.
Kappa Banyan swapping its original attack and defense, making it 0 attack instead of 100 attack.
Okay, let's leave it. They're already struggling enough. They're already struggling enough. I completely, this had to have been intentional. I can't believe I just forgot that this existed in the deck. That's ridiculous. So yeah, Assault Thief isn't that big of a problem. When in comparison to what they've got the potential to do, I think. So they're looking good. Is there anything else here? No, I think they're good. If anything, I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit scared of them now, which is it's healthy. That's healthy. That's good. But that being said, so I think their counters have changed, because now they will be hard countered by the Asylum subset. They will hard counter the Asylum subset, but they will also be hard countered by them. Because the Asylum subset is really weird, where it's like, if one of the Asylum subset cards goes to the graveyard, they all get destroyed. That being said, cards in the graveyard. So, for example, this rank 1 Asylum subset card says, hey, while I'm on the field, cards in the graveyard can't be summoned, they can't be returned to their hand, so on and so forth. So your Umbrage recycled to hand just wouldn't happen. Getting your rune back wouldn't
we
happen.
have a floodgate.
Yeah, this Asylums are the first, like, okay, hold on. I think the graveyard is the only thing I'm willing to floodgate.
I mean, the floodgate, on the other hand, the floodgate on a monster that is not a support type is okay.
Yeah.
Because it's forced to attack at some point.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Or
forced to
be destroyed.
It's either forced to attack or defend. So that's another thing. So one thing, none of these cards are support type, right? They're all attack defense. They're all dual types, right? Because I wanted to have that come to play, right?
I looked through them.
But yeah, so that will be a very interesting matchup, I think, because they can prevent themselves from being. This is one of the only decks that has destruction protection, actually, right? I think they can be protected from destruction by effects using one of their runes. Yeah, if it will be destroyed and sent to the graveyard, removed from the game, so that's not protection, it just protects your other cards. Cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Asylum rejection. Yeah, this is the one instance of just straight up card protection in the game right now. So that's cool. So looking up at the Wandering subset,
I just find it hilarious that we've like never played Asylum.
They're new. They're new-ish. They got added to the build along with like gladiators in them.
Yeah, that's
so they've never actually been tested before. So they need to be tested, but they're the last ones in the current build.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be put into the game for a while. So that's why I'm not pressured about them.
One question.
They're a major archetype, right?
Are we updating TTS today?
No, not today. There's too many updates to the card data I'd have to do. I'll do it over the weekend. We can do it on Tuesday. If you guys are free.
I hope you will do. Am I free on Tuesday? Depends.
Right? No problem.
I mean, at this hour, I will be, for sure.
I will be asleep at this hour on Tuesday. I have school.
Yeah, but like 3 hours ago, like 3.5 hours ago, I will come back from tutoring kids.
Okay, vibing.
On Tuesday, so.
All right, good stuff. You love to see it. So we can.
It's almost 1 a.m.
for my days.
What?
Okay.
What is
it? No, that's just late. Okay, in that case, I was looking over Wandering to see if I wanted to make any other like slight taps for them.
Well, you understand me. I was asking what's the hour at your place.
Oh, it's 10. It's 10:40 right now.
Okay, because it's 11:40 for me.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, I don't feel as bad. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was 50 past midnight for you.
No.
Okay.
We're good.
Don't worry about me. I'm going to sleep around 3 a.m.
Okay, fair.
Because I'm working second shifts. So I don't do nothing in the morning. You're at school and I just sleep.
Man, I hate it. I hate it here. I'm gonna make Orion's belt on Rygra the same stats as Wukong's ability, 50 to everything in the defense zone.
I mean, are you sure? Do they? I guess we can like test it
because like it's got 250 defense, so on summon it's at 350 defense. Plus, it would boost anything else in the defense zone by 100 for a turn. And again, the aim is to limit options. All of these cards will get ascended forms in the future. All of these cards will get additional stuff added to them. If anything, I think its second ability needs to be reworked because that's where it's really lacking in power. If a wandering avatar you control is sent to the graveyard, target a card on the field and isolate it until the end of the turn. Part of the clause was that it can't be removed from the field. That's back when recalling was a thing. That's not a thing anymore. So it's not really all that useful. Just like, oh yeah, if a card you control is sent to the graveyard, isolate a card. You're not protecting anything by doing that because the card you wanted to protect is dead.
I mean, why? Technically, if you have like Mariga and another blocker in your defense zone and I attack over the defense guy, I can isolate the attacker Like Umbridge is attacking my boss guardian, breaks it, and then wants to attack my Mriga, I can isolate Umbridge and survive one more turn. And force you to use Carnage again on the next turn.
For Wandering Avatar, you control is sent to the graveyard. Target one card on the field. That card becomes isolated and cannot be removed from the field. I'm gonna take that out. It's not necessary anymore.
I mean, isolation.
I mean, what I would say is in the current state of Wandering, the only cards that you really want to be in the defensive zone is Boss Guardian and Migra. Is there anyone else?
Boss Guardian, Ryu, half the time, and
I mean, technically, you could use Mokus if you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Right. But now it's at 50, so not really.
Yeah. I don't know, because my aim with Wanderings is for all of them to be unique in a way, and I feel like Reyes is just Mriga but better. Reyes just at any point in time, hey, tribute, isolate, right? Like there's never a reason to play Mriga. So I know that we're supposed to be
but Mriga,
what I would say is this card loses.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait, what? I can't. You're both talking.
Mriga says if a Wandering Avatar you control is sent to the graveyard, you can tribute your Wandering Avatar by its effect, and that triggers Trojan Assault.
It does, but then, I don't know, it feels weak because all the other Wanderings can activate their effects on their own. Like, if I'm tributing a Wandering Avatar to do something, I probably don't need you to isolate a card right now. I mean, again, maybe if I'm in a really sticky situation, but then I just don't know. It just doesn't feel as grand.
What I would say,
like what? Oh, yes.
Yeah. So, a suggestion that could possibly work is, reduce target a card, reduce this card's defense by that attack. You could make it attack, or whichever side, isolate that card.
Okay, so it lagged a little bit.
It lagged a lot.
Okay, yeah, it lagged a lot. I didn't hear anything you said, man. I'm sorry. I was trying to be nice.
Oh. Okay, so Migra targets a card, and it reduces its defense. That card starts and isolates it.
I don't know if I like that. To be honest, my simple fix was, and tell me what you guys think of this, just swap out isolated for fortified. It's a defensive card.
You target your own card and fortify it.
But you can only target a card with this effect once.
Oh my god.
Right, so you can fortify yourself once.
Can try.
Sorry?
Okay, we can try. But if I'm about to fortify Turshan to get through your defense, on the next turn fortify Ryu so you cannot get through my defense.
So maybe only let you fortify a card in the defense zone. Maybe. Okay, how about this?
You just buffed us. Hell, all the cards that we there.
Okay, pause. I've just realized. Wait. Okay, let's try this instead. If a Wandering Avatar you control is sent to the graveyard. If a Wandering Avatar was sent to the graveyard this turn, you can activate this effect, fortify this card. This card can only use this effect once per contest.
I mean, that means both of their effects are once per contest?
Yes.
Because technically one is when you play it and the others. And you can choose if you want to fortify.
Right? It doesn't add power like crazy.
That's not good because the first one now becomes extremely weak. I would never use the first one. Because why would I? I can give like 100 defense. Because realistically, I would have one defense monster and Mriga. I can add 100 defense, or I can use the second effect to gain 250 defense. Why would I want the 100 defense over 250 defense?
Okay, so what if we made the first effect mandatory again? It used to be mandatory, but we changed that. When this card is
yeah.
summoned, you
That-
must
that
activate
was
this
better.
effect. Yeah.
Yeah, and now I'm putting pressure on my opponent to deal with that card before it can
Fortify
You-
itself.
fortify itself. Yeah,
Yes. Okay. So.
and
So
I
this
think
for
it will
this-
it might fortify on the next turn. So that's clarity, game clarity.
Nearshock, you were
does
about to ask something.
fortify end? Yeah, does fortify end at the end of the turn, or is it like until it's dealt with?
I'm pretty sure it's until the end of the turn.
I mean, fortification is until the end of the turn, right? In the
Yeah.
rules.
It
As
is.
an
I
effect.
mean, but again, if we decided to change that with the effect, we could, but I don't think.
I mean, even if it's not until the end of the turn, that's not a problem because you can attack it with a 50 attack.
Oh
I
wait,
think
no,
we're
no,
trying
no,
not
no!
to
It's
buff
not. It's
the
not. It's
wandering,
not.
so
Fortified
it
isn't
not
until the end
be
of
to the
the.
end of
Fortified isn't until the end of the turn. It's protected during the first battle that it takes place in after it gains a status condition. So it's just fortified for one battle.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so whenever that battle happens, it gets that fortification. I think that's a lot better. Right? When this card is summoned from the hand, you must activate this effect. You must activate this effect. If a wandering avatar you control is sent to the graveyard, this card gains the fortis. This card becomes fortified. This effect can only be used once per contest.
Mm-hmm.
And
Remove the last line.
yeah, this isn't necessary. Okay.
And if a wandering avatar was sent to the graveyard this turn.
Yeah, if a wandering control you was sent to the graveyard, this turn.
You don't see my highlights. That's sad.
No, I can't. Sorry.
Can you give me suggestion? Because there's addition, but I don't want to be addition because
it's a system.
you don't want me to be addition because I can mess stuff up. But there is a commenter function. You have my mail. You can share to me directly via mail. And
Here, I think anyone with the link can comment. There we go. So you guys can leave suggestions.
Yeah.
You can activate this effect if a wandering avatar you control was sent to the graveyard this turn. This card becomes fortified. This effect can only use one. Yeah, I feel like that gives it like its own niche, like its own purpose that it fulfills. It still sucks because it can't just do it whenever it wants to. You know, it relies on another card you control being sent to the graveyard. I feel like that's okay. Well, damn it.
Yeah, you can see my highlights.
Yes, I can see that now.
Okay.
I'm thinking, right? In a situation where I summon Mrigra turn 1, you put something in the assault zone, you've got something in the defense zone already. Mrigra only becomes fortified if a card I have was sent to the graveyard this turn. So on the next turn, after movement phase 1, you're the first battle of the turn. You're probably attacking Mrigra. That means that, what effects would I be using to put myself in the graveyard that early on? Right? Mokus is...
Who says you should summon Mrigra so early on?
That's fair enough. Also, I just realized why Mrigra had 50 attack. It was so that it could be used with Mokus, but actually I think that's fine. It's weird, but it's fine. I just thought of a really weird strat that you could do where Mrigra takes some damage, it's at 200 defense. You could wandering journey it to a different lane, like the assault or defense zone, then use the assault or counter zone, then use Mokus to put that 200 defense in its attack. That would be such a niche use case, but I'm glad that there's actual plays with Mrigra now. Which would leave you defenseless, but still.
Yeah, couldn't you?
No,
So
if your opponent's playing
Marcus,
tall, then that's good.
Sorry.
yeah, Marcus needs Migra to have lost attack, but what doesn't?
No, it
What's it
need
called? The one
it needs
is
Attack or defense,
it
no
needs it
matter
to
what.
it needed to have lost attack or defense, and then you
Yeah.
can reduce either its attack or defense to 0 and increase the other relevant value. So if it's taken 50 damage to its defense, boost its attack up by whatever's left over. But again, that's assuming that you only lose a little bit of defense.
Yeah, you can still like lose a bit of attack and still increase, even if it's 0. It just makes it a bit more balanced.
Yeah,
Because instead of going,
this is so interesting, right? Because Monkey King is until the end of the turn, and it's optional. Orion's Belt is just a permanent buff to defense, and I'm okay with that, honestly, right? Based on what we're going with, because you're forced to do it, it locks you out of Trojan Assault. So this card has an effective 300 defense body, and then fortified, so it can protect you for a potential 2 turns. That is valuable. Now I want to give it 200 defense so that it boosts to 250.
I was thinking about 50 attack and 200 defense. That was my idea. Give
I'm
it back
down.
the 50 attack, but give it to 100 defense.
I'm down for
Now
that.
the Mokus play can still be in play if you really want.
Yeah. I like that. Okay, so the designers are gonna love this because they thought that this card was done. Orion's Belt, Trojan Assault, changes to attack and defense. Okay, so that is Rygra, touched up, revamped, hopefully actually useful now. So we've nerfed Switch, we've nerfed Kieran, we've nerfed Dragon Dance, we've nerfed Twersion's defense, we've nerfed Rygra's defense, we've changed its ability, we've nerfed. No, we left Monkey King. We left Wukong alone. I feel like Wukong's actually healthy. Phoenix was already at 0-0. Huey was at 0-0. We nerfed Ifrit. We nerfed Boss Guardian. We nerfed Mokus. We nerfed Ray. Actually, technically, we just
changed.
Yeah, we changed Reyes. So, that's a lot of changes. I hope that this makes it better. But again, I do still feel afraid that, like, even with this, honestly,
you're scared of wandering and you're scared of Reapers. Maybe it's time for the run back.
Reapers would do a lot better on the run back, especially with that pop that they can do now. But I think that's good. I think that's healthy. I think that's healthy for the game. The matchup would be a lot closer now. What does... Hold on, let me just double check this. Can only be activated at the start of the wave, placing your defense zone, satisfied cleanse. Okay, good, because before this used to be protected from destruction. It's not anymore, it's just cleansed. I was about to say, like, if they had an inbuilt counter to that, that would... No, that's too much. That's too much. Okay. There's nothing else that is popping out to me like, oh, this is broken kind of thing. I worry about Phoenix and Hui because it's like, okay, that's a lot of attack, but then we don't have a lot of attackers, so I don't know.
So did you add it to the notes to change the name to Reuse Nexus?
Oh my days! Man, it's nearly 6 p.m. Gearteam, you are living life. You've got the whole day ahead of you. Nerf Bat takes no prisoners. I mean, true. Hui, when a rank 2 or higher wandering... So, Hui only works on Twersion, Wukong, and Ryu. Can't use it on the weaker ones. Phoenix can be used wherever. That card gains attack equal to the attack or defense of the avatar is currently battling. After the battle, that wandering avatar is sent to the graveyard. We've literally never seen Hui be used. Since
as you mentioned, it was made for manga. For that one.
Yeah, it was. I'm just because like it's good.
I mean, the thing is, we can only think of so many strategies, right? And
Yeah.
we're not using it. You weren't using Mariga. I looked at Mariga and said, wow, this card is busted. I'm gonna use it. And I use it. I won without using Ryu, right? But with you using Mariga, so
You know what? I mean, hey, fair, right?
maybe there will be a strategy with you that will be so busted that we need to nerf him.
I mean, that's why we're testing. So maybe one day we can
Yeah, but
get the
you were
inspiration to
you
use
were
Huey.
testing Reapers today, and no one of us thought about popping our own
Yeah,
Umbridge
that never.
like
Yeah,
1 hour after the match.
I didn't think about it. Nothing came to mind.
I mean, to be fair, it was we never were in a position to pop it because of Cronus was dead, and like until now, Hound couldn't pop anything. So it makes sense.
Yeah. I got
Okay.
you.
All right, so it's too early for anything to have Endure. We've already got Cleansed. I feel like it's too early to have Explosion. We've already got Fortified. We've already got Isolated.
Wait, what does
We don't have
Explosion do
Ignited.
and Endure?
Endure. They're just random ones I thought of. Cards with Endure cannot have their attack or defense manipulated by card effects. And Explosion.
So only by battle.
Sorry? Yeah, only by battle. Only by battle. Right? It lasts until the card leaves the field, but it can stack with other conditions. Explosion, card gets blown up in 3 turns. And then other cards around the card when it explodes get ignited. That is another one that isn't in the game, probably won't be for a while. We've got Void.
That's creative, though.
Thank you. I didn't come up with it on my own. I think I was talking to someone when we came up with it.
Yes.
Sealed
Was
is just
it a Zane special?
Gate. So I don't want that. So I think it has to be ignited.
You do have a negate, but you didn't use sealed for it.
Yeah. True. I think I want to amend.
Sealed in the game?
Oh, because sealed is a status effect, which it'll probably come in a different way.
It can be cleansed, but negation cannot be cleansed. Okay.
Now, sorry, I have one more thing I want to raise to you guys, and that is to give the Wandering Phoenix an ability that has to do with the Ignite status effect instead of what it currently does. Right? Where it's like it does something related, because we've got basically every status effect in the game is touched on by this deck, which makes it a really good deck for beginners to learn about the game. You've got Void, you've got Isolate, you've got Fortified, you've got Cleanse.
Where's Isolate?
Isolate is Reyes, right? Snake Lady.
Oh right, okay. Right.
So you've basically got every status effect in the game. So it's like, okay, we've got 2 big attackers. Hui almost never gets used because Phoenix is just so much better, right? So maybe it's time to just give up one of the big attackers to make room for another big attacker, and do that by bringing in a status effect. I just can't think of how that status effect would be applied in a way that like feels good, because for example, if we say that only the card that an avatar is battling gets ignited, then it's not good. You just make one card lose 50 attack after your card gets destroyed. It's probably already going to be weakened. But if we say every card in the same zone as this card gets ignited, well, that feels like it could be a lot.
Wait. So you want to add it to Phoenix, right?
Yeah, change Phoenix's ability so that it's not doubling.
So Phoenix now is tribute this card, target one wandering avatar on the field. Targeted card cannot attack directly this turn. Also the attack or defense that card of that card.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, becomes equal to double its current attack or defense. Recall to recall at the end of the turn. I mean, okay, you're doubling its stats. Maybe, if you want to include Ignite in it, maybe if that card destroys opponent avatar by battle, it can ignite anything.
Yeah, because it's not coming back to the hand anymore. So maybe after it's getting attack boosted, it gets ignited.
Ooh, that's interesting.
So
igniting yourself instead of igniting the opponent card.
Yeah, so
That's
instead
cool.
of recalling it to the hand, you're igniting yourself, so you're gonna lose attack every turn.
I love it. Thank you, guys. Targeted card at the end of the battle. At the end of the battle.
At the end of the wave.
At the end of okay, yeah. So we leave it the way it is. Ignite the targeted card at the end of the we can say wave.
Yeah, so like
right.
If
Tribute this
I
card
decide to not attack during first battle phase because something happens, I still can attack during second battle phase and then get ignited, not immediately.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, but is it so? That is, I feel like that's a nerf because once you double up, you're gonna hit something once, and then you're gonna start getting reduced consistently. Is that
for 3 turns, right?
Ignite you get ignited, and then for 3 turns you lose attack. So it's like, okay, by the time this is done, you're gonna be pretty weak. Which feels like a healthier
time it's done, you could be dead.
Yeah, honestly.
But there's cards like Torsion that will come back, or like it can even synergize with Mokus, because then
well, technically, look, if you use Rio in defense, then move it so it lost some defense, move it to attack, double its power, beat over something, and then Ryu gets recalled and you get to replay it. That's a lot of value, even though you have to pay 200. With this, you do not get to replay it if you go for a huge boost. If you boost your weaker cards, you're boosting them by 200, 150 in case of Wukong, 200 in case of Sturshan. If they were boosted by Wukong, 200 and 250 respectively, and then you lose 150 over time, it's still a permanent 100 boost.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like that a lot. You get the big boost, and then every turn after that, you're losing attack. It's still because it's still an attack boosting card like Hui. But I don't know. I like it more.
You could use Huey to supplement Phoenix.
Technically true, because if you double your attack and then didn't lose that much attack, Ignite might drop you to the Huey range. Actually, funny interaction. I like it.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah, I think why am I not able to accept this? Tribute this card, target one wandering avatar on the field. The targeted card cannot attack directly this turn. Also, the attack or defense of that card becomes equal to double its current attack.
Oh, maybe because it's or defense. Yeah. So if you double defense, the Ignite does nothing for you.
Exactly.
So maybe you should just double attack.
I mean, that would also give Huey more of a because the card has
Hui, but also the aim for this card was okay. It's attack and defense. Like that's the thing that sets it apart. Whereas if it's just an attack boost, I agree with you. I agree that it's now that it's igniting, it has to just be attack. Because if you do this to a defender, the defender doesn't care.
It doesn't have to be just attack. Because if you use it defensively,
it's less impactful.
It's a lot less impactful. And on what will you use it defensively? If you use it on Ryu, Ignite is still relevant because when Ryu goes to attack, it has its attack reduced. So Ignite is relevant on Ryu. If you use it on Raiga,
500 defense.
Yeah. that can be fortified.
Yeah, I don't think we can let it boost defense.
Yeah, but on the other hand, wouldn't it be
Right.
the same way previously with recall? Previously, with the old Maraga, you play Maraga, she's 350, you boost her to 700, you recall her, you play her again, she boosts your defender by another 100, Boss Garden is at 300 defense now, she's at 350. Like, that combo existed before.
It did. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, so in that case, yeah, I'm just gonna switch off the defense. I'm just gonna switch off the defense. And what I think, you know what? What if we swap the roles? Rite of Ashes, use it for attack. Let Wild Roar boost defense as well. Right?
Yeah, but I'm just thinking about Wild Roar being able to boost defense.
Because it sends to the graveyard, so you can't recycle that.
I'm guessing Wild Roar is Mokus.
No, that's Hui.
Hui.
Oh yeah, Hui is who I meant by
right.
Mokus.
And so now Hui has a place in the deck where it's like, yes, it's the versatile one, even though there's a higher cost attached, i.e., being sent to the graveyard, right?
I mean, I think that's what I was trying to say, because
you don't have to give me royalties for great become... Thank you, Gear 2. Sorry, you were saying?
Because Phoenix being specialized in attack and Hui being the versatile one gives it, because Phoenix is the better one, so it being less versatile makes it more balanced.
And Hui only working, first of all, it only works on rank 2 or higher, and it only works when the card itself is actually attacked. Right? You can activate Phoenix whenever you want. Let's say there's a card that's about to destroy a card in the Nexus. Well, Phoenix can dodge it. Hui can't, because it has to be on. It's when the battle happens. Love it. I love it.
And that a Wandering Avatar is sent to the graveyard, so.
Yep.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
So
So you're walling hard, but you're losing that defender for sure if you decide.
Exactly. It's a 2-for-1. It's not even a 1-for-1, because you lose Hui, you lose the defending card, but you beat a big imposing threat. Yeah. I feel like this deck. Well, I say it feels a lot more balanced. It's felt a lot more balanced before, but this does feel good. Hui really changed.
I always
say that saw from a week ago.
Yeah.
And Hugh wasn't used. I never used him. He was garbage for me.
Yeah, I've never used him. He seems, because he's supposed to be the sinew of the deck, where it's like, okay, boom, there's a problem too big for you to solve, I can handle it. But he has never had a place to belong. Even now, to be honest, I don't see myself putting him in my starting hand.
As you said, if there's a problem too big to handle, I'm here. But Wandering never had a problem too big for them.
True. I mean, to be honest, even now with the Phoenix being nerfed, right? Offensively, they are still fine. Defensively, maybe Wild Roar can help them out if the need ever arises. But I mean, they've got Mrigra now, which feels more useful. They've got Ryu moving back and forth, and they've got Boss Guardian.
I mean, yeah, it seems like the opening hand is Mrigra, Wukong, Torsion, Phoenix, Ryu.
I don't know if I would say that. I feel like the opening hand is...
I would simply Phoenix over Hugh.
Yeah, I would say my opening hand... Yeah, I would still play Phoenix over Hui as well. Like, I would say my opening hand is Torsion, Wukong, probably still Ryu, definitely Boss Guardian, and either Ifrit or Phoenix. Right? Now, my draw deck, my resource deck, will now contain Mrigra and either Reyes or Hui. One of the two. Because Boss Guardian is a guaranteed draw early on, and it's defense. So
it's better than Mrigra. Because
right? So turn
early on is better than
exactly.
Mrigra.
So turn 1,
it's a rank 1. It has defense, and it draws your card.
Yeah, so I think that would be my new turn 1 lineup. Which does include, I mean, again, I'm using most of the cards. The only cards I'm not using in that lineup are, I mean, Mokus, which is surprising. Like, Mokus is a good card, but right now it's feeling like Hui might have taken a spot over Mokus, maybe? That's kind of how it feels, because like Hui can be used anytime. Meanwhile, Mokus requires a card to have battled and survived once already, which the Wandering subset can do, but it can't be activated whenever you need it, whereas Hui will be able to be activatable whenever the battle is taking place. But it sends everything to the graveyard, and I like that they both have their own disadvantages. It makes you have to think a bit more about it, which is good. That's good. That's a good thing. Okay, we're done with the Wandering subset for the time being. Thank you guys very much for your help. Zane, show me what you want to show me.
So it's in the game dev chat. I posted the link.
Okay, I'll take a look.
You already should have
editing privileges.
Yeah, you should have.
Right. Thank you very much.
If you didn't change your mail, you should have.
Oh wait, Cash is here. Yo, Cash, love to see you putting in work on your game, bro. Keep it up. Also, I'm confused as hell, not gonna lie. I'll walk you through the rules at some point if you want to learn. It's pretty straightforward, but also there's videos coming out on the channel every week explaining how the game works. It's kind of just taking over completely. We need to have a sit down. It's 2023. I haven't spoken to you all year, man. Yeah, glad I could be here for a bit. Continue giving it your all. Thank you very much, Dano. Have a great weekend, friend.
Doughy.
Yeah.
The tyrant.
So, what am I looking at?
I'm guessing this is a
double. Okay.
I mean, the name double came from Grimm, so I couldn't change it.
Double. All right, double, the Tyrannus Dough. That makes me think of the the Pillsbury Doughboy. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
I imagine a blob of dough that cannot be cooked, no matter how hard you try to make it a cake, it refuses to be cooked.
Nice.
The uncookable.
So let's take a look. Double, the Tyrannus Dough, rank 3, synergy rating 2. What?
I mean, the more cards you decide to play with him, the more useful the more time you can bring it back. Or it's still just
300, 150 though. That's kind of heavy.
Okay. Let's take a look at the effects. It all comes down to the effects. Let's see. Instant Yeast. You can activate this effect if you have an empty rune zone. Send one rune that mentions a Dough avatar to the graveyard. Oh, we don't have anything like that yet. That's cool. Okay.
It was supposed to be rune heavy, so like one of its effect is to use its rune. But you cannot use 4 runes during. I mean, you technically can, but you don't have the versatility of setting 3 and then using one in hand. You first need to empty one slot. So
I mean, that makes sense. If anything, it would be cool if this could do it from the hand or the deck, but maybe I should read the effects before I try and buff it. When this card leaves the field, you must activate this effect. Okay. Add a rune that mentions Dough avatar from your graveyard to your hand. That's cool. So you've got some of that recycling. I want to see what these runes do then. When this card destroys an opponent's avatar by battle, you can break this card's chain of momentum and target a card in the Nexus up to the rank of the destroyed card. Hey!
Yeah. So this technically will never go in the Nexus. Has no way of dealing of cards in the Nexus. You don't have small avatars to go in the Nexus and deal with stuff there. So technically you use this to deal with the stuff in the Nexus, but then you're locked out of that rune usage, you're locked out of maybe locked out of second ability, because I'm not sure if it would be can or must.
Okay. I'm intrigued. Let's keep looking. So this is the one that's top heavy. So he's the one at the top. Let's look at the others.
So sweating.
Yeah. Okay, so Oven Bowl the Cooker, the 788 degree. When this card is summoned, you must activate this effect. Summon one Doughboy, the Tyrannus Doughboy, from your graveyard and reduce your next. Okay, so you still pay the cost. That's interesting. So that's recovery for you. Cool. Ramsable the Chef, rank 1, synergy rating 2. You're a cake sandwich? What?
A reference to Ramsey. Like, it's an oven. 788 degree Fahrenheit is 420 degrees Celsius, so that's 420 Celsius. This is Ramsey reference. And
Okay.
his famous quote, "You're a bread sandwich."
You know what? Fair enough.
I thought it was a Gordon Ramsay reference in your
Yeah,
entire
Gordon
wish.
Ramsay reference. Yeah.
Target one double the Tyrannus Doe in your graveyard. Send this card to the graveyard. Add that target to your hand. So Ramsable is a worse Ovenable. Yes.
They do the
Okay.
same, so I guess it just
I mean,
takes a
not
turn.
necessarily because Ovenble only activates when it's summoned, and Ramsby can activate at any time.
Can activate any time. Okay. But it goes to the graveyard for its effect. So
Yes, it does.
fair enough. No crumbs left. Ratable. Is that a Ratatouille reference?
Maybe.
When this card is summoned, you must activate this effect. Send the top card of your deck to the graveyard and shuffle one Double the Tyrannus Doe into your deck. From where? Wait, hold on. Where? From where?
That's a good
Zane.
question.
Zane, from
From
where?
where, Zane?
Yeah.
Okay, from your graveyard to the deck. I mean, that makes this one the worst one, in my opinion.
Technically, not necessarily.
Let's read the runes. Spice topping. This is interesting. I love it. Increase double the Tyrannus Doe's attack by 100. If it had 300 or more attack at the moment of this card's activation, the boost lasts until the end of the turn. Oh, so it's not a permanent boost. Otherwise, it would be a permanent boost. Okay.
So if it's stacked and you used it, is temporary. But if it battled something and survived, then this is permanent.
Okay. Undying Cake. You can only activate this effect if a Doe avatar activated its effect this contest. Summon Double the Tyrannus Doe from your hand or deck and reduce your Nexus gauge by 150. So so Undying Cake is supposed to work with Ratable. Because you would probably start with Double in your hand. If it gets shuffled back in, then you can use Poison as topping. Okay, cool. Wait, no, you would use Undying Cake. My bad. Right? You can.
Oh, there's more runes.
Yeah, it's like you said. I expected it to be rune heavy. Like the real sauce comes with the runes, right? You can only activate this rune at the end of the battle phase if you control Double the Tyrannus Doe. Target one card on the field that did not declare an attack this round. Reduce its attack by 150. That's interesting. It's this is cool because it's so fun. Oh my days, like okay. That is so cool because it's terrifying. I love it, but also I love it because it's like this is potentially the most versatile deck in the game because this card has 5 effects potentially. More than potentially, but it can only use 1 per turn. And all of your draws are going to suck. Right? Well, not suck completely, right? Because you're going to draw runes for the most part. You're not drawing new monsters. Oh, okay. This is cool. All right, let's keep going. You can only activate this rune at wave start if you control Double the Tyrannus Doe. Target one card in your opponent's defense zone. Reduce its defense by 100 and isolate it. What? Reduce its defense by 100 and isolate
Yes, so I'm reducing opponent card defense by 100, but I'm also making their defense zone immovable because I isolated a card there. Okay. So I can't break through it this turn. So I give you 1 turn stall for a price of free 100 defense reduction.
That's okay. Yeah,
that's at wave start. So like this battle phase, I wouldn't do shit to you.
You're safe. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Angry Muffin. Why did I read that as Muffin? What's wrong with me? Anyway.
English teacher, by the way.
Shut up. You can only activate this rune at wave start. Target one Double the Tyrannus Doe you control. Summon a Muffin token. Ooh. That's the one thing I was afraid of is token generation. I was waiting to see if you were gonna do that. I feel like this card being able to do all this stuff while being a lone soldier, because if the synergy rating is 2 and this is splashable, I mean, your deck is largely going to be filled with runes, but it doesn't have to be, and that's the scary thing. Like, for example, turn 1, there's 5 cards in your draw deck. Let's say only one of your cards is a
If
rune.
it's Synergy rating 2 and you're only using 2 cards, the double has like 1 extra life only. Like you summon him and then you can return him.
I mean, it does, but
die.
so imagine a situation like this: you've got 5 runes in your opening hand, 5 cards in your starting hand, and you've got. Let's be generous and say you've got Angry Muffin in your deck, you've got the Doughboy on the field, and you've got the card that revives the Doughboy. On turn 1, you summon the Doughboy, and whatever else you're playing, 2 other cards, and then you activate its effect, send Angry Muffin to the graveyard, you get an Angry Muffin token at 300 as well, so 600 off of that card alone, plus whatever else you're playing, because it's synergy rating 2. Token generation for a deck like this, I think, is a dangerous field to walk on, right? Because imagine that plus like Ancient Beast or something. So that's the one thing where so far that's the first effect where I'm like, okay, this one probably wouldn't fly, but let's keep going. Cheerful Muffin, you can only activate this rune at wave end. Target one Doughboy, the Tyrannus Doe you control. Summon a Muffin Toe. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, so one is wave start, summon Muffin token, set its attack, and the other is wave end, set its defense. So if you're afraid of too much value generation on turn 1, wave end is the play. And just not set the defense and just make the token flat stat, I guess, or set the stats to double defense, not attack.
Maybe set them both at the end and set them to his current stats, so it gives you a bit more counterplay.
Okay.
Current stats would be both. Current defense. So you cannot choose attack. So you cannot choose 300. You can at most get 150 of this. And both.
No, as in for both of them. So the attack one will also be need to activate it at the end of the wave.
Yes.
And it would target the current attack. And the defense would be activated at the end. And target its current defense.
I think both should
so
target.
In that way.
I think both should target current defense because defense is lower than attack. And it's just a 150 token now.
Okay,
at
so.
I mean, if it's gonna target, then might as well just say current defense.
My first comment for you, and you're probably you might not hate this.
I mean, we can scrap those runes as well.
So the first thing that I'm thinking honestly is synergy rating 4, and I know that you're not going to like that because it seems like the point is the versatility. Like if you wanted, you play 2 cards and 1 rune in your deck, and boom, you're flying. But that's the problem. You play 2 cards and 1 rune in your deck, and boom, you're flying.
Why are you saying rune in the deck?
Sorry?
Why are you saying rune in the deck?
In the resource deck.
Why?
Because if I turn 1, so what this card says, empty rune zone, send 1 rune that mentions a Doe avatar to the graveyard.
From your hand.
Oh, you can only discard from the hand. Yeah. I read that wrong. Okay, I thought that this did something different. Okay, so it's not as broken as I initially gave it credit for. Because I thought that you were milling runes from the deck to the graveyard, which was a really cool concept, I'm going to be honest. But still, fair enough. Fair enough.
Maybe understand that version of Dove when it's finally cooked.
That would be really cool though. Okay, fine, fair enough.
I'm for I can scrap completely the token thing because the synergy rating is low. But now is the thing. If you play 5 double runes in hand and some double runes in deck, how much space you have left for your supporting archetype? Because if this is synergy rating 2 and you've played 2 double monsters, then you have 3 cards in hand left and 2 or 3 cards in deck. So at most synergy rating 6 will be playable with this. Synergy rating 2 with this.
I'll stop you.
And you logged out of generic runes in hand. So if you want to go versatile.
I'll stop you because I'm going to be you for a second. I'm going to be the player that looks at this with the intention of breaking it. Okay.
Yeah. Go for
Now,
it.
I only need 2 cards. There's no rule that says that the other dough card has to be in my hand. So I can put the other dough card in my deck to draw it later. If I choose Oven Bull, I draw Oven Bull later, summon it for free. Boom, I get the Doughboy back. Still have to pay the 200 though, so fair enough.
Okay.
So that card would be in my deck. So I've only got 1 card in my hand taken up, 1 card in my deck taken up. I would probably take, because I don't have to take all these runes. I could take. I probably wouldn't take Spice Topping. It's cool, but if I'm looking for just something to like oomph up what I'm already playing, can I activate this item? I would activate the effect of this contest. Summon a double Tyrannus Dough from your hand or deck. Reduce your Nexus gauge by 50. Wouldn't be Undying Cake. If you control a double, target 1 card on the field, not declare attack. Maybe Poisonous Topping. Wave start if you control double the time, target 1 card on your opponent's defense, and maybe Frosting Topping, right? So maybe I take 1 of the 2 runes, because I wouldn't really focus on the runes. I would focus on that 300 body that I can bring back without using a summon for a turn. Plus the runes would just be an add-on, so I've still got 3 runes.
What do you mean without losing a summon for a turn?
I summon.
You need to summon.
Okay, no, I would still have to
one
summon
of the free suppers and then trade for double.
I would have to summon Oven Bull, but what I mean by that is like I'm bypassing regular summon restrictions. Like for example, I can summon Oven Bull in the defense zone to be just a meat shield, summon 2 cards in the assault zone, and then add that 300 attack onto it. Like it's too flexible. Yes. It's too flexible. The synergy rating would have to go up. Right. Honestly, I'm thinking raise the synergy rating, but that the abilities read a lot. The cards read a lot better when I thought he was sending them directly from the resource deck to the graveyard. Like that's what I thought he did.
I think that might be a little bit too strong.
That's fair. That's fair. But I mean. But then
you can make more advanced runes built around the status effects that aren't already in the game.
I mean that's true, but then my question for you becomes, so again already I would say that the ability number 3, I think it's definitely too strong, where it's popping things in the thing, especially if it's splashing. But what I would say is Instant Yeast. What does it really do then? Right, it lets you use a 4th rune in a single turn if you're not
forced, and you're not forced to set the rune. So yeah, you're setting the rune anticipating something. It doesn't happen. Your opponent doesn't do a big play. You lose that rune. With Instant Heal, you can save up and react to your opponent's play.
I mean, yes, you can, and I see how that works with like, okay, if a card didn't attack this turn, you would keep that card in your hand. You would keep the defensive zone 1 in your hand. By 100, yeah, you would. I can see you keeping that in your hand as well.
I mean, the more runes and the more interesting runes we create for this, then the more powerful Instant Yeast will become.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I guess. I guess. I think because when I read all of the effects, I read them as him sending from the resource to grave. I got attached to that idea as I was reading them.
I mean, that idea is cool, but as I mentioned, maybe I think it's strong for just rank 3 for auxiliary deck cards, like the actually cooked double.
Mm-hmm.
that would be justifiable.
Double the Tyrannus Dough.
Also, sending runes from the deck to the grave depletes your resources. Can deplete your resources really fast.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like if you play a deck of just runes, basically, right? That would be tough. But it gives you so many options, and that's so cool. When this card leaves the field, you can once activate this fight. Add a rune that mentions Do Avatar to your hand. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I can't think of God. Why do I keep doing that? I can't. Let me finish the sentence instead of pausing it. That okay. I can't think of a third ability for this that I like. And personally, the idea of it getting all the effects from the graveyard really cool to me. And then when it leaves the field, you get a card from the graveyard. Really cool. I feel like that's enough power. What I'm thinking is making this card a rank 3 with 2 abilities and a passive effect that limit, kind of like the Sacred Eagle, how the Sacred Eagle has to be summoned by its own effect. Making a Double that summons it from the hand, and it can only be summoned by that Double. That way, if you want to use this strategy, your opening hand has to be the 2 doubles, instead of it being I play the big one and then leave the other one in my resource deck. Do you get what I mean? So it's like you have one of the itty bitty ones that summons.
How would you want? How would you word it? The summon condition.
Just like this. When this card is summoned, you must activate this effect, or you can activate this effect, whatever. Summon 1 Double the Tyrannus Doe from your hand, and reduce your Nexus gauge by 200.
Oh.
Yeah, just like that. So the summon comes from a different card, right? That way you're forced to play 2 in your hand.
Okay, but the double ability, the double passive.
Oh, double passive. This card can only be summoned. So the passive wouldn't be listed as one of these 3. You could just like write it like underneath the title, so it would be like this card can only be summoned by the effect of, and then whatever the card's name is, whatever the effect's name is, and that's it. So it's just a passive that can only be summoned. No, this card cannot be rank cost summoned. Yeah, this card.
What does that mean? Rank cost summoned.
So, we typed at the same time as each other.
Go back. Yeah, this card can only be summoned by the effect of Do Avatar.
Because if we say it can only be summoned by Do Avatar, yeah, that allows it to be summoned by any of the Do Avatars. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, and that's instead of the third ability, because that's too OP to hit the Nexus directly. Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, this is.
Yeah,
I think this is perfect.
So is this going to be the first card that has a summon restriction?
Sorry,
that's not like an auxiliary deck card. Is this going to be like the first card that has like a summoning restriction that is an auxiliary deck?
No,
I think there is one already.
The Sacred Eagle has a summoning restriction as well. It can only be summoned by its own effect. You have to remove forest counters to summon it. It's not in the game anymore. It's been moved to later, but it already existed.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Not Avatar by card, because there's a rune that summons him from the deck.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you can start with him. No, but you can't use that rune unless other Battle activates its effect.
Exactly. Right. So it creates a thing where it's like, okay.
This shuffles, and this that returns to the hand. I will check this one to summon it.
So I'm guessing that's
this is a fun looking
to future-proof it so it doesn't become broken.
It's to not just to future-proof it, it's also to sort of balance deck building, because again, like what I was talking about, where it's like, okay, you play the big Doughboy in your opening hand, one other Doughboy in your resource deck to summon it again later if you need the 300 body, and then maybe, hey, 1 or 2 of the runes. But this way, you have to dedicate 2 cards in your opening hand to getting the card on the field in the first place. Which, hey, is another body for you on the field. Slight buff. It's going to be 0 attack and 0 defense, but it's another body on the field, which is cool. But it prevents you from...
Oh, they all have that. Okay. Yeah. So I guess it's kind of understandable why 300, 150.
Right? So that's that, right? Please tell me you put at least one ability called Caked Up. Right.
Okay. I guess.
Oh, yep.
I guess. Here. Here you go. That works.
Instant yeasting caked up. I like it. Okay, so we have Doughbull, we have Oven Bull, Ramsable, and Ratable. Those 4
Yeah,
cards.
The one that returns to the hand from the graveyard, instead of that, just
Is the
summons.
summon.
You can
Perfect.
activate it to summon. So now, if
Right.
if Ramsable survives on the field and your opponent bounces double, you can activate Ramsable.
Actually, to be honest, I was gonna ask because I actually preferred that effect to No Crumbs Left on Ratable, where it says when this card is summoned, you must activate its effects to the top card of your deck to the graveyard, shuffle double back from the graveyard back into your deck. To be honest, the other one I think is more useful, where it's like, okay, you get it from the graveyard back into your hand, because shuffling it back into you lose 1 card in your resource deck, which not great, and then you don't get the card back. It goes into your deck, so you still have to hard draw it.
Yeah, but you don't have to use a rune to summon it from the deck.
Oh!
A rune that cannot be used unless a double of avatar already activated effect.
Oh, wait a second. Does that rune summon it from the deck? I'm dumb.
Yeah, it can. It can do from the deck, so.
I bet. That's fine then. Okay.
That's the synergy.
Okay, cool.
So if you decide to
It's
play
hand or
Ratable,
deck.
you should play that rune as well, I guess.
Right. So if you're playing that card, you should play Poisonous Topping. That makes sense.
And now, if you start with Poisonous Topping in your hand, that's a dead card early on. But if you start it in the deck, you might not draw it.
I like this. Mill 6 is outrageous. Don't worry, the resource deck only has 6 cards in it, effectively. On God, get me a name generator.
Wait, the resource deck has 6 cards. I thought it had 5.
No, it has 5. Sorry, my bad. There are 6 turns. The resource deck has 5 cards, right?
I was about to say, huh? I could add an extra one.
No, none of that. Okay, so looking at it, I like the way it's coming. I like the way it's feeling. I
It's
like the way
cooking.
it's in my hand. It's cooking. It's cooking.
I wish Grim
Right.
was here.
So yeah, this is a summon from grave. This is a summon from hand. Love it. And Ratable, No Crumbs Left. This is a summon. Well, it's not a summon from deck. It's a shuffle into deck, but it's basically a summon from deck. Although sending the top card of your deck to the graveyard, it
Might be too
seems.
much.
Yeah, it seems like this card is just worse than the others. Honest, because it's not helping you summon it back like the others are, and
But
it's
it
forcing you to give
doesn't
up a card.
Yeah, but how many times do you... Yeah, but look at this. You summon double.
Okay.
Then you summon him again. Then, if you want to summon him for the third time, you have to sacrifice a card from your draw deck.
I
And
mean,
maybe wait. Right?
I mean, fair enough. For the
And
third
if-
summon is a maybe.
And if you don't get the poison stopping, and you drew into double, then
Yeah.
you need Ramsey on the field, still live, to summon him, because it can only be summoned by the effect of a draw card. So it might be a dead card in hand.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I like that. Now, with all the changes that we've made, and you're gonna hate me.
Yeah, we're gonna scrap muffins, right?
No. I still think the deck should be synergy rating. I'm trying to see it being a synergy rating 3, but I'm honestly leaning to synergy 4.
Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna hate you for that.
Oh, okay, good.
I
Thank
gave
you.
it
Yeah.
Synergy into 2 because I thought like, okay, I want
Right.
double once, I use it as synergy rating 2. I play Ramsey and double. I use Ramsey, I summon double. I have no recursion. Double dice, I'm gone.
Okay,
So
fair
that's
enough.
the synergy rating 2 play. If I want to have extra double, I need to play it as synergy rating 3. Then I
Okay.
use Ramsey, summon double. When double dies, I use Ovenbill to bring him back. I have 2 doubles, but I use synergy rating 3 cards. And if I want 3 doubles, I use all 4 cards. So technically, the best way to play the game centered around double now is to play with 4 cards anyway, because you get 3 double for 4 cards. And at Synergy
Well, I would say it's,
2,
it's
you get
kind of
100
hefty on your Nexus. I feel like we're gonna reach
and
like
it's a lot
Reaper
heftier than
problem.
Nexus because
So
each time you summon a
200, 200. Third would be 200. So 600 on just him.
550.
And 150.
Oh, 550. 550.
Yeah, the first is 200, second 200, and third is 150 from the room.
Just make the third 100. 150 feels awkward.
I think it's balanced that way.
I mean, I know it's balanced, but it looks ugly.
Ugly.
I don't know. It's just
That's
like either cut it in half or leave it alone. What is this lukewarm in the middle type beat thing, right? Where it's like 150. Where did you get the 150 from?
I just reduced it by 50.
Why? Why
I just-
50? Why
Because
50?
because that's the minimum value for it to cost less than 600. I would love to reduce it by 1, but I would type there 199 and you will be furious about it.
You are correct. I would. You can only activate this effect if a Doe avatar activated its effect this contest. Summon double the tyrant stuff from your hand or deck. See, here's the thing, right? Because of the first part of this effect, because what I was afraid of is like, okay, if this only costs 100, you would start with this rune and then just summon Doble for free, right? But you have to have activated a Doe avatar's effect, which means you have to have, if it's this one, double must have already been in play because it's in the graveyard. If it's this one, then that means double was already in your hand that you've activated. And if it's this one, that means everything's, so basically you can only activate this rune if you've played the game properly and double has been on the field the right way at least once, right? Yeah. So it's there is no fear of you playing this in your opening hand and just specialing out double for the price of freedom, right? That's not something you need to be afraid of. So at the point at which you're playing this rune, you are potentially down 400 points in your Nexus gauge off of this one card already.
I mean 200 at least.
Right?
Because at least once.
Exactly. And if you top deck the card, if you just happen to top deck the card the next turn after you draw, then you have to pay the full 200 for it because the rune will only summon.
No, the rune can also summon from the hand. So
oh, it also summons from the hand.
But technically you lose a draw that way because you drew into a card that you would be summoning anyway.
Okay, fair enough. Is the boss monster Devil's Cake? No, the boss monster is Doble. This is a subset that Zane was working on, right? Yo, Joseph, much love, bro. Hope you're having a fantastic night. I like it. I like it a lot. I would like to suggest synergy rating 4 and let double send cards from the deck to the graveyard for its effect. That's how I feel.
Only that's making him a bit insane.
Sorry.
And we're scrapping muffins, right? Because token generation might be too.
Yeah. So scrap the muffins, synergy rating 4, let him mill directly from the deck, and then you've got something, okay, I can leave my hand available for like my main strat, and then potentially supplement my deck with these guys as like a secondary kind of thing, rather than like I could go Ramsable double in my hand. What's a synergy rating 6 deck? I don't know, friggin' Reapers. I could go Ramsable double Umbrage, and then
no defense, no counter.
No, I would put Ramsable in the defense zone. Actually, wait a second. No, I would go Ramsable Grimace because I play Ramsable in, I guess, the support zone or wherever, put Grimace in my defense zone, put Umbrage in the assault zone, and I'm cooking. And then Ramsable to join the Umbrage, 600 attack coming right at you, 200 points of defense, and hell, I could even put the Doughboy there as an extra body, but that would be a waste because Chain of Momentum, so I leave it in the Nexus. What? And I'm living large. That's a 600 turn 1 Umbrage Reaper play, not to mention any runes that I might have in my back pocket. Follow that up with, I don't know, whatever I want to, because I'm him, right? That could be a strat, right? So I think
you're cooking.
I'm cooking, right? I think synergy rating 4 would be a good shout. I think synergy rating 4 is a good shout.
It's already 4. Yeah.
Oh, you are a wizard. Okay,
Yeah, I
cool.
already changed to 4. I put muffins in red because I think that the name for a rune is funny and I just need to come out with a better effect.
All right, fair
I will-
enough.
If I get an
I
idea
mean,
for runes,
why not do what Saul was saying about milling? Or was that already done?
No, yeah, instant yeast. This should send from the. I would like it. I think I would prefer if this sent from deck to grave rather than from hand to grave, because that creates some risk as well. Where it's like, okay, what if you draw the one you want to mill, right?
Okay. So that's the play from your deck to the
Yeah.
other.
So if you
Would-
draw the one you want to
my-
mill instead, yeah.
You need to
My
play.
question is, would it be a bit too good to give him a second activation?
Yes. Yes. To answer your
mean, if
question, yes.
I mean, a rune could be like, this time you can use another
So then the second effect,
Tyrannosaurus
add
activation.
a rune, but shuffle a rune that missions out from your
Right.
graveyard. to
Where
your
the
deck.
oven? The oven is ovenable. Why is it called ovenable, by the way? Why?
Because he named it Doble, so that's dough with ble at the end. So I just added ble at the end of everything.
But where did the blade come from?
From
Where-
Greek. From Grimm, I asked him for the name because that was his idea of the looks, and so I asked him for the name.
Fair enough.
Then he
Fair
said,
enough.
Doble, and that's dough with a ble at the end. So I said,
Okay.
okay, I will add sensible things and add ble at the end to fit in.
You know what?
I
Fair
mean,
play.
all you have to do is add an A. Double. Like, just add
I don't. You know what?
ovenable,
I'm having fun,
ractable.
so it's fine. I'm gonna put
Ramsable.
this down because
I
it's
mean,
already got so much
yeah.
of it fleshed down. I'm gonna put it
That's-
under the year 2 section. 1, 2, 3,
That's not
4.
something that I decided here.
Five,
I asked
six,
Grimm.
seven,
Grimm typed in without A.
9.
So it's without A.
Okay, so I will just. Is it okay if I make changes so I can sort it?
If you want to work on this doc, yeah.
I
Because
can.
you,
Yeah, usually I take it to a separate doc.
yeah, usually you just copy paste, but you can do whatever you want. You have access to it. I would also have access to it. I
Okay,
might add
cool.
some new rune ideas. I will highlight them in Grimm for you.
Okay, cool.
That's
Thank
new
you.
stuff, and that's all.
Um,
Yeah, teamwork make the dream work.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. Double subset, and I'll
Right
just
here.
put it in the doc. Right.
Someone scary joined.
Sorry.
Someone scary joined chat.
Someone scary joined chat. Who? I don't
Fear.
have the thing open. Oh, Fear is here. That rhymed. Hi, Fear. I'll put the double subset here for the time being. Now, who came up with it?
Grimm, I think.
Grim
If I
came
remember
up with it. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll leave it here for the time being. Because I like the idea of it, I would fast track it, but then I would have to pay for it, and I don't want to do that, so I'm gonna leave it back here and let the money roll in so that we can actually like get the stuff made for it. Because I can already imagine using the Pillsbury Doughboy for this. I'm actually that's what I'm the most excited about. Like while we were explaining all the effects, what I was actually imagining was the Pillsbury Doughboy being like, okay, either you have different versions of the Pillsbury Doughboy for the 3 little ones and a giant cake monster for the main one, or a dough monster for the main one, or the main one is the Pillsbury Doughboy and the other ones are little dough babies or whatever. I don't know. I got very invested very quickly.
I think the little things being like a dough babies makes sense. Like one is the chef, one is a critic, and one is a cooker. They have the oven with the cooker, probably the chef, and the ratatouille the critic. So like you can signature things of the cooker, chef, and critic give to the dough boys. Because
I like
I actually can't wait for the art style.
Double should be just a blob, like a slime of cake, something like that. That was his vision.
It would
Right?
actually like go really well with the art style as well, because it's kind
Yeah.
of like that pastel
Oh,
kind of
absolutely.
thing.
Adorable. So what groups the cards? Wait, so what groups the cards in a deck? The last letters? No. So some cards will be known by like their name, like the one. So the Wandering subset is the group. This is the Wandering Ryu. So by its name, its primary subset would probably be the Wandering. But if you look at the card art for the cards, I closed TTS at some point, and I don't know when it happened. But if you look at the card art
I think
for
it
the cards,
crashed.
oh, it did. Oh yeah, it probably crashed. That makes sense.
Yeah, it crashed.
Looking at the Wandering Ryu over here, what the real identifier is the card icons. So each card has an icon that represents its subset, so you'd see it in game and you'd know. So a card might have a weird name. A card might even have a name that makes you think it's part of a subset, but the icon will tell you. But there are primary and secondary subsets. This doesn't apply in the game yet, but eventually when more cards get added, there will need to be a distinction where it's like, okay, I have the icon for this card, but I also have a few interactions with that group as well. But this is my main group. Don't worry about that right now. I hope that explanation helps.
Don't worry about that group. I
Yeah.
don't want to associate with them.
Right? Yeah.
That was my old crew. It is.
Right?
I don't with them no more.
Man. Yo, Fear, I'm doing all right. Yo, so how's it going? Seeing you've been live for a while. Yeah, we went live at 6. This is probably the longest stream we've done in a while because like it's tomorrw Saturday.
Yeah.
I don't have school or anything, so I
kept cooking.
got really into some game design stuff, which was really really fun. So I'm happy about that. Adobo works so good for the Doughboy. I hate that.
Double Rider?
I love the name. If we can find somewhere in the deck where Adorable goes, I just love it. Please. It doesn't. I'm not the boss monster. I like Doble. Doble is fine. The Adorable pun wouldn't even work without Doble being the name. But just putting Adorable somewhere would just be the best thing to happen to anyone ever. So we're gonna workshop that. No.
You can put it in tips. Like Doe Avatar's archetype has really adorable Ragwan.
Just under the loading screen. I don't know. Oh man. But yeah, no, that's a cool subset. That's a cool subset. It can go somewhere in that year 2, year 3 range. Because again, now that we're no longer limited by assets, there's no limit on what can be made. So that's fun. Let me cook.
Even if it's not
delicious! Delicious! Come on, that has to be a rune. Come on. Come on. Come on. Am I the only one? Am I the only one who sees this? I might be the only one. Okay.
The only one, but I will not.
So trying to be a dad so bad. Like,
man.
Come on, guys. Let me cook. Let me cook.
Man.
Someone,
Just
please.
say that though. What?
Adorable. You know, I actually need to go through all of this because since we're not using assets anymore, all of these decks were tied to assets, and I now need to go through and find like art that they can be inspired by for original stuff to be created. So everything that you see here before, all of year 1 sorted, cool, all good. Now I have to find something for everything, and that's just gonna suck. But
Exactly.
I'll cross the bridge when I get to it. How about
so you're telling me now is the chance that my discard subset can be my vision.
Discard
I mean,
subset?
didn't you?
Yeah, that's
Oh.
rank 5 supports for the occultist girl. The one that shuffles 3 cards from the hand to the deck. And
The Stygian Grays! The Stygian
Yes,
Grays! So let me show you, because I don't think we've actually. Have you seen the Stygian Grays?
I saw it when I made them, and we were discussing where would they fit, and I saw
No. They were in Lumiere's last batch, my guy. Hold on. Let me pull this up. I think I tried to mention it to you the other day, but you were like, you don't really care about card art. You mostly care about like what they do. So I was like, oh, okay.
I mean, I'm not, because I know I'm not great at designing names and looks. I'm more around 9.
That makes sense. Can you see the
Zane,
screen?
you still have the
Yeah,
screen open, right?
screen. It's like a 10 seconds delay.
Oh, okay. Right. So this is Baphomet. This is the main one that does like the shuffle and everything.
Yeah, I remember my cards. Okay, Baphomet. Okay, yeah.
Chaos. You've got horror. You've got terror. And you've got Uridezu. Right? So these five were commissioned before we made the change to stop using assets. So the assets were bought and then Lumiere made art based on the assets. I was eager to get this one done because it was in the original build. So unfortunately got passed through beforehand. But I hope you like the way that they look and they still do all the same things. Yeah.
It's okay.
What even is Uridezu?
Uridezu is
a rabbit.
Listen, Uridezu is Uridezu. Fight me.
Exactly.
We love Uridezu, okay?
Yeah.
He's got little turkey legs. He's a little demon rabbit thing. He's beautiful. He's beautiful.
She's fucking gorgeous.
Right? Love Uridezu.
I guess he can be like the quote unquote mascot / pet.
We love Uridezu. I mean, maybe. He's probably one of the cutest cards in the game, while also somehow being menacing. I like that balance that got pulled off. Okay, so lots of changes got made. And
oh my god, I can see the dough jokes going through the next
Delvin, Doughlite. I like it. Right.
I mean, Geartomb has an archetype, right?
Geartomb, yeah, Geartomb has the
Gears.
No,
Gears.
Well, Mystic Gears, yeah, Mystic Gear subset, but it's based on his Thaumatek lore, which is really, really cool. That hasn't been worked on again yet because we haven't commissioned Lumiere for his next batch, but when we do, we're gonna get like more art ideas from him for that as well.
I mean, I think we've been trying to catch him, but every time he's either busy or he's busy.
No, we've established. So he sent in. I'm pretty sure I didn't actually double check. I'm pretty sure I got the NDA from him. So now once Lumiere isn't ready for the next batch yet because, like I said, we've been having issues with design for the app. So instead of working on more cards, because we've got the base cards for the game done, Lumiere is helping with app design now. So once we put him back on card design, we'll move to the next batch, and then we can then the next wave of cards can come in because Geartomb's cards, if I'm not mistaken, are relatively high up as compared to some of the others, so his has to be done pretty quick. So yeah, we've got the doppelgangers. That's this was either Leaf. I think it was Leaf. Or was this Leaf? Okay, so that means this is Leaf.
Yeah,
we've got
because
Fools, which is
I remember them
Brandon.
having something to do with like flipping down and stuff.
Right. Stygian Grey, which is Zane, that's you. Wyme, Forest of Wyme, which is Izaro. Wait, what? No, it's supposed to be year 1. Oh, okay. Why are they? Okay, fair enough. We should raise them. Mystic Force, Mystic Gears is supposed to come out, but all of the fan decks are supposed to come out earlier than the others. So I'll bump this up. Oh wait, I put new support up here. Maybe that was why. Okay, well,
what does Izara's deck do? Because it's not in our version of the game, and I don't think we've read it.
No, it's genuinely never come up. It's genuine. I signed everything. Perfect, excellent, perfect.
Is Izara's deck's in year 1, right?
Yeah, Izara's deck is in year 1. Might be changed around at some point. Because it's been a while since we actually looked at Izara's deck.
We don't have a look into this because Sol is doing everything in Google Docs, and he's too lazy.
So when you say year 1, so
everything,
you have launch cards in TTS,
yes,
but there's still year 1 cards that will come later on.
Yeah, so the cards. So yeah, these are the base game cards, right? These are all in TTS. And then once the game is out, from the second month, new batches will drop each month. And so that's the year 1 cards that are dropping. DM the signed copies? Perfect. Thank you very much. So as soon as Lumiere is ready to go, because I don't want to take the notes from you and then not have them ready not have Lumiere be ready and then forget. So as soon as Lumiere gives like he's done with the design stuff for the app, we'll transition back over to card creation and we'll go in. Because yeah, the only out of this set, the only thing that's done is Stygian Grey, because this was initially in the base game. It wasn't down here before. So we need to get all. No, Leaf did Dracaenas.
Yeah.
I think Storm might have done. You know what? I'm not sure.
Oh,
It's fine.
Yeah, because I remember there being like a dragon thingy.
No,
Yeah,
Era did doppelgangers. Era did got doppelgangers.
Oh yeah.
Right?
You got it?
I think so.
I think so too.
Because
Because wait, then
Because
what did
I
Era
was
do then?
when doppelgangers were created, and it was before Era donated, I think. Because doppelgangers were made before Leaf subset, I think, and Leaf subset was before Era.
they were, but Leaf and Era donated at about the same time, so it's still. I think
Yeah.
it might still be possible.
But doppelgangers were made before I sat down with Leaf, and we presented Leaf's idea before you did Era idea, because I wasn't at Era idea. If I remember correctly.
Well,
Whatever.
I don't know. It's it doesn't.
I
matter,
mean,
but-
we'll find out eventually.
Exactly.
People remember what they were doing. Like, if we
Yeah.
have a lot of stuff at all.
Right. Well, I still want to play test and spice with those names. Perfect. So we can add you in. So you've got the doc. You've got the If I've got your signed stuff, what I'll do is I'll give you the game dev role. That way you can hop into like the game dev chat and everything, talk all that good stuff. They've made it so that the game dev that you can only have 10 people in a chat. And so the Summoners Nexus TCG chat is already full because of all the people who either donated or were already working on game dev. So I guess we'll try and just move conversations to the game dev chat instead. But yeah, that's it. So that's everything coming. Things that are currently in here. So next time we play on Tuesday, we've changed around Wandering subset. I would really like to do Forest Guard versus Reapers. I feel like things are moving very slowly and it's frustrating me, but I also understand that it's necessary to like, okay, take it one by one, make sure it's good before moving on to the next thing. I don't feel like Ancient Beasts need to, like, they haven't changed, right? The only thing that's changed is their stat value, and I feel like that should be enough to make it like, okay, they still do what they do. I think, and plus no one's really like an Ancient Beast player. I think Nat wants to start playing Ancient Beast at some point, which could make it so that we have an Ancient Beast player to test it against. That could be cool. But then I don't want to double down on that route yet.
Ancient Beast are synergy 4, so what with Ancient Beast you want to test?
And that's what makes it so like, okay, what do we do? I think we're better off testing everything else before we test like the Splashables. We can test the main subset stuff and then maybe try like when we're doing...
I think I will do Ancient Beast, right?
Yeah.
Ancient Beast with Reapers and Ancient Beast with Staples. Like,
Okay.
no, the only avatars I will use will not have their synergy rating fulfilled. So just flat stat line bodies to see how it goes.
That could be cool. The next major one to test is I want to do Reapers.
I'll say
during...
Reapers versus Forest Guard.
Yeah, so let's do Reapers during
Reapers.
Forest Card next week on Tuesday. And then after that, next Friday, I would really, because I just want to see how the Gladiator subset does. So maybe depending on how Forest Guard and Reapers go, on Friday we might try out either Gladiators or Asylums, one of the new things basically, and that's the shot, right? That's a shot. That's a shout. I'm tired. Okay, so. Thank you guys very much for the help. Neo for the playtesting, Zane for the feedback, everyone in chat for the ideas and the good times. Game dev isn't like interesting to everyone, but it's nice that like there's this small like niche group of people who just find it enjoyable, and that's fun. So yeah.
It's also fun to hear in the background, I guess.
I suppose that's
Hearing
alive
Soul
too.
coming like, hey yo,
I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat is doing their thing and just listening
Just
to our
vibing.
job.
Just vibing.
And
right?
you saying that you're thinking and it's hard.
Yeah. Man. But yeah, that's it. That's it. So I'm gonna hop off. Everyone, have a good night. I'm signing off. Zane, Leo, much love. Everyone in chat, GearTube, Zero. I'll catch you guys later. And much love, you guys. Take care. Vic, Sphere, everybody. Gets me through my shift. Much love, bro. All right.